Side 6, Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel. Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Continuing on page 199. 10. A Jedi's Word. The prisoners limped along in ragged knots, holding each other up and nervously eyeing the pacing act dogs. Mace forced his way through the tangled undergrowth toward them, Nick close behind on the grasser. "Am I missing something here?" Nick leaned over to speak softly, one arm bent across the back of the grasser's thick neck. "Last night, these Ruskaks were trying to carve off a hunk of roast windu." "This Ton Peltrokal." Mace's voice was equally low and far more grim. "You approve of it?" "Sure." Nick glanced at the grasser that the children rode and swiftly looked away. "Well, in principle, anyway." His vivid eyes went narrow and cynical. "Wasn't too long ago, Carr used to just kill them all. Can't afford to feed 'em. What else should we do? Giving them the justice was Deppa's call." "Oh? Makes sense, don't it? If the Bala Y think we'll kill 'em anyway, why should they surrender? Every one of them'd fight to the death. That gets expensive, you know. So we give 'em to the jungle. At least they got a chance." "How many survive?" "Some. Half, a quarter, 1 in 100. "How should I know?" Nick shrugged. "Does it make a difference?" Mace Windu said, "Not to me." Nick closed his eyes and leaned his head against the grasser's ear as though exhausted or in pain. "You've gone bats, haven't you?" he said. "You're completely insane." Mace stopped. A twitch of frown drew a vertical crease from his eyebrows. "No, just the opposite, in fact." "What's that supposed to mean?" But Mace was already walking away. Nick muttered a curse on all fraggin' Jedi who used nickel nuts for brains, then goaded the grasser along after him. When the prisoners saw them coming, a man's voice said, "It's the Jedi. No, the other one. The real Jedi." Mace thought this voice might belong to the man he'd spoken to in the steam crawler this morning, the gray-faced one with a chest wound and a missing hand, who would not believe in a Jedi's word. Mace chose not to ask what he meant by the real Jedi. Some few of the prisoners clustered toward him, straightening their clothing and forcing their faces into expressions of hope. Most just stopped where they were, swaying with exhaustion or stumbling against the great gray trees. Some grabbed handfuls of vines to lower themselves slowly to the ground. A few tens of meters downslope, the two act guards stared up at Mace with undisguised hostility. Two of the 6 act dogs on prisoner duty slouched sullenly nearby. The children's grasser was led by a man whom Mace recognized as Erno and Nickel's father. The only clean spots on his dirt and blood-smeared face were the twin tracks from his eyes to his chin, rinsed white by tears. He dropped the reins and threw himself on the ground at Mace's feet. Please, Your Honor, Your Highness," he sobbed, face down into the jungle floor. "Please don't let them kill my boys. Do what you want with me. I deserve it, I know. I'm sorry for what I done, but my boys, it's not their fault. They didn't do nothing. Please, I never met a Jedi before. I don't even know what I should call you." "Stand up," Mace said sternly. "Jedi are not to be knelt to. We are not your masters, but your servants. Stand up." Slowly, the astonished man pulled himself to his feet. The back of his hand smeared a streak of mud below his nose. "Okay," he said. "All right. What's coming to me, I can take it like a man. But my boys—" "What's coming to you is your life, and possibly your freedom as well." The man blinked, uncomprehending. "Your honor?" "Call me Master Windu." Mace swept past him and opened his arms, beckoning to all the prisoners. "Gather round. I'll need you all to stick closer together. There will not be enough of us to look after stragglers." "Sir?" Keela said as the children's grasser caught up. She had twisted sideways in the lower saddle to stare at Mace with damp, bloodshot eyes. "Sir, what are they going to do with us? Where's Mom? Are you going to let them put us out in the jungle?" Mace met her tear-blurred gaze squarely. "No, I'm going to send you back to the city. You're going home. All of you." Nick muttered, "Don't make promises you can't keep." "I never do." "You don't think Carr and those act guards down there are going to have something to say about it?" "I'm aware of their opinion already. I have my own." "The Tan Peltrokal means nothing to me," Mace said. "I don't care about jungle justice. I care about Jedi justice, and I will see it done." "Jedi justice, my weeping saddle sores. You still don't get it, do you? Jedi anything doesn't mean squat out here." "I understand the rules now. You read them to me yourself. Then Kar Vastor taught me what they mean. Now I can start to play." "That's just it," Nick insisted. "You're in the jungle now. There are no rules." "Of course there are. Don't be an idiot." Nick blinked. "You're kidding, right? You're making a joke." "Stay here and watch," Mace told him, working his way down toward the guards. "Then tell me what you think of my sense of humor." The same act guard whom Mace had kicked now moved to block the Jedi Master's path. The swellings Vastor's fist had left on the man's face had gone as purple-black as the thickening clouds overhead. Muscle bunched like blocks of duracrete under the skin of his bare chest. "We're going, Windu." Mace had to tilt his head back to meet the Corran stare. "I don't know your name." "You can call me—" "I didn't ask your name," Mace cut him off. "I just don't know it. I don't need to. You should get out of my way." The guard's eyes looked scalded and more than slightly crazed. "Out of your way, little Jedi?" "I am taking the prisoners to the steam crawler track." Mace nodded in that general direction. "I can go past you, or I can go over you. You pick." "Over me? Can fly you?" The vibro shield strapped to his forearms snarled to life. He raised them to either side of Mace's face. "Draw your toy weapon, little Jedi. Go ahead. Draw." "My lightsaber? Why should I?" Mace raised a finger to tap his own forehead. "This is the only weapon I need." "Yeah?" A sneer. "What, think me to death, you gonna?" "You misunderstand." By way of explanation, he splattered the Corran's nose with a sharp headbutt. The Corran staggered backward. Mace moved with him in perfect synchronization, as though they were dancing, hands gripping the man's massive biceps. When the Corran started to recover his balance, his head naturally coming forward once more, Mace yanked on his arms, pulling him into another headbutt that brought Mace's forehead and the point of the Corran's chin together with a crack as sharp as a breaking rock. Mace stepped back to let the semi-conscious man collapse. The other guard snarled and lunged at Mace's back, only to find himself facing the business end of a sizzling purple lightsaber. "He's alive," Mace said calmly. "So are you, for now. The next one of you pathetic nerfs who raises a hand to me will die for it. Do you understand?" The Corran only stared at him with murder on his face. "Answer me," Mace roared. With a convulsive snarl, he threw his lightsaber on the ground at the Corran's feet. Faster than the eye could follow, his hand flashed out, his thumb hooking the Corran's cheek, while his fingers dug in behind the hinge of the man's jaw. He yanked the Corran's face to within a centimeter of his own, and there was open raging madness in his eyes. "Do you understand me?" The Corran's mouth worked in speechless shock. Mace howled into his face. "You want to die? You want to die right now? Make a move. Do it. Do it and die." The astonished Corran could only blink and mumble and try to shake his head. Mace released the man's face with a contemptuous shove that sent the guard stumbling backward. Mace opened his empty hand, and his lightsaber flipped up from the ground and smacked into his palm. He tucked it back into the holster inside his vest. "Never get in my way." His voice was again icily calm. "Ever." He turned his eye to the pair of act dogs who were up and growling like looming thunderheads, spines bristling across their armored shoulders. Mace stared at them. First one, then the other, lowered its head and flattened those spines. Tails tucked low, the act dogs backed away. Mace looked upslope, where Nick stood gaping in blank wonder. The captives huddled even closer together, none daring to make eye contact. Mace beckoned. By the time Nick and the grasser that carried the children arrived, the downed act guard was stirring, but when he opened his eyes to find Mace still standing over him, he decided to stay on the ground. "Okay, I admit it," Nick said as they passed by the guards and the dogs. "That was pretty funny, and a little scary. I've never seen you angry before." "You still haven't," Mace said softly. "Remember those rules of the jungle I was talking about? You just saw one in action." "What rule was that?" "When the big dog's walking," said Jedi Master Mace Windu, "little dogs step aside." Icy rain splashed down through the canopy, and thunder rolled like turbojets of gunships passing overhead. Though the day had reached only mid-afternoon, the storm wrapped the jungle in late twilight gloom. Mace walked a few paces behind Nick's bedraggled grasser. Raindrops tapped his skull, and a chilly rivulet twisted along his spine. In places where the leaf mold gave way to bare ground, mud sucked at his boots with every step. Sometimes he sank in deeply enough that the mud leaked over his boot tops. Only by drawing strength from the force could he keep moving. He could not imagine what the march must be like for the wounded prisoners. Every once in a while, a hunk or two of the hail that the thunderhead above spat down would bounce all the way through the layers of leaf and branch and vine and give someone a knock. By the time they reached ground level, most of these hailstones had melted down to about half the size of Mace's fist. Too small to be dangerous, though still large enough to raise stinging welts on the head. The Balawai prisoners gathered ones that fell nearby, sucking on them to melt them in their mouths. With a bit of wiping, these hailstones made the cleanest source of water they were likely to find. They carried only the faintest sulphurous traces of volcanic smoke and gases. In the force, Mace felt the hot, fierce sting of an approaching act dog. A moment later, he felt a force nudge on his right shoulder blade. He reached up to tug on Nick's ankle. "Keep them going," he said, raising his voice over the hiss of the rain. "I'll be right back." A few steps off their line of march, a man's shadow began to take shape through the rain-blurred gloom. Mace walked toward it, weaving between trees and moving vines aside with a gesture, to find the bruised act guard heading for him, carrying one of the Balawai. Behind the guard, the great act Mace had felt made a gray silhouette. "Fell out this one. Think he's fevered me." The guard set the Balawai on his feet. It was the wounded man with the missing hand. "Better keep someone with him, you." Mace nodded as he looped the man's good arm over his shoulders. "Thank you. I'll look after him." The Balawai gazed at him without recognition. The guard frowned down at them. "Gonna kill you for this, Car is. Know that, you?" "I appreciate your concern." "No concern. Just tellin', that's all." "Thank you." The guard frowned a moment longer, then gave an elaborate shrug before he turned away and faded once more into the gloom. Mace thoughtfully watched him go. The two act guards hadn't been hard to co-opt. While Nick wrangled the Balawai into something resembling marching order, Mace had worked his way back up slope to where one stood watching him, while the one he'd knocked down still sat on the ground massaging his broken nose. Mace squatted beside him. "How's your face?" he'd asked gravely. The guard's voice was half muffled by his hands. "Why care you?" "It's no dishonor to lose to a Jedi," Mace had said. "Here, let me see." When the astonished act guard took his hands away from his face, Mace put his hands to either side of the man's nose and popped the bones straight with one brisk, twisting squeeze. The sudden sharp pain made the Koran gasp, but it was over so quickly he didn't even have time to yelp. After that, he could only blink in wonder. Hey, feels better, that. How'd you—" "Sorry I lost my temper," Mace said, standing to include the other Act guard. "But I can't back down from a challenge. You understand?" The two Karunai exchanged a glance, and they both nodded reluctantly, as Mace had known they would. Vastor had trained them like dogs, and like dogs their only answer to the pat on the head that followed the kick was to wag their tails and hope they weren't in trouble anymore. "I think you're both solid," Mace went on. "Strong fighters. That's why I went at you so hard. Respect. You're too dangerous for me to play games with." The Koran with the broken nose had said in a tone of generous concession, "Got a stone-sweet headbutt, you." He chuckled, crossing his eyes to look at the bloodied swelling between them. "Best I ever ate." Now the other Act guard could not resist chiming in. "And that grab on my face was a Jedi thing, that? Never seen it before me. Maybe teach me, you?" Mace had no more time for pleasantries. "Listen, I know taking the prisoners will cause trouble with Carr, and I know you'll be in trouble for letting them go with me. Why don't you stay with us? Bring your dogs, keep the Balawai in line, and don't let any of them get lost. It's not like Carr won't know where we're going. I told him myself, and if you're along, he won't have any trouble finding us. You can feel each other in Pelicoten, right?" Again they had exchanged glances, and again they had nodded. "If Carr wants these prisoners, he can take them from me himself. How can he blame you for losing if he's afraid to step up?" To a dark-soaked Koran, this was undeniable logic. "Right," the bruised guard said happily. "Right. Thinks you're a tumble-pup in vine-cat skin, him. Let him yank your tail. We'll find out quick enough, I think." And so Mace Windu had acquired a pair of Koran shepherds for his flock of Balawai. Mace had cemented Nick's assistance with a similar technique. As they were about to turn aside from the ULF column, Mace had stood thoughtfully alongside Nick's grasser. "Nick," he'd begun, "I'm going to need an aid." The young Koran had squinted suspiciously down from the saddle. "An aid? What for?" "Like you said when you picked me up in Pelek Ba. I'm not from around here. I need someone who can look after me, give me advice, that kind of thing." "You want advice? Flush the fraggin' Balawai and shag your Jedi butt back up the column. Make some kissy face with Carr and Deppa before they chop you into sausage. Any other advice you want, feel free to ask." "That's what I'm doing." "Huh? I need someone who knows his way around here. Someone I can trust." Nick snorted. "Good fraggin' luck. I wouldn't trust anyone out here." "I don't," Mace told him. "Except you." "Me?" Nick shook his head. "You really have gone bats. Haven't you heard? I'm the least trustworthy guy in the ULF. I'm the weak coward, right? I'm the useless butterbrain who couldn't even get you out here from Pelek Ba without screwing it up. And now I'm screwing up again by playing along with this whole nickel-nut free the Balawai parade." "You're the only trustworthy man I've met on Haroon Kal," Mace had said solidly. "You're the only man I can trust to do the right thing." "Who fraggin' Ray? Look where it's gotten me." "It's gotten you," Mace said. "A chance to join the personal staff of a general of the Grand Army of the Republic." "Yeah?" Nick began to look interested. "What's it pay?" "Nothing," Mace admitted. And Nick's face fell, but the Jedi Master went on. "Though when I leave this planet, I'll be taking my staff with me." Nick's eyes recovered a little spark. "With a brevet rank of, let's say, Major, and once we get to Coruscant, I'll be needing staff instructors to train officers in guerrilla tactics." A few months as an urban and jungle warfare consultant affiliated with the Jedi Temple should make you pretty attractive to all those mercenary captains out there. You might even get your own company. Isn't that what you want? Or am I confusing you with some other Corran whose fondest dream is to travel the galaxy as a mercenary? You bet your sweet... no, sir, General. Major Rastu at the General Service. Sir, is there any kind of swearing in or anything? I hadn't really thought about it, Mace admitted. I've never inducted anyone into the Grand Army of the Republic before. I feel like I should raise my right hand or something. Mace nodded thoughtfully. Put your left hand over your heart. Raise your right and stand at attention. Nick did so. This is, I feel kind of funny about this. It is not to be undertaken lightly. The Force stands witness to such oaths. Sure enough. Nick swallowed. Okay, I'm ready. Do you solemnly swear to serve the Republic in thought, in word, and in deed, to defend its citizens, resist its enemies, and champion its justice with the whole of your heart, your strength, and your mind, to forswear all other allegiances, to obey all lawful orders of your superior officers, to uphold the highest ideals of the Republic, and at all times to conduct yourself to the credit of the Republic as its commissioned officer, by witness of, aid from, and faith in the Force? Didn't sound bad at all, Mace thought. I should probably write that down. Nick blinked silently. His eyes looked glassy, and he licked his lips. Mace leaned toward him. Say, I do, Nick. I guess I do, he said in a tone of wondering discovery, as though he had just learned something astonishing about himself. Yes, I do. Come to attention, and salute. Nick had snapped to in very creditable fashion, though he still looked a bit dazed. Hey, I feel something. In the Force. His daze was replaced by open astonishment. It's you. A soldier at attention does not speak except to answer direct questions. Is this understood? Yes, sir. What you feel is our new relationship. It has a resonance in the Force, not unlike the bond of an ack to its human. So I'm your dog now? Nick. Right, shut up. I know. Sir. At ease, Major, Mace had said as he finally returned the young Corran salute. Move them out. Now, as the departing Ack Guard disappeared into the rain, Mace carried the wounded Balawai back to the group of exhausted prisoners. He couldn't find anyone among them who even looked strong enough to support this man's weight over the jumbled tree roots and through the calf-deep mud, so he just shrugged and joined the march, holding the Balawai's arm around his neck. Heads down, shoulders hunched against the icy downpour, they slogged on. They broke out of the trees on a small promontory that ended in a sheer cliff. Jungle swarmed its base 100 meters below. They had been sidestepping down a long switchback, heading for the canyon floor. Half a click behind, a ribbon of waterfall steamed down a 1,000-meter drop. The far canyon wall was a riot of greens and purples and bright shining red that eclipsed half the sky. The thunderstorm swept to their rear as Mace and Nick broke out from the trees, and in the near distance, through the canyon's mouth ahead, only a click away, glowing now with afternoon sun blazing red slanted from a crystal sky, lay the broad, bare dirt curve of the Steencrawler track. Mace and Nick were both on foot. The feverish Balawai was tied into the grasser's saddle. There it is, Nick said. His voice was low and grim. Pretty, ain't it? Yes, pretty. Mace stepped around the grasser. Pity we didn't make it. Any Force-sensitive could have felt the menace that lay across their path. To Mace, it felt like an arc of forest fire ripping through the trees. He couldn't feel exactly what was down there, but he knew it was Vastor. Whatever forces he had brought after them now sealed the mouth of the canyon. Nick nodded. He unslung his rifle, checked the clip, and cocked it. Just couldn't move fast enough. He glanced back to where the Balawai were now struggling out to the fringe of the undergrowth. He shook his head. Only needed an hour, that's all. 1 more hour, we would have been clear. What's going on? The boy's father joined them near the rim of the cliff. Is that the track? Why have we stopped? The Ak guard with the bruised face came out of the trees. The 6 dogs and the other guard were fanned out behind the prisoners. He nodded toward the thick arc of danger that all but the Grassers and the Balawai could feel ahead. Hard luck, huh? Told you Carr would come, me. Yes. Mace folded his arms. It was too much to hope that he might let us go. He turned to the Ak guard. You can go to him, if you like. Maybe he will, us. The Koran had recovered some of his former swagger. His chest swelled out, and he looked down at Mace with an air of contempt that might have been convincing if he hadn't been so careful to keep himself just out of arm's reach. Not going nowhere, you, huh? Mace glanced at Nick. Nick shrugged dolefully. Mace said, It seems not. Knots of exhausted Balawai untied themselves and frayed to pieces to let the departing Ak guard through. He joined the other, and along with the dogs they faded into the trees beyond the reach of the afternoon sun. Nick fingered his rifle. Think they'll really go down there to Carr? Not at all, Mace said crisply. They'll move up the switchback to cut off our retreat. Don't much like the sound of that. What's our move? You tell me, Major. Nick blinked. You're kidding. Not at all. Given our victory conditions, saving as many of these people's lives as possible, what should we do? I can't believe you're asking me. What I'm asking you, Mace said, is not what we're going to do, but what we should do. Let me put it another way. What does Carr think we'll do? Well... Nick looked back up the trail, then forward down toward the mouth of the canyon and the steam crawler track. We should split up. If we all stay together, we'll all get caught either by whatever Carr's got below or the guards and the ULF behind us. If the prisoners scatter, some might slip through while Carr's rounding up the rest. Exactly. Mace pointed at the boy's father. You, get the others out of the trees. I want all of you on this rock, on your knees, with your hands behind your heads. The Balawai gaped. Are you crazy? You know, Nick said, sighing, I ask him that all the time. Somehow I never get a straight answer. Mace folded his arms across his chest. All those who don't want to do what I say are welcome to take their chances with the jungle and the ULF. The man turned away, shaking his head. What are we going to do? Nick asked. Something else. You know, if you hadn't told Carr about going to the steam crawler track, he wouldn't be down there right now. Yes, he would have overtaken us in the jungle, and we wouldn't have had a chance. Wait. I get it. Understanding dawned on Nick's face. Mace nodded. Back under the trees, the prisoners would have scattered. Some might have escaped, as you say. He's expecting us to scatter, just as you did. From his point of view, it's the obvious move. Let some die to save the rest. That's why I expected Carr to try this instead. Find a place where he could trap everyone, because Carr and I have this in common. With these people, it's all or nothing. He wants to give them all to the jungle. I want to send them all home. Muscle bunched along Mace's jaw. I'm not willing to purchase life with death, unless that death is my own. Nick looked impressed. Carr's not an easy man to lie to. He's so hooked into Pelicotin that lying's a tricky business. I once saw him yank out a guy's tongue." Mace gave him a sidelong look. "Who lied?" "I told him that he and Deppa would be able to find me at the steam crawler track this afternoon. The lie is in what he assumed I meant, not in what I said." "And you had me lead because you figured he'd be able to guess what route I'd take, and you brought the act guards along so that he'd be able to track us." Mace nodded. "But why?" "To get us all in a place just like this. Here, I'm sure he thinks he has everyone boxed. And he does. So he's in no hurry to come and collect us. Now, what's the steam crawler track good for, in view of our purpose? It's a broad, open area where any passing gunship will spot these people, and it's clear enough to use as a landing zone." "Yeah. So how much good does it do him to cut us off from an open area?" Mace reached inside his vest and pulled out the lightsabers. He tossed Deppa's to Nick, who caught it reflexively. "When all we need is a little time, and we can make one of our own." Nick stared down at the lightsaber in his hand. "It could work," he admitted. "And you want me to teach people warfare?" Mace shrugged. "This isn't warfare. It's Dejeric." "Yeah, sure. When Carr shows up, you can be the one to clear the board. Go right ahead." He ducked his head gloomily. "He's going to kill us both, you know." Mace's lightsaber found his palm, and a meter-long fountain of energy grew from its emitter. "That remains to be seen." From the private journals of Mace Windu. It took only minutes to clear a landing zone. I had used the Force to pile some of the smaller trees, intending to kindle their damp wood with my blade to make a huge smoking bonfire, but I didn't have to. Before we had even cleared the zone, 3 flights of gunships swarmed overhead. They didn't seem to have much difficulty understanding the situation. 28 kneeling Bala Y, with fingers laced together behind their necks, must have made matters clear enough. "Looks like we pulled it off," Nick said, though he seemed to take little satisfaction from success. "We saved 'em. Wish they could return the favor." We had barely begun cutting when we had both felt Vastor's forces drawing tight around us, a living noose. Nick had commented that my little deception hadn't fooled him for long. I didn't answer. I had a feeling that in this particular game of Dejeric, Carr was not my true opponent. One of the gunships circled close overhead, offering itself as bait to see if hidden guns would open fire when it came within range. And in the Force, I could feel the gunners inside it targeting Nick and me with laser cannons. Only our proximity to the Bala Y held them back. As Nick would say, it was time to saddle up. But before we left, I crouched beside the father of Erno and Nickel. "I want you to take a message to Colonel Gepton." He looked dazed, and his words slurred with exhaustion. "Gepton? The security chief in Pelikba? How am I supposed to get in to see him?" "He'll debrief you personally." "He will?" "Tell him the Jedi Master has handled his Jedi problem. Tell him that if he disarms his irregulars and withdraws the militia from the Highland, this war is over. He has my word on it." The man goggled at me as though antlers had suddenly sprouted from my forehead, and his astonishment was no greater than Nick's. "One more thing. Remind him that in less than a week, I've solved a problem he couldn't manage in 4 months." I rose and stood over him so that my shadow fell across his face. "Tell him that if he does not do as I suggest, he'll be the problem, and I will solve him." I led Nick off into the jungle without waiting for a reply. I did stop for a moment, though, and looked back through the trees to where the boy's father held them in his arms and they waited for the descending gunship. To where Keela held Pell, both of their heads lowered against the leaf whirl thrown up by the ship's turbojets. I don't expect to be forgiven. I don't even hope for it. I only hope that someday these children may be able to look at a Jedi without hatred in their hearts. That's the only reward I want." Night was falling and the sun slanted low through the canyon mouth. Navigating was easy. They loped through the thickening twilight, heading directly toward where the Force showed Mace maximum threat. "So you've handled the militia's Jedi problem, have you?" Nick muttered as they jogged under the trees. "That'll come as a surprise to Carr and Deppa, I'm guessing." "I'm not interested in Carr," Mace said. "I'm only interested in Deppa. Where's the nearest subspace comm?" Nick shrugged. "The Lorshan Pass Caverns. That's our base. It's only a couple of days away, if we can ever lose the frag and gunships. That's where we're heading anyway. Why?" "Less than a day after you get me subspace comm, Deppa and I will be leaving this planet. I am willing to waste no more time. I need subspace to call for extraction." "And me, right? You wouldn't leave your whole staff behind, would you?" "You have seen what my word is worth. You think maybe you could, send me out first? Because, I don't want to be anywhere in this whole sector when Carr finds out she's leaving. Leave Vastor to me. And, Master General, sir, have you considered what you're going to do if she doesn't want to go?" "It's not up to her. She could have gotten out of here weeks ago if she wanted. How are you going to make her go?" Mace said, "I have a hostage." "A what? Are you allowed to do that? I mean, do Jedi take hostages?" "There is one hostage a Jedi may lawfully take. I hope it won't come to that." "Have you considered that she might not give a bucket of Tusker poop about this hostage?" "I have," Mace said. His voice was cold, but the thought made a hot knife twist in his belly. Nick stopped in his tracks. He said weakly, "Have you considered that neither of us might live that long?" He said this because of the 12 snarling act dogs who had materialized around them as though the jungle had birthed them from the twilight. Fury chuffed into the Force like the steam from their nostrils. Moving out of the gloom-haunted trees came all 6 of the Act Guards. They wore their vibro shields pushed up over their biceps, freeing their hands for the assault rifles and grenade launchers they carried. Weapons for hunters stalking human prey. All 6 wore the human equivalent of the Act's snarls. None of them spoke. It was possible at that moment that none of them remembered how. The Force hummed with anger, as though every one of them resonated on a single harmonic. Mace felt then the power of the Force bonds that linked them, but not to each other. Not one of the Act Guards had a link with the dog like the one Chalk had had with Galthra. All 18 of them, dogs and men alike, were Force-bonded not with each other, but each with one single other, as though they were spokes on a wheel of which he was the hub. The anger Mace felt was Carr's. He recognized its distinctive flavor. He said, "I think Carr might be a little upset about those prisoners after all." Nick stood with his back against Mace's, where once Deppa would have been. Where Deppa should have been. Where, in any sane universe, she would be right now. Mace heard the familiar snap of an igniting blade and turned to Nick. "Give me that." The young Corran's eyes flared green with the blade's glow. "What am I supposed to fight with, then? My rapier-like wit?" Which would do him as much good as a lightsaber against 12 Act dogs, but Mace didn't tell him that. "You won't be fighting. Says you." Instead of arguing, Mace reached over the blade and finger-snapped the end of his nose as though flicking away a fly. Nick blinked, flinching, blurting a reflexive obscenity, and by the time he remembered that he'd had a lightsaber in his hand, the lightsaber was in Mace's. "Vastor is a predator, not a HoloNet villain. They're not holding us here so that he can gloat. If he planned to kill us, we'd already be dead." "So why are they holding us here?" A massive shadow approached through the trees, low and huge, with side-bent legs and immense splay-clawed feet. Nick breathed. "Oh, I get it. He's bringing Deppa." 11. Hostage. The immense shadow crashed closer, its walk a symphony of splintering trees. It was an ancox. A massive armored saurian, the ancox was the largest land animal of Harun Kal. Ancoxes were twice the size of grassers, more than half again the mass of a full-grown bantha, but built low and wide, with a broad dorsal shell like an oval soup plate turned upside down. The dorsal shell of this one was nearly 3 meters wide and well over 4 meters long. A drover's chair was bolted to the top of the ancox's crown shell, a convex disc of armor that capped the beast's head. When an ancox retracted its head and legs, its crown shell and all 6 knee shells fit into gaps in its armor as snugly as airlocks, enabling the ancox to survive washes of volcanic gas that it couldn't outrun. This drover did not sit, but stood wide-legged on the crown armor behind the chair, brandishing a long pole that ended in a sharp-looking hook, to use as a goad in directing the ancox's path. 2 teardrop-shaped shields of ultrachrome were pushed up onto his biceps. Kar Vastor. He moved only to direct the ancox. His face held no expression. He did not even look at Mace and Nick. The air around him shimmered with his rage. Smaller trees the ancox shouldered aside. Underbrush it simply crushed beneath its speeder-sized feet. To get the ancox through tree gaps too small to pass its huge shell where the trees were too large to overbear, Vastor would reach out with his goad indicating specific points on their trunks, which would be struck by some whirring object, invisibly fast, that impacted with enough power to shatter the trunks and let it pass. The creature's tail mace. The only part of the ancox's body that was not armored was its extensile, muscular, surprisingly flexible tail. The tail was tipped with a thick round ball of armor, and an adult ancox could snap its tail faster than the human eye could see, using that mace to accurately strike targets up to 8 meters away with enough power to stun an act dog or shatter a small tree. There was a time, before the reopening of Harun Kal to the civilized galaxy, when a mace taken from a juvenile ancox was the traditional weapon of Koran herders. Dangerous to acquire, difficult to use, deadly in effect. On the central bulge of this ancox's dorsal shell had been built a howdah, a small curtained cabin framed with lammas wood, 2 meters by 3, barely larger than the long padded chaise within. The draped canopy stood slightly higher than Mace was tall, bounded by a polished rail perhaps a meter above the shell. The curtains, not to mention the fine-worked wood itself, were probably spoils looted from some Balawai's home. Multiple layers of gauzy lace, the curtains were translucent as smoke. With the sunset behind, Mace could see her silhouette. The ancox crunched to a ponderous stop, settling onto its ventral shell with a long hiss through its teeth like gas venting from pneumatic landing jacks. Vastor tucked the goad into its holster bolted to the ancox's crown shell, then stepped forward over the drover chair and folded his thick-muscled arms. He stared down into the eyes of the Jedi Master. The act dogs started to growl low in their throats, a sound more felt than heard, like the subterranean precursor of a coming groundquake. The wind died. Even the rustle of leaves went silent. In the hush of fading day, the Force showed Mace a Shatterpoint. The darkness of the jungle, not of the Sith. Life without the restraints of civilization. "We're done," Nick said. "You get that, don't you? We're as done as a week-old roast. What do they call it in the Army? Aid and comfort to the enemy? Be quiet. Don't draw attention to yourself. Great idea. Maybe they'll forget I'm here. This isn't about aid and comfort to the enemy, Mace said. If this were going to be anything military, they'd put us under arrest. We'd be taken back to have some kind of show trial witnessed by the rest of the ULF. Instead, we're out here in the jungle, and the only witnesses are Carr, Deppa, and these acts, Human and Saurian. So they're just going to kill us. If we're lucky, Mace said, it's going to be a dogfight. A dogfight? If we're lucky? Okay, sure. Let's not even try to make sense. Just tell me what I'm supposed to do. You're supposed to remember that you are an officer of the Grand Army of the Republic. I just took the fraggin' oath 3 hours ago. 3 hours or 30 years. It makes no difference. You have sworn to conduct yourself to the credit of the Republic as its commissioned officer. So that kind of rules out wetting my pants and sobbing like a baby, huh? Stay calm. Show no weakness. Think of Vastor as a wild ack. Do nothing to trigger his prey drive. And shut up. Oh, sure. Is that an order, General? Will making it an order help you do it? Above on the Ancox's shell, Vastor had been staring silently while an aurora of rage built in the air around him. Only now did Mace meet the Lore Pellec's gaze. Mace allowed his lip to curl with a hint of contempt. Nick whispered, "What are you doing?" Mace's gaze never wavered. "Nothing you need concern yourself with." Maybe I should have told you," the young Corin muttered nervously. "Carr doesn't like to be stared at." "I know. It gets him mad." "He's already mad." "Yeah, and you're making him madder." "That's my intention." "You know," Nick said, "I'm going to give up asking if you're crazy. Let's consider it a standing question, huh? Every time you open your mouth, go ahead and assume I'm wondering if nickel nuts have started falling out of your ear holes." "Good morning, Nick. Are you crazy? Nice day, isn't it? Are you crazy?" Mace hissed from the side of his mouth. "Will you be quiet?" "Are you crazy?" Nick ducked his head. "Sorry, just a reflex." Vastor's jaw worked, and a wordless growl escaped from his tight-drawn lips. "You were sent for." Mace sighed, looking bored. Vastor's growl thickened. "Defiance carries a price." Nick cocked his head, frowning. "This isn't about the prisoners?" Mace looked at him sidelong. Nick had understood. So Vastor was talking to both of them, or rather, to Mace, but at least partially for the benefit of Nick. He glanced up at the Howdah. Likely for the benefit of Deppa as well. "Of course it's about the prisoners," Mace said softly. "He's just warming up. Play along." Mace hooked his thumbs in his belt and walked casually forward. "I told you already. I am not to be sent for. Since you have brought her to me as ordered, I'll see her now." The shimmer around Vastor deepened, but he held himself perfectly still. His growl sharpened into a vine cat's hunting cough. "I don't take orders. Deppa is here at her own request." "Oh? She came to say goodbye." "I'm not going anywhere." Vastor's response was a silent grinning gape that showed all his inhumanly sharp teeth. He gestured, and the ring of acts and humans parted before him. "I told you he's going to kill us," Nick hissed. "I told you. I hate it when I'm right." "Like I said before, think of Vastor as a wild ack. He won't kill us unless there's no other way to get what he wants." "Yeah? What does he want?" "Same as any ack dog, to assert his dominance, defend his territory, and his pack." "And you think he won't kill us for taking those prisoners?" Mace shrugged. "Not you, anyway. You're subordinate. You don't really count." "Oh, sure. Thanks a lot." Nick stopped in mid-sarcasm and looked thoughtful. "Know what? I think I actually mean that." "You're welcome." Vastor spun the hooked goad, and the Ancox lumbered toward Mace and Nick, its tail mace whipping through threatening arcs around it. "So what?" Nick kept on under his breath. "You think he's just going to throw you out of here? You got till sundown to get off my planet?" "Something like that." "What about this hostage you were talking about?" "We'll see if we need him." It's not me, is it? Because, to tell you the truth, I don't think Deppa likes me all that much. Or even, any. At all." "Hush." The Ancox stopped, the beak curve of the crown armor on its land speeder-sized skull lowered to the ground at Mace's feet. The beast's eyes were orange and gold and as large as Mace's head, and they peered up from under the curve of armor with melancholy saurian patience. Vastor vaulted to the ground. "Make your goodbyes. Then you are leaving." "Nice doggy," Nick said with a sickly forced smile. He gave a weak laugh. "Nice." Vastor's immense left arm flashed at Nick in a blinding palm slap that would have taken his head right off before he could even blink, but that massive arm was intercepted by the heel of Mace's open hand. Mace's fingers locked momentarily around Vastor's wrist. "He's with me," he said, and before the Lord Pelek could react, he released Vastor and backhanded Nick off his feet. Nick lay crumpled on the leaf mold, stunned, staring up at Mace in astonishment. Through their force link, Mace sent a pulse of private reassurance, an invisible deadpan wink. Nick played along. "What was that for?" The Jedi Master jabbed a finger at his face. "You are an officer in the Grand Army of the Republic. Act like one." "How does one act?" Mace turned back to Vastor. "I apologize for him." Vastor grunted. "His mother should apologize." "Any problem you have with him, you bring to me." Mace had to bend his neck back to look up into the Lord Pelek's eyes. "I struck one of your men earlier. I apologize for that as well." He met Vastor's glare lazily. "I should have hit you." "You are Deppa's master, and my Daw Shallow, and I do not wish you harm." Vastor's rumble went low and silken. "Don't touch me again." Mace sighed, still looking bored. He said to Nick, "Don't get up," and to Vastor, "Excuse me," and he sidestepped the Lord Pelek to vault onto the dorsal shell of the Ancox. He had time to wonder if his pretense of confidence was fooling anyone. Mace looked up at the Howdah, now only a step or two away. His mouth had gone entirely dry. He still couldn't feel her. Even this close, finally, after all this time, whatever presence she cast in the Force blended invisibly into the jungle night around them. The sick weight gathered in his chest again, the one that had been born weeks ago in Palpatine's office, the one that had grown heavier in Pelek Ba, and had nearly crushed him last night in the outpost bunker. That weight had lifted somehow through this long afternoon. Maybe it was because he'd been so sure he was doing the right thing, the only thing. And now he was a meter away from being face-to-face with her, his Padawan, his protégé, the woman for whose sake he had left behind Coruscant and the Jedi Temple and the simple abstractions of strategic war. For whose sake he had plunged into this jungle, had subjected himself to the harsh, complicated, intractable reality behind the strategies that had seemed so simple and so clean back in the sterile chambers of the Council. He discovered that once again he didn't know what he should do. Just seeing her shadow on the curtains had loosened his grip on right and wrong. Palpatine's words echoed inside his head. "Deppa Billaba was your Padawan, and she is still perhaps your closest friend, is she not?" Is she? Mace thought. I wish I knew. If she must be slain, are you so certain you can strike her down? Right now, he wasn't entirely certain he could look at her. He was that frightened of what he might see. I have become the darkness in the jungle." A slim brown hand took one edge of the curtains. Long fingers, but strong, nails broken and black with grime. The shape of the palm, the faint rolling texture of vein and tendon and bone that he knew as vividly as he did his own. And the curtain was streaked with mold and stained, and hand-patched with dark thread that showed like scars against the lace. And it draped around her hand as she drew it slowly aside. And Mace's heart hammered, and he nearly turned away, because he should have known he wouldn't meet her in the dawn, at the beginning of the day, even among a firestorm raining from gunship cannons. He should have known that was only wishful thinking, a solace from the Force. He should have known that they would only meet again in the twilight shadow. But fear, too, leads into the dark. He thought, "I have met the darkness in this jungle already. I've felt it in my own heart. I have fought it hand to hand and mind to mind. Why should I fear to see it on her face?" The knot in his gut untied itself. All his anxiety drained from him. All his darkness trickled away. He stood empty of everything save for fatigue and the pains of his battered flesh, and a calm Jedi expectation, ready to accept the turn of the Force no matter what it may bring. She drew the curtain aside. She sat on the edge of a long padded chaise. She wore the tatters of Jedi robes over the rough homespun of a jungle Corran. Her hair was as he had seen at the outpost, ragged, greasy, hacked short as though she'd used a knife to trim it without the benefit of a mirror. Her face was every bit as thin as he had seen it, her cheekbones sharp and her jaw going prominent. The burn scar was there from one corner of her hardship-thinned mouth to the point of her jaw. But instead of a blindfold, she wore the strip of dirty rag tied around her forehead, concealing the greater mark of illumination, or the scar it had left behind. The lesser mark still glinted gold on the bridge of her nose, and though her eyes were bloodshot and pain-haunted, her gaze was clear and level, and after all, she was Depa Billaba. Whatever had happened to her, whatever she had seen or done, she was still Depa. With an effort that nearly broke Mace's heart, she curved her mouth into a smile, and she extended a hand that trembled, just a little, as Mace reached to take it. It felt fragile in his, as though her bones were as hollow as a bird's, but her grip was strong and warm. "Mace," she said slowly. A single jewel of a tear welled in one eye. "Mace, Master Windu." "Hello, Depa." He opened his vest and produced her lightsaber. "I have kept this safe for you." As she reached for it, her hand trembled even more. "Thank you, Master," she said slowly, with exhausted formality. "I am honored to receive it from your hand." Her smile turned more genuine. She looked down at her lightsaber, turning it over and over in her hand, as though she didn't quite remember what it was for. She lowered her head until he could no longer see her eyes. "Oh, Mace, how could you?" "Depa, how could you be so arrogant, so stupid, so blind?" Though her words were angry, her voice was only tired. "I wish you should have come to me, Mace, straight to me. Those people, they're not worth this. Not worth you not knowing. You should have asked me. I could have told you. Why innocent children had to die?" Her head hung even lower. "We all have to die, Mace." "I'm not here to argue with you, Depa. I'm here to take you home." "Home," she echoed and raised her head again. Her eyes were event horizons, infinitely deep and infinitely dark. "You use that word as though it means something." "It does to me, but it doesn't. Not anymore. Not even to you. You just haven't realized it yet." She sighed a bleak, bitter chuckle, as dark as her eyes, and swung her trembling hand at the jungle around them. This is home. As much home as any place will ever be. For any of us. For all of us. That's what I brought you here to learn, Mace. But now you've messed everything up. It's falling apart and flying off in all directions. It's all wrong, and it's all too late. And I should have known it would happen like this. I should have known because you're just too blasted arrogant to mind your own business. Her voice had risen to a screech, and a drop of blood seeped from a crack in her lower lip. You are my business here. Exactly. Exactly. She snatched his wrist and yanked him down toward her with astonishing strength. I was your business here. Those people had nothing to do with you, nor you with them. But you can't stop being a Jedi, she said bitterly, no matter what. With the existence of the whole Jedi Order at stake, you had to play HoloNet hero. Now your business here is ruined, destroyed. Everything is wasted. It's too late for all of us. You have to leave here, Mace. You have to leave right now, or Carr will kill you. I'm planning on it, Mace agreed, and you're coming with me. Oh, she said. The fire inside her dwindled, and her strength with it. Her hand went slack on Mace's arm. Oh, you think I can just leave? You must leave, Deppa. I don't know what you think is holding you here. You don't understand. How could you? You haven't seen. I haven't shown you. You can't possibly understand. Mace thought of his hallucination at the outpost. I understand, he said slowly, all there is to understand. And now I believe it. Do you understand that I am not in command here? Mace shrugged. Is anyone? Exactly, she said. Exactly. Master Yoda. Master Yoda would say, you see, but you do not see. Deppa, you are alive right now because Carr doesn't want to upset me. That's the only reason. Not because I can order him to do anything. Because I asked him. I asked to give you a chance to run away. Because Carr likes me. Mace turned and looked down at the people and acts in the jungle. Twilight was deepening and glowvines were beginning to pulse to life. The acts stirred uneasily, muttering deep half-growls down in their enormous chests. Nick sat on the ground, knees drawn up and wrapped by his arms. He kept his head down, studiously avoiding looking at Vastor. The Lord Pelek paced back and forth in front of the Ancox's head, stalking like a hungry vine-cat, flicking glances up at Mace and Deppa and away again, as though he did not want to be caught looking. Vastor commands the ULF. There is no ULF, Deppa hissed. The ULF is a name, that's all. I made it up. The Upland Liberation Front is a make-believe boogie on which to blame every raid, and ambush, and theft, and petty sabotage, and I don't know what all. The militia's going crazy, looking for a pattern to our strikes, trying to figure out our strategy. Because there is no pattern, no strategy. There is no ULF. There is just this clan, and that family, and one gang here, and another there. That's all. Ragged Corran bandits and murderers. Your reports. Reports. She looked like she wanted to grab him and shake him, but was just too tired. What should I have told you? You've seen a little of Harun Kal. What could I have said to make you understand? You don't have to make me understand. All you have to do is come with me. Mace, listen to me. I can't. She sagged and lowered her face into her hands. Carr is willing to let you go only because I am staying, to keep you away from me. If I leave with you, going through the jungle, Mace, think of it, on foot, on grassers, even in a steam crawler, all the way back to Pelek Ba. Haven't you seen enough of him today to know that nowhere in the jungle could you ever be safe? The weight in Mace's chest lightened just a bit. He swallowed and found that his breath came more easily. She was afraid for him. She had not fallen so far that she no longer cared. That was his victory right there. "We won't be going through the jungle," he said. "I have a ship on station with a battalion of troopers. My comms damaged, or we'd be on our way right now. Nick says you have subspace at the Lorshan Pass caverns. We can be out of the system less than a day after we get there." She lifted her head again, and there was still no hope in her eyes. "It'll take 2 days to get there. If you're still here in 2 hours, Carr will kill you. 2 minutes. Leave Vastor to me." Mace leaned forward, resting his forearms on the howdah's polished rail. "I am not leaving without you." "You have to." "Let me put it another way." Mace took a deep breath. "Master Depa Billaba, by my authority as a senior member of the Jedi Council and General of the Grand Army of the Republic, you are hereby relieved of command of Republic forces on Haroon Khal, uniformed and irregular. You are relieved of all duties and responsibilities in the action on this planet. You are suspended from the Jedi Council pending investigation of your actions on Haroon Khal, and you are ordered to proceed with all due speed to Coruscant, where you will present yourself to the Council for judgment." Depa shook her head. You can't. "Depa," Mace said sadly, "you are under arrest." "This is ridiculous." "Yes, and absolutely serious. You know me, Depa. How many arrests did we make all those years? You know I will deliver my prisoner or die in the attempt." She nodded slowly, and she found a smile once more. A sad, quiet smile, edged with bitter knowledge. "Will you accept my parole if I give my word not to attempt escape?" "I will always trust you, Depa." Sudden tears sparkled again in her eyes, and she turned her face away. "How many times are you going to make me save your life?" "Just this once more," he said. "You can come with me, or you can watch me die. Your choice." Her shoulders twitched and shook, and Mace for a moment thought she might be sobbing, but then her soft, dry chuckle reached his ears. "I have missed you, Mace." Her eyes sparkled with tears. "I can't tell you how I've missed you. Of course you knew exactly the spot where my defenses would crumble. But I'm not your real problem," she said tiredly. "What are you going to do about Carr?" "You're my only problem," Mace told her. "I found your Shatterpoint. Do you think I'd miss his?" "I think he doesn't have one." "That," said Mace Windu, "remains to be seen." "You and your Shatterpoints." Her sad smile was dazzling on her tear-stained face. Who but Mace Windu would think to take himself hostage? Mace's head twitched to the right in a Corran shrug. I was the only one available. Mace leapt lightly down from the Ancocks. "Carr Vastor, we need to talk." "We do not." Vastor did not meet his eyes. "As you said, the next time we meet, there may be a fight." "What I said was," Mace replied lazily, "the next time we're alone together, there may be a fight. But I gave you too much credit. I mean, that is why you brought all your puppies along, isn't it? You certainly didn't seem interested in standing up to me without them." Vastor's head turned like a steam crawler's gun turret. What? You have a problem with me? Mace spread his hands. I'm right here. Tendons in Vastor's neck cranked his head down a centimeter at a time. She doesn't want you hurt. Deppa, do you plan to hide behind her forever? Mace folded his arms. Always find a reason to back down, don't you? I admire your creativity. The Act guards stared. All 12 Act dogs hunched and coiled their haunches, tails whipping forward past their shoulder spines, ready to pounce. Vastor snarled and lunged convulsively past Mace. He snatched Nick's arm and hauled the young Corin to his feet, holding him out toward Mace. Hey, ow, huh? I have grassers saddled and supplied. Take them and the boy and go. His filed, sharp teeth seemed to glow in the vine-lit gloom. Take them and live. Mace said, I don't much care for your tone. Vastor's eyes widened. His mouth worked silently. And take your hand off my aide. Now. Vastor found his voice, a roar of black rage. A violent shove sent Nick stumbling forward. Only a grab at Mace's shoulders kept him on his feet. He looked up into the Jedi Master's eyes and gave him a sickly grin. Remember that question I wasn't going to ask anymore? Go! Vastor's roar carried tectonic power. Go before I forget my promise to spare you. Mace turned to one of the Act guards. Does he always yammer like this? He'd quiet down if you got him fixed. The guard went pale. He shook his head urgently. Really don't want to talk to Carl like this, you. Really. Oh, right, sure. He's not so good with basic. Mace hooked his thumbs inside his vest. Tendons stood out like cables in the lower Palek's neck. His shimmering rage went scarlet, glowing in the twilight gloom as though his skin were lava pouring from a volcano's mouth. Slowly, deliberately, his left hand tucked behind the shield on his right arm. He pulled it down into fighting position, carefully avoiding its razor edges. Just as slowly and deliberately, he did the same with the other. Muscle rippled in his arms as he squeezed the hand grips, and the shields whined to life. He brought them together back to back, generating an ear-splitting squeal that made even the Act dogs flinch. From behind Mace's shoulder, Nick whispered, Are you sure I'm not allowed to wet myself? Mace walked calmly out of the center of the ring, straight toward Vastor, thumbs still hooked inside his vest. You do that a lot. No doubt your puppies find it pretty scary. Looking straight up into Vastor's eyes, Mace swung his vest open to display the hand grip of his lightsaber. Then he shrugged out of the vest, folded it once and tossed it over his shoulder with effortless accuracy right into the hands of an astonished Nick Rostu, with his lightsaber still inside it. That's how much you scare me. Vastor's shields parted, and the jungle went silent. Everybody here knows this has nothing to do with Deppa, Mace said. This has to do with those Balawai you were too stupid and weak to hold. Vastor's legs coiled like the Act's haunches. They were mine. Mine to kill, mine to spare. They were mine to give to the justice of the jungle. Until you met me. Then they were mine, Mace said. Mine to let go. I'll show you, stupid and weak. You already have. Vastor shifted his weight to throw himself into a leap, but then froze as though an invisible leash had snapped tight around his neck. He glanced back at the shadow behind the curtains of the howdah for a moment. When he turned toward Mace once more, his lips were drawn back in a predator's grin, and his eyes burned like twin Calderi. Deppa prefers that you live, but she doesn't mind if you get hurt. Mace shrugged. As long as she won't mind when you get hurt. Vastor began to unbuckle his shields. Mace turned his back on the Lor Pelek contemptuously and strolled toward the center of the ring of acts and people. There was nothing either slow or deliberate about the way Vastor shook the shields off his arms. A whipping snap of the wrist that flung them down to clatter against the rim of the Angcox's shell. Nick held the bundle of Mace's vest and weapon uncertainly. Guess I should have told you. That big dog stuff doesn't work on Carr." "On the contrary," the Jedi Master replied softly. "It's working perfectly." Nick blinked. Mace said, "As for you, though, don't worry about me. I know exactly what to do." He tucked Mace's vest under one arm and trotted toward the nearest Act guard. 100 credits says the Jedi makes Carr cry like a baby. Who's in?" The Lord Pelec crouched and lowered one hand to the ground, digging in the leaf mold, his sweat-glistening chest heaving, breath pumping darkness into him and out again, gathering rage, gathering power. The shimmer around him had gone from red to black. Mace shook his arms loose. "Rules?" Vastor's reply was a snort of a hunting ack. "Jungle rules." A burst of power launched the Lord Pelec as a human missile, clawing his way through the twilight toward the Jedi Master. "Jungle rules it is then," Mace thought, and leapt to meet him in midair. 12. Jungle rules. They collided with a crash that shook the jungle around them. The collision was not just of two human bodies, but of two node channels of the Force. Invisible energy crackled, and vivid blue gap sparks arced from leaf to leaf in the canopy above. For a moment they hung in the air, supported by power, grappling, tearing at each other's flesh. The Act dogs lunged and whirled and slashed the air with their tails. The guards clashed together their shields, roaring with ferocious animal exuberance. Vastor seemed to be all teeth and claws in fierce snarling assault. Arms like girders of durasteel caught Mace in an unbreakable hug, pinning the Jedi's elbows to his creaking ribs. Mace answered swifter than thought with an instinctive headbutt that split the skin on one of Vastor's cheekbones. The Lord Pelec lowered his head to Mace's shoulder as though to snuggle in like a lover, then sank his needled teeth deep into Mace's neck, chewing for his carotid artery. Mace jerked a knee up to slam the inside of Vastor's thigh. Vastor only grunted and bit down harder, twisting his head from side to side like an ack worrying off a tusker's leg. His jaw pressure on the artery was restricting its blood flow. Billowing clouds of darkness gathered in Mace's brain, but when Mace fired the knee again, Vastor jerked his legs out of the way. Mace's knee caught him a decimeter below the navel. This brought a sharper grunt and a snarl that vibrated in Mace's neck, but instead of withdrawing his knee for another strike, Mace dug it in harder, forcing Vastor's body away from his own. This created just enough space that Mace could slip one arm up between their chests and could stab his stiffened fingers into the notch of Vastor's collarbone and shove. With a convulsive gasp of astonishment, the Lord Pelec released Mace's neck. Mace kept on shoving, jamming his fingers into Vastor's windpipe. Vastor gagged, and his massive arms loosened. They fell together, tumbling, and as Mace finally pushed Vastor off him, he managed to sneak in a quick snapping kick to the point of Vastor's chin that sent the Lord Pelec whirling like a top-spun ball. Mace recovered his force touch in time to flip upright and land in a balanced crouch. Vastor landed on all fours, absorbing the shock as effortlessly as a vine cat. They looked at each other. Blood ran from the bite wound on Mace's neck, painting his shoulder and part of his chest scarlet. But it was only a trail, not a jet. The artery must have remained intact. A similar trail rolled from Vastor's split cheek and dripped from his jaw. Neither man appeared to notice. Vastor's growl resonated in Mace's chest. "Not many men can break my grip. You won't do it twice." Mace didn't answer. Vastor was probably right. He was suddenly acutely aware that he hadn't slept since the night before the fight in the Notch Pass, the night when a bark-drunk Lesh had come to him in tears to tell him what Carr and the Act guards would teach him if he lived long enough. It seemed like years ago. He wondered briefly if the Lord Pelek would have gone ahead and torn out his throat, despite what he claimed Deppa had told him, or if he would have settled for the strangle. He decided he could live without knowing the answer, that is, if he lived at all. Vastor stalked toward him on all fours. "Was that Jedi fighting? Poking and pinching? A little jab to stop the big dog? I am not impressed." Mace stood motionless, except for the heaving of his chest. He knew already he could not match Vastor for raw power. With each breath, he stripped away another layer of restraint and inhibition, another layer of serenity. He had to move his inner peace out of the way to let in the joy, the thrill, the sheer, "Okay, why not, let's fight." Because Vaphad was more than just a form of lightsaber combat. It was a state of mind. Night had deepened upon the jungle, and around them glowvines began to pulse faintly. To use Vaphad now, out here, was incredibly dangerous. Almost as dangerous as not using Vaphad. The ultimate answer for power is skill. "Want to be impressed?" Mace said. "Let's see the impression my boot makes on your face." Without warning, Vastor's stalk became a lightning lunge, fingers hooked like talons, his arms sweeping wide to close on Mace once more. But Mace wasn't there anymore. A slight sidestep and a weave of his head snuck him to the outside of Vastor's lunge, and his fist whipped backhand to snap Vastor in the base of the skull as he passed. A knockout blow. But Vastor must have felt it coming. He pitched forward, rolling with the punch, so that it flipped him end for end. He landed in perfect balance and sprang again, straight up. The kick Mace had aimed at his kidneys only grazed his calf muscle. He used the impact to whirl in the air so that he could fall upon the Jedi Master like a branch leopard taking a tusker. But what he fell upon was Mace's fist, driven upward into his solar plexus by the combined power of the Force and nearly 50 years of Jedi combat training. Mace's hand sank into the wrist, and Vastor's fighting snarl became an agonized struggle for breath. Mace used the Force to hurl him off and send him tumbling through the air to slam into the flank of an agitated act-dog. Eyes glazing, half-stunned, the Lord Pelek slid bonelessly down the act's armored ribs and staggered as his feet skidded over gnarled roots. Before he could find his balance, Mace was on him. Impressed yet? Standing toe-to-toe, the top of Mace's head barely came to the level of Vastor's chin, and you could have tucked Mace's whole thick-muscled upper body inside Vastor's chest with room to spare. And even hurt, lurching drunkenly, Vastor still could whip his arms in blindingly fast-raking slaps at Mace's head and wounded neck. But where Vastor's speed was blinding, Mace's was invisible. Not one of those slaps connected. Before Vastor could even focus his eyes, Mace had hit him 6 times, 2 thundering hooks to his short ribs, a knee slamming hard into the same thigh he'd hit before, an elbow snapping up to the point of his chin, and 2 devastating palm strikes to either hinge of his jaw. An ordinary man would have been unconscious. Vastor seemed to be getting stronger. Vastor fired another of those blinding slaps. This time, instead of ducking, Mace countered with a whirring hook that met the Lord Pelek's swinging arm directly on the nerve that ran up the inside of the biceps. Vastor threw the other even harder, which only made the inside of that arm connect that much harder with Mace's counterhook. Vastor's mighty arm spasmed and dropped limply to his sides. "This is called Vaphad, Carr." A fierce light burned in Mace's eyes. "How many arms do you see?" Then he hit Vastor twice in the nose before the Lord Pelek could even blink. Vastor howled in pain and raging disbelief, falling back against the act-dog's flank once more, twisting and turning to try to find some way to avoid the Jedi's flashing hands. Mace stayed with him, pinning him to the act's flank, fists whirling through Vaphad flurries, striking not to disable or to kill, but instead to hurt. Stinging flicks to soft tissue, smashing ears and nose, stabbing up under the chin. The act-dog suddenly lurched away from them, giving Vastor half a meter of clearance. The Lord Pelek sprang sideways, diving away. Mace let him go. Go on and run, Carr. This is over. You lose. I'm the big dog here." Vastor turned his dive into a roll and spun to face the Jedi Master from one knee, and before Mace had even finished speaking, the Force whirled around him and Mace found himself wrenched off the ground, hurtling backward through the air to slam against the smooth-barked gray trunk of a meter-thick lammas tree. The whole tree shivered with the impact, and a spiral galaxy birthed itself inside Mace's head. He thought, "I was wondering when we'd get to this part." Vastor's face tightened. Strength must have been returning to his nerve-punched arms already, because he managed to raise one and gesture as though throwing a stone. Mace was whirled forward from the tree to crash against the skull of an astonished act-dog. The impact folded him over the dog's head and blasted the breath from his lungs. The dog's crown spines gashed Mace's abdomen, and when it tossed Mace aside, with a twitch of its head like a mammalian water ox, his blood ran down the black outer shells of its eyes. Jedi Padawans learn to counter Force kinesis before they even begin lightsaber training. Still in the air, Mace sensed the flow of power that held Vastor's grip upon him. With a sigh, he allowed his center, Vastor's point of Force contact, to relax and ground Vastor's power back into the jungle around them. And that jungle came to life. A gripleaf trailer snaked down from above and seized one of Mace's ankles in its unbreakable clutch. His airborne tumble became a wide-swinging head-down arc. Gripleaf trailers only grew tighter as their victims struggled, and their fibers were nearly as strong as Durasteel cable. They could not be broken by mortal strength. This one squeezed his ankle, drawing blood with the edges of its sharp, waxy leaves. Another trailer reached his other ankle, and from his upside-down vantage he could see a thick blade-thorned length of brass vine curving toward his neck. He almost reached into the Force for his lightsaber, but that would be admitting defeat. Time to be clever. He used the Force to shove the gripleaf trailer so that the arc of his swing sent him whirling out over the ring of dogs and men. One of the act guards smirked at him as he swung overhead. "Big dog? More like little tusked pig." When his swing carried him back in, Mace reached down and grabbed the act guard by the arm, yanking him into the air. Drawing upon the Force for a burst of strength, Mace whipped the astonished guard up and over and used the edge of his razor-sharp shield to slice through the trailer before releasing him to flail helplessly through the air and crash into the jungle darkness. Mace turned his own fall into a flip that landed him on an act dog's shoulders. He bounded off into the air, and Vastor's Force grip seized him again. End of Side 6. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 7. Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel. Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Continuing on page 240. Vastor was on his feet now, and his arms didn't seem hurt at all. His blood-smeared mouth spread wide in a howl of triumph as he yanked Mace through the multicolored glowvine-shaded night, pulling him in while he opened his arms for that lethal embrace. Mace thought, well, if you insist. Instead of resisting or grounding the power of Vastor's Force grip, Mace added his own strength to it. The speed of his flight suddenly doubled. Vastor had only time to widen his eyes in dismay as Mace flipped headfirst in the air. The top of his head speared into Vastor's gut and drove the Lorpelek to the ground as though he'd been hit by a concussion missile. On the other hand, Vastor's stomach wasn't much softer than that lammas he'd slammed Mace into. The impact didn't do Mace's head a lot of good either. Another spiral galaxy blossomed where the first had been as Mace rolled off him, lying on his back while he watched stellar clusters wheel inside his skull. Vastor lay beside him, making faint panting noises while he tried to pull air into his spasming chest. Vastor's breath began to return in great whooping gasps, and Mace knew his time was running out. He shook the stars out of his head and reached down to his ankle to unwrap the severed gripleaf trailer. Limp now, dying, it was unresisting as an ordinary rope. Mace took one end in each fist, and as Vastor rolled over and gained his hands and knees, Mace slipped a loop of the trailer over the Lorpalek's head from behind and tightened it around his throat. Vastor straightened, and his hands went to his throat, clawing at Mace's improvised garrote. But not even he was strong enough to break a grip-leaf trailer with his bare hands. His face darkened, swelling with blood. The back of his neck bulged. Veins writhed across his temples and forehead. 10 seconds, Mace thought, hanging on, wedging his knees into Vastor's back. 10 seconds and out. Vastor got 1 foot under him. Mace swallowed, gasping for breath as he tried to tighten the trailer around the Lorpalek's throat. Pure will powered Vastor to his feet. He didn't even seem to notice the weight of a large Jedi Master hanging down his back. Mace thought, "Here it comes." In an eye blink, Vastor's grip shifted from the grip-leaf trailer to Mace's wrists. He threw himself forward, bent at the waist, and with a surge of incredible strength, yanked the Jedi Master over his head and slammed him bodily to the dirt. The impact replaced the stars in Mace's head with billowing black nebulae. He'd never gotten his breath back properly after landing on the Ack-Dog, and now he couldn't breathe at all. The jungle above faded into a black haze. Through the darkness descending inside his skull, he barely caught a glimpse of Vastor leaping into the air to drop a body slam that would finish him. With a gasp, he rolled aside, and Vastor landed hard on the ground beside him. Mace dizzily tried to pull himself up to his hands and knees. Vastor was still down, his hands clawing weakly at Mace's flanks. Mace pushed him off and made it to his knees. Vastor rolled onto his side, found a tree trunk, and pulled himself up it, leaning on it drunkenly. Though Mace couldn't breathe, could barely see through the black and red haze inside his head, he could draw upon the force to throw himself upright. And he lunged at Vastor, whirling, hands clasped together to deliver every erg of power at his command into one last thundering punch that lifted Vastor bodily off the ground, flipped him over backward, and dropped him on the back of his neck. Mace swayed, almost out on his feet. The jungle hazed in and out of focus. All he could clearly see was the Lorpalek climbing to his feet. Vastor was smiling. "Is that the best you have?" "I'm just—" Mace gasped for breath. His arms came up slowly. Each one felt like it was made out of collapsium. "Just getting started." One of those open-handed slaps flashed out of the darkness. The next thing of which Mace was aware was a bell-like ringing in his ears and the grip of Vastor's huge hand around his neck, holding him up off the jungle floor. Mace's eyelids fluttered open. Vastor's blood-smeared grin was the only thing in the world. Vastor growled, "How many arms do you see?" Mace didn't answer. He certainly didn't see the one attached to the hand that snuffed the world like a blown-out candle. In the darkness, a smell of ammonia and rotten meat. Predator breath. A dry, rough tongue the size of his lost kit bag licked him back to consciousness, and Mace opened his eyes. The Ack guards were crowded around him, leaning over, their faces in deep shadow, haloed by the pulsing light of the glowvines in the canopy. One now pushed the nose of the Ack-Dog who'd been licking Mace's unconscious body so that the great beast backed up. Kar Vastor stepped into the gap. He squatted on his haunches at Mace's side. His face was lumped up and blood still trickled from his split cheek, but his grin was fiercer than ever. He barked something, and one of the Ack guards stepped away for a brief moment. Mace heard Nick say, "Hey, cut it out. Hey, ow, huh? Come on, lay off the arm. You know I'm good for it." The Ack guard returned, dragging Nick. Vastor growled. Nick said, "Hey, why are you telling me?" Vastor's growl sharpened, and Nick flinched away from him. He looked uncertainly up at the Ack guard who held his arm, back at Vastor, then down at Mace. Nick swallowed hard. "He wants me to say so everybody hears it. You can get up, if you want." Mace's eyes drifted closed. He didn't answer. Vastor made a rumbling noise. He says, "Come on. You wanted to be the big dog. Get up and fight." Nick lowered his voice. I mean, you can get upright, if you want to. I mean, I got odds. It's worth 500 creds. I'll split it with you. Mace opened his eyes. No. Vastor's rumble broadened humorously, as though the Lord Pelec was a groundquake telling a joke. He wants to know... Know what? That is, no to the money? No, Mace said. He couldn't find a place on his body that did not hurt. No more fighting. I've had enough. You win. Vastor seized Mace's shoulder in one enormous hand and stood, pulling the Jedi Master upright without apparent effort. Now his growl once more became words in Mace's mind. Tell them who is the big dog here. Mace hung his head, careful not to meet Vastor's eye. You are. He coughed, and blood bubbled from his smashed mouth. You're the big dog. Nick looked stricken. Tell them you were wrong to take my prisoners. Tell them you were wrong to let them go. Mace kept his eyes on the ground at his feet. Blood from the shallow axe spine gouges in his belly ran down his legs. I was wrong to take your prisoners. I was wrong to let them go. Tell them you are sorry that you challenged me, and you will never do it again. Mace's only motion was to glance up at the howdah on the back of the Angcox. Now, after dark, the curtains were opaque. He couldn't tell if Deppa was even in there. He lowered his head once more. I am sorry that I challenged you. I will never challenge you again. A twitch of motion in his peripheral vision. Nick had let Mace's vest unroll from his hand. Now he held it alongside his leg. He gave it another suggestive twitch. Mace could feel the lightsaber within it. He met Nick's eye. Nick deliberately looked away, miming a nonchalant whistle, while he twitched the vest one more time. A twist of the Force, no more effort than Nick expended to wiggle the vest, would bring that lightsaber to Mace's hands. Mace said slowly, Car. Vastor hummed a yes. My weapon is in that vest. May I have it? He kept his eyes fixed resolutely on the Lord Pelec's chest. Please. Vastor released his shoulder with a contemptuous shove and extended a hand for the vest. Nick looked at Mace with open shock, as though he'd been unexpectedly betrayed. Mace looked at the ground. Vastor took the vest and pulled Mace's lightsaber out of its pocket. This is yours? Yes, Car, Mace said quietly. May I have it, please? Vastor gave a sidelong glance at an Ack guard and purred something. The guard smirked, nodding. Please, Mace repeated humbly. It's my only weapon. I won't be much good to anyone without it. You're not much good to anyone with it, Vastor grunted. He held it out to Mace, but when the Jedi Master extended a hesitant hand to take it, Vastor flipped it carelessly away from him. The Ack guard he'd purred at snatched it from the air. The guard held it in one hand, the vibro shield on his other whined to life. Hey, Car, come on, lay off, huh? Nick's face was twisted in an ongoing wince. It was painful to pity someone previously respected. You won, didn't you? Isn't that enough? Why do you have to be such a... Vastor interrupted the young Corran with a backhanded cuff that knocked him to the ground. He never even looked at him. His gaze was still on Mace Windu. The Jedi Master seemed not even to notice Nick lying on the ground, cradling his bloodied mouth, cursing continuously into his hand. Don't, Mace said brokenly. Don't. You don't understand. A Jedi's lightsaber can be destroyed as easily as a Jedi Master. Vastor flicked his fingers as though brushing off a fly, but before the Ack guard could bring the lightsaber's hand grip against the edge of his shield. Car. Through the gauzy opacity of the curtained howdah above, Deppa's voice had an eerie power, and it seemed to come from everywhere at once. To send him out into the jungle without his weapon would be murder, Car. He is not the enemy. Not your enemy, perhaps. Please, Car, keep it safe for him. and return it to him when he departs." "He is departing now." "He cannot travel," Deppa said. "Can you not feel it? You hurt him, Car. Hurt him badly. He needs rest and medical treatment. Let us take him to the base. He can ride the Angkoks with me. Keep his lightsaber yourself. You've shown him he cannot face you without it." Vastor's inhuman stare searched the blank face of the Howdah, but now night had fully fallen. Glowvine light shimmered off the curtains, and nothing could be seen within. Finally he gave an irritable shrug and extended a hand. The Ackguard tossed the hand grip back to him, and Vastor tucked it into the waistband of his vine-cat leather pants. He cast Mace's vest to the ground at the Jedi Master's feet. "Did it hurt even more, knowing she was watching?" He no longer sounded mocking. This came in the tone of simple curiosity. Slowly, painfully, like an old man protecting arthritic knees, Mace bent down to retrieve the vest. He said, "I'm not sure it could have hurt much more. You might remember that this all began because you refused to come when I told you." This began, Mace thought, when I was summoned to the private office of Chancellor Palpatine. But he said nothing. "Because you refused to do what you were told." "Yes," Mace said. "Yes, I remember." He picked up the vest and slipped it on. The sting of dirt in open wounds announced that the llamas tree's bark had torn his back. "If there is a next time, Dawshallow, it will be your last time." "Yes, Car, I know." He looked at Nick, who was now sitting on the ground, staring balefully at Vastor. "Come on," Mace said softly. "I'll need you to help me up onto the Angkoks." From the private journals of Mace Windu. Vastor was willing to let Nick help me and treat my more serious injuries with supplies from a captured medpack. He was willing to believe the battering he'd inflicted on me was nearly crippling. It wasn't far from the truth. Nick was still simmering as he helped me to my feet, muttering under his breath a continuous stream of invective, characterizing Vastor as a lizard-faced frog-swallower and a demented scab-chewing turtle-sacker, and a variety of other names that I don't feel comfortable recording, even in a private journal. "That's enough," I told him. "I have gone to considerable trouble to keep us both alive, Nick. I'd prefer we stay that way." "Oh, sure. Nice job on that." His voice was bitter, and he didn't want to meet my eyes. I told him I was sorry about his 100 credits and pointed out to him gently that no one had told him to bet on me. He turned on me then, instantly furious, hissing savagely to keep his voice down as the Ack guards and the dogs were still milling about. "This isn't about credits. I don't care about the credits." He stopped himself, blinking, and his familiar smile flickered briefly across his lips. "Did I really just say that? Wow. So, okay, sure, that was a lie. I care about the creds. I care a lot. But that's not why I'm angry." I nodded and told him I understood. He was angry at me. He felt like I'd let him down. "Not me," he said. "I mean, come on. Jedi are supposed to stand for something, aren't you? You're supposed to stand up for what's right, no matter what." Angry at me as he may have been, he still swung his head under one of my arms and held it across his shoulders so he could help me walk. It was appreciated. Only as the adrenaline and concussion shock were wearing off did I begin to understand what a beating I had taken. Later, with access to the medpack scanner, I would discover 2 cracked ribs, a severe ankle sprain from the grip leaf trailer, a moderate concussion, and some internal bleeding, not to mention the bite wound on my neck and an astonishing variety of scrapes and bruises. As Nick helped me up onto the Angkoks, I discovered what had made him so angry with me. More than anything else, it was that I'd declared we had been wrong to free the prisoners. "I don't care what you say," he muttered darkly. "I don't care what Carr says. There were kids there, and wounded. I mean, those Balawai, they weren't evil. They were just people, like us. Nearly everyone is. We did the right thing, and you know it." It dawned on me then that Nick was proud of himself, proud of what we had done. It may have been an unfamiliar feeling for him, that peculiarly delicious pride that comes from having taken a terrible risk to do something truly admirable, of overcoming the instinct of self-preservation, of fighting our fears and winning. It is the pride of discovering that one is not merely a bundle of reflexes and conditioned responses, that instead one is a thinking being who can choose the right over the easy and justice over safety. The pride Nick took in this made me proud of him too, though of course I could not tell him so. It would only have embarrassed him and made him regret speaking at all. I hope I never forget the fierce conviction on his face as he helped me climb the extended leg of the angcox and clambered up onto its dorsal shell. Just because Carr beat you like a rented gong doesn't mean he was right. Just because he won doesn't mean you were wrong to challenge him. I can't believe you'd ever say those things." His answer came from within the curtained darkness of the howdah at the top of the curved shell. "If you spend much time around us, Nick, you will learn." Deppa's voice was strong and clear, and as sane and gentle as it has always been in my heart. "You will learn that Jedi do not always tell the truth." Nick stopped, suddenly scowling as though he found himself unexpectedly deep in thought. "Don't always. Hey," he muttered suspiciously. "Hey, wait 1 second here." She pulled back the curtain once more and pushed open the small swing gate in the rail. "Come on in. You look like you might want to lie down." "I might," I admitted. "This hasn't been my best couple of days." She took my hand to steady me as I stepped into the howdah, and she made room for me on the chaise. "I have to hand it to you, Mace," she said with a softly ironic smile. "You still take a beating as well as any man in the galaxy." Nick's eyes bulged as though his head might explode. "I knew it." He shook a fiercely triumphant fist in my face. "I knew it. I knew you could take him." I told him to keep it down because Vastor and the Act guards were still moving through the trees nearby, and I had no idea how sharp Vastor's ears might be. I didn't tell him to shut up altogether because it wouldn't have done any good. "I've got you figured, you hear me? I've got your Jedi butt scanned to the 12th decimal point. I should have known you were going to dive when you started in on Carr like that. You were spinning him up to make the confrontation more personal-like. The more you insulted him, the less he was going to worry about taking anything out on me. And you kept on taunting him so that booting your Jedi can into next week felt so good that he basically forgave you for letting those Bala Wai go." I told him he was half wrong. "Which half?" Deppa answered for me. "The part about letting Carr win." She knows me so well. "You mean he really beat you?" Nick couldn't seem to believe it. "He really, really beat you?" "We share a bond in the Force now, Nick. Did it feel like I threw the fight?" He shook his head. "It felt like you were a smazzo drummer's trap skin." "As you said earlier, Vastor is a difficult man to lie to. He would have known if I was holding back. Then the beating would have been much worse, and he might very well have killed me. What I did was pick a fight I knew I couldn't win." "Couldn't?" "Vastor is very powerful, half my age and twice my size. Training and experience can compensate only up to a point, and he is naturally ferocious in a way that no Jedi can duplicate." "You're telling me you twisted his nose like that, knowing he was going to beat you so bad your whole family would bleed?" I shrugged. I didn't have to win. All I had to do was fight. "Carr's Shatterpoint," Deppa murmured. "You saw it all along." I nodded. Nick wasn't familiar with the term. When I described Shatterpoint as a critical weakness, he shook his head. I didn't see anything weak out there. With a sidelong glance at Deppa's thoughtful frown, I quoted Yoda. You see, but you do not see. Kar's great strength is his instinctive connection to Pelicotin. The jungle lives in him as much as he lives in it. And like I keep telling you, even in the jungle, there are rules. I explained that a fight between Kar and myself was inevitable. 2 alpha males in the same pack. I could smell it on him even during the battle at the outpost when we first met. My only hope of a good outcome was to make it personal and immediate, and unarmed. If the fight hadn't happened, he and the Act guards might very well have killed Nick and me both for setting free the prisoners. If he and I had gone at it blade to shield, I would be dead now. Even if I'd killed him, the guards and the dogs would have torn me to shreds. And Deppa, too, if she'd tried to save me. We'd only barely survived being attacked by 3 acts in the Circus Horrificus. Against a dozen. Well, it didn't happen that way, because I knew what Kar really wanted, in the grip, as he was, of his alpha male jungle instincts. He wanted me to submit. And like many other pack hunters, once his rival submitted, his instincts led him to allow that rival to peacefully sniff around the fringes of his pack, so long as I did not renew my challenge. That's why you gave him your lightsaber? So he wouldn't feel threatened? I shook my head, and for a moment I was tempted to smile. No, I would have let him cut it up. You would? If it would make him more comfortable with letting me stay? Of course. A lightsaber can be repaired or rebuilt, but I admit, Deppa's idea was a stroke of genius. She smiled at me. I am a bit proud of myself for that. Nick again expressed his confusion, and I explained. Even with the Force, I can't pick Kar out from the jungle around us. He is so much a part of it, and it of him, that he is practically invisible. My lightsaber, on the other hand. I get it, Nick breathed, as long as he carries it. Exactly. I could feel it even now. I knew without thinking its precise position relative to my own. It is a bell collar that Deppa managed to buckle onto a singularly ferocious vine cat. Wow. I mean, wow. You know, everybody hears about how scary Jedi are, but those stories aren't the half of it, he said. Your real powers don't have anything to do with lightsabers or picking up things with your minds. Nick shook his head uncomprehendingly. It's not natural. Not just taking the beating, but bowing down like that, and being able to come up with stuff like giving Kar the lightsaber. It requires a certain detachment of mind. When your emotions are not involved, answers are often obvious. It's still not natural. Can I just say here how much you two creep me out? When I was Mace's student, Deppa mused, he would often remind me that nothing about being a Jedi is natural. I thought you guys were all about going with the flow and using your instincts and stuff. The difference, I said, lies in the instincts themselves. It is possible for an untrained Force user to wield as much power as the greatest of Jedi. Look at Kar. But untrained, the instincts he falls back on are those granted him by nature. It is another of the central paradoxes of the Jedi. The instincts we use are not instinctive at all. They are the product of training so intense that they replace our natural ones. That's why Jedi must begin at such an early age. To replace our natural instincts, territoriality, selfishness, anger, fear, and the like, with the Jedi instincts of service, serenity, selflessness, and compassion. The oldest child ever accepted for training was 9, and there was much debate over that. A debate that has continued, I might add, for more than 10 years. Being a Jedi is a discipline imposed upon nature, just as civilization is, at its root, a discipline imposed upon the natural impulses of sentient beings. Because peace is an unnatural state. Peace is a product of civilization. The myth of the peaceful savage is precisely that, a myth. Without civilization, all existence is only the jungle. Go to your peaceful savage and burn his crops, or slaughter his herds, or kick him off his hunting grounds. You'll find that he will not remain peaceful for long. Isn't that exactly what happened here on Haroon Kal? Jedi do not fight for peace. That's only a slogan, and is as misleading as slogans always are. Jedi fight for civilization, because only civilization creates peace. We fight for justice, because justice is the fundamental bedrock of civilization. An unjust civilization is built upon sand. It does not long survive a storm. Kar's power comes from natural instinct, but he is also ruled by instinct, in a way no Jedi ever is. A single Jedi who succumbs to his natural drives for power, for respect, for success or revenge, could do damage that is literally unimaginable. "Mace," Deppa interrupted me softly. "Are we still talking about Kar? Or is this about Dooku?" Or, I wondered silently, was it about her? I sighed and lowered my head, suddenly aware of how exhausted I was. But still I finished the thought, less for Nick's benefit than for Deppa's, and my own. Our only hope against beings whose instincts control them is to absolutely and utterly control our own. 13. Jedi of the Future. Night in the jungle. Corran bedrolls scattered in clumps. Low voices blending into the background mutter of the jungle. Smells of hot-pack ration squares and smoke from homemade cigaras of green rashalo leaves. Mace sat on a borrowed bedroll a few meters from where Deppa's wallet tent had been pitched in an abandoned ruskak nest under a tangled arch of thistle bushes. While Nick treated his injuries, he had been watching her vague silhouette cast on the tent wall by the light of a captured glow rod. When the light winked out, it was as though she'd never even been there. The muddy pastel pulse of glowvine light had Nick squinting at the medpack scanner. "Looks like we took care of your internal bleeding," he said. "One more shot of anti-inflammatory to keep the concussion swelling in your brain under control." Mace leaned his head to one side as Nick pressed the spray hypo against his carotid artery. The Jedi Master stared sightlessly off through the night. He didn't even feel the brief sting of the injection. He was tracking his lightsaber. "He's not settling," Mace said. "Who's not what?" "Bastor. He's pacing, circling, like a rancor staked out in the desert." "You surprised?" "I shouldn't be. He probably senses that even though the fight was real, my submission was fake. He's just not sure what to do about it." Nick clipped the spray hypo back into its receptacle. "Unless your idea of fun is quality time with me in the medpack, I'd suggest you stay out of his way." He tapped the back-to-patch that covered the bite wound on Mace's trapezius. "You wouldn't believe how many different kinds of lethal bacteria I found in there. I do not want to know what he's been eating." "I am less concerned with what he's eating," Mace said, "than with what's eating him." "One easy guess." Nick nodded toward Deppa's tent. "How is she?" Mace shrugged. "As you saw." "No, I mean that whole dark side crap. Like what we were talking about before I left you at the outpost." "I can't say." Mace's habitual frown deepened. "I would like to say she's fine. But what I would like has little to do with what is. She seems unstable. Well, a few months in the war could do that to anybody. That's what I'm afraid of. From the private journals of Mace Windu. I am not sure what time it is. After midnight, I suspect, with some hours to go before dawn. I cannot be more accurate, as this datapad's chronometer function has suffered the same fate as its concealed transmitter. There is a time of night here when even the glowvines mute their light, and the prowling predators go quiet, and sleep seems the only activity that has meaning. Yet, here I am awake, though I have slept little in the past 3 days. It was Deppa's scream that woke me. A raw shriek of impossible anguish. It yanked me from nightmares of my own. It was not fear, that scream, but suffering so profound that it could have no other expression. Her scream woke her as well, and her first thought was to open her tent and exhaustedly reassure us that it had been only a dream. That seems always to be her first thought, to reassure the Karunai and me. From this I take considerable comfort. It's the 3rd time this has happened so far tonight. And yet, injured as I am, and unused to sleeping on a Koran bedroll on the open ground, I find I have slept as well as I have yet managed on this planet. Deppa's screams are a mercy, because my own nightmares don't wake me. My nightmares suck me down, drowning me in a blind, gluey chaos of anxiety and pain. They are more than simple anxiety dreams of wounds or suffering or the varieties of gruesome maiming, dismemberment, and death available in the jungle. In my dreams here, I have seen the destruction of the Jedi, the death of the Republic. I have seen the temple in ruins, the Senate smashed, and Coruscant itself shattered by orbital bombardment from immense ships of impossible design. I have seen Coruscant, the seat of galactic culture, become a jungle far more hostile and alien than any on Haroon Kal. I have seen the end of civilization. Deppa's screams bring me back to the jungle and the night. A week ago, I could not have imagined that to wake up in this jungle would be a relief. From the private journals of Mace Windu. Tomorrow we leave this place. This is what I've been telling myself all day long, riding cross-legged on the Ancox's shell, talking with Deppa. I should say, listening to her, for she seems to hear me only when it suits her. All day I left the shell only to stretch my legs or relieve myself. And sometimes, as I would climb up the shell to my spot, she'd be talking already, in that same low, blurry murmur she used to speak with me, as though our conversation had been going on in her head, and my arrival was only a detail. When the gunships came and rained fire upon us, or blasted away randomly with their cannons, the guerrillas who were lucky enough to be near the Ancox often ducked beneath it for shelter. But Deppa never did, so neither did I. She lay on her chaise within the howdah, and I sometimes leaned my back against its polished rail so that her soft voice drifted in over my shoulder. We covered many kilometers today. The ground is rising. As the jungle thins, we can move much more swiftly. It is not for nothing that a Koran does not speak of distance in kilometers, but in travel time. The same thinning of the jungle that increases our speed also leaves us more exposed to the gunships that seem now to be patrolling in an organized search pattern. I have much to tell of this day that has passed, and yet it's difficult for me to begin. I can only think of tomorrow, of meeting Nick, and finally calling down the Halleck to carry us away. I burn for it. I have discovered that I hate this place. Not very Jedi of me, but I cannot deny it. I hate the damp and the smell and the heat, and the sweat that trickles constantly around my eyebrows, trails down my cheeks, and drips from the point of my chin. I hate the stupid bovine complacency of the grassers and the feral snarls of the half-wild ack-dogs. I hate the grip leaves and the brass vines, the portok trees and thistle bushes. I hate the darkness under the trees. I hate the war. I hate what it's done to these people, to Deppa. I hate what it's doing to me. The Halak will be cool. It will be clean. The food will have no mold or rot or insect eggs. I know already what I will do first aboard ship, before I even visit the bridge to salute the captain. I will take a shower. The last time I was clean was on the shuttle in orbit. Now I wonder if I'll ever be clean again. When I stepped off the shuttle at the Pelikba spaceport, I remember looking up at the white peak of Grandfather's shoulder and thinking that I had spent far too much time on Coruscant. What a fool I was. As Deppa described me, blind, ignorant, arrogant fool. I was afraid to learn how bad things might be here, and the worst of my fears didn't even approach the truth. I can't. I feel my lightsaber coming this way. I will continue later. From the private journals of Mace Windu. Carr was ostensibly stopping at Deppa's tent to discuss tomorrow's march before she settles in for the night. I suspect that his true aim was to check on me. I hope he is satisfied by what he found. This morning, I asked Deppa why she hadn't left when the Separatists pulled back to Javarno and Opari. Why she clearly would stay even now, were I not extorting her cooperation. There is fighting to be done. Can a Jedi walk away? Her voice was muffled, coming through the curtains. She did not invite me inside this morning, and I did not ask why. I'm afraid that she was in a state that neither of us wanted me to see. To fight on after the battle is done. Deppa, that is not Jedi, I told her. That's the dark. War is not about light or dark. It is about winning or dying. But here you've already won. I thought back to the words of my strange waking dream. Her words or the Force's I did not know. Perhaps I have, but look around you. Is what you see a victorious army? Or are they ragged fugitives, spending the last of their strength to stay a step ahead of the gallows? I have enormous sympathy for them, for their suffering and their desperate struggle. It is never far from my thoughts that only chance, a whim of Jedi anthropologists, and the choice of some elders of Gauche Windu separates their fate from my own. I could too easily have grown to become Car Vastor myself. But I said none of this to Deppa. My purpose here was not to muse upon the twists of the endless river that is the Force. I understand their war, I told her. It's very clear to me why they fight. My question is, why are you still fighting? Can't you feel it? And when she spoke, I could. In the Force, a relentless pulse of fear and hatred, like what I had felt from Nick and Chalk and Besh and Lesh in the ground car, but here amplified as though the jungle had become a planet-wide resonance chamber. It was hate that kept the Karunai fighting on, as though this whole people shared a single dream, that all Balawai might have a single skull bent for a Koran mace. She said, yes, our battle is won. Theirs goes on. It will never be over, not while one of them still lives. The Balawai will never stop coming. We used these people for our own purposes, and we got what we wanted. Should I now throw them away? Abandon them to genocide because they are no longer useful? Is that what the Council orders me to do? You prefer to stay and fight a war that is not yours? Her voice gathered heat. They need me, Mace. I am their only hope. That heat quickly faded, though, and she went back to her exhausted mumble. I've done things. Questionable things. I know. But I have seen... Mace, you cannot imagine what I have seen. As bad as it is, as bad as I am. Search the Force. you can feel how much worse everything could be, how much worse it will be. With this, I could not argue. Look around you. Her mumble took on a bitter edge. Think about everything you've seen. This is a little war, Mace. A little sputtering, on-again, off-again series of inconclusive skirmishes. Until the Republic and the Confederacy mixed into it, it was practically a sporting event. But look at what it's done to these people. Imagine what war will do to those who've never known it. Imagine infantry battles in the fields of Alderaan. Dokaz striking space scrapers on Coruscant. Imagine what the galaxy will be if the Clone War turns serious. I told her it was already serious, and she laughed at me. You haven't seen Sirius yet. I told her I was looking at it. And I think now of the clone troopers on the Halleck, and how their clean, crisp, unquestioning bravery and discipline under fire is as far from these ragged murderers as it is possible to be from members of the same species. And I remember that the Grand Army of the Republic numbers 1.2 million clone troopers, just enough to station a single trooper, one lone man, on each planet of the Republic, and have a handful of thousands left over. If this clone war escalates the way Depa seems to think it will be fought not by clones and Jedi and battle droids, but by ordinary people. Ordinary people who will face one stark choice: to die, or to become like these Karunai. Ordinary people who will have to leave forever the galaxy of peace. I can only hope that war is easier on those who cannot touch the Force, though I suspect the truth is exactly opposite. There were hours, too, when we did not speak. I sat beside the Howdah while she dozed in the afternoon heat, drowsy myself with the Ancox's rocking gait and the unchanging flow of the trees and vines and flowers. And I listened to her dream mumbles and was shocked sometimes by her sudden nightmare shrieks or the agonized moans that her migraines might pull from her lips. She seems to suffer from an intermittent fever. Sometimes her speech becomes a disjointed ramble through imaginary conversations that shift from subject to subject with hallucinatory randomness. Sometimes her pronouncements have an eerie Sibylline quality, as though she prophesied a future that had no past. I've occasionally tried to record these on this datapad, but somehow her voice never comes through, as though our talks are my own hallucination. And if so, does it matter? Even a lie of the Force is more true than any reality we can comprehend. From the private journals of Mace Windu. Much of the day we spent talking about Car Vastor. Depa has spared me many of the less savory details, but she has told me enough, more than enough. For example, when he calls me Dashalo, it's not just an expression. If what he has told Depa is the truth, Car Vastor and I are the last of the Windu. The gauche into which I was born, and with which I lived for those months in my teens, while I returned to learn some of the Corran Force skills, has apparently been destroyed piecemeal over the past 30 years. Not in any great massacre or climactic last stand, but by the simple, brutal mathematics of attrition. My gauche is just another statistical casualty of a simmering guerrilla war against an enemy more numerous, better armed, and equally ruthless. Depa told me this hesitantly, as though it were horrible news that must be broken gently. And perhaps it is. I cannot say. She seems to think it should matter a great deal to me. And perhaps it should. But I am more thoroughly Jedi than I am Corran. When I think of my Doshali dead and scattered, Windu heritage and traditions perishing in blood and darkness, I feel only abstract sadness. Any tale of pointless suffering and loss is sad to me. I would change them all if I could, not just my own. I would certainly change cars. It seems that as a young man, Car Vastor was fairly ordinary, more in touch with Pelicotin than most, but not in any other way unusual. It was the summertime war that changed him, as it has changed so much on this world. When he was 14, he saw his whole family massacred by jungle prospectors, one of the casual atrocities that characterized this war. I do not know how it is that he alone escaped. The stories Deppa has heard from various Karunai are contradictory. Car himself, it seems, will not discuss it. What we do know is that after witnessing the murders of his entire family, he was left alone in the jungle, without weapons, without grassers, without axe or people, food or supplies of any kind, and that he lived in the jungle, alone, for more than a standard year. This is what he meant when he said he had survived Tan Peltrokal. The term has an irony that only now do I begin to appreciate. The Tan Peltrokal is a penalty devised by Koran culture to punish crimes deserving death. Knowing that human judgment is fallible, the Karunai leave the final disposition of the sentence to the jungle itself. They consider it a mercy. I would say it is a mercy they grant themselves. Thus can they take life without the shame of bloodied hands. In Car's case, he faced his Tan Peltrokal for the crime of being Koran. He was as innocent and as guilty as the Balawai children to whom he was planning to do the same. Their crimes were identical. They were born into the wrong family. He was, at the time, perhaps a year older than Keela, but there was no Jedi nearby to save him, and so he had to save himself. I believe that his ability to form human speech was part of the price he paid for his survival. All Jedi know that power must be paid for. The Force maintains a balance that cannot be defied. Pelicotin traded him power for his humanity. I sometimes wonder if the Force does the same for Jedi. He and his Act guards clearly have much in common with Jedi. They seem to be our reflections in a dark mirror. They rely on instinct. Jedi rely on training. They use anger and aggression as sources of power. Our power is based upon serenity and defense. Even the weapon he and his Act guards carry is a twisted mirror image of ours. I use my sword as a shield. They use their shields as swords. Deppa tells me that these vibro-shields are Car's own design. Vibro-axes are common equipment among jungle prospectors, used for harvesting lumber and clearing paths through stands too thick for their steam crawlers to crush through. Since the sonic generators that power vibro-axes are fully sealed, they are remarkably resistant to the metal-eating molds and fungi. And the metal itself, well, that's an interesting story of its own. It seems to be an alloy that the fungi don't attack. It is extremely hard and never loses its edge, nor does it rust or even tarnish. It also seems to be a superconductor. This is why my blade could not cut through it. The entire shield is always the same temperature throughout. Even the energy of a lightsaber is instantly conducted away. Hold a blade against it long enough and the whole thing will melt. But it cannot be cut. Not by an energy blade. File the data. When Car accepts a man into his Act guards, the man builds his own weapons, not unlike the tradition and the spirit of which Jedi construct our lightsabers. It strikes me now that Car may have hit upon this idea from stories of Jedi training I shared with my long-lost friends in Gosh Windu, 35 years and more ago. Karunai have a living oral tradition, and stories are passed through families as treasured possessions. I have not shared this speculation with Deppa. And Deppa swears that she did not teach Car and his guards the Jedi skill of interception. She says Car knew this already when she first met him. If what she says is true, he must have taught himself, and he probably got the idea from those same stories that I, in my thoughtless youth, innocently shared with my innocent friends. And so, in some odd, circuitous way, Car Vastor may be my fault. The source of this metal is a mystery. Though Car never speaks of it to anyone, I believe I know what it is. Starship armor. Thousands of years ago, before the Sith War, when shield generators were so massive that only the largest capital ships could carry them, smaller starships were armored with a mirror-like superconducting alloy, which was sufficient to resist the low fire rate laser cannons of the day. I think Car, somewhere out in the jungle of the Coronal Highland, sometime during his year-long Tan Peltrokal, had stumbled upon the ancient Jedi starship whose crash stranded on this planet his ancestors and my own. It was earlier this evening that I learned the real truth of Car Vastor, not only who he is and why he is, but what he means. Somewhere along our line of march, Car had located a cave that he deemed adequate to shelter a fire from gunship or satellite detection, and that night he set about curing Besh's and Chalk's fever wasp infestation. Besh and Chalk had remained in thanatazine suspension, tied to a grasser's travois like a bundle of cargo. The crude hacking Terrell had done to them had been mostly repaired with tissue binders from a captured medpack, though of course the wounds could not heal. The body's healing processes are suspended by thanatazine as well. Deppa was in attendance, as was I, as well as a select few others. A pair of the Act guards had carried her, chaise and all, in from her howdah. She lay back with one slim arm across her eyes. She was having another of her headaches, and the light from the fire of Tyrone, the local wood that burns white-hot, was causing her pain. I suspect she might have preferred to skip the whole business. Even so, when Car laid the still forms of Besh and Chalk face down on the mossy floor of the cave and tore open the backs of their tunics, Deppa stirred and sat forward. Though she continued to shade her eyes, firelight gave them glitters of silver and red. She watched raptly, her small white teeth fixed in her lower lip, worrying the corner of her mouth near the burn scar. Car simply squatted beside the two, humming tunelessly under his breath, while a Corin I did not recognize injected them with the antidote. Vastor's humming deepened and found a pulsing rhythm like the slow beat of a human heart. He extended his hands and closed his eyes and hummed, and I could feel motion in the Force, a swirl of power very unlike any I've felt from a Jedi healer, or anyone else for that matter. A streak of red painted itself along their spines, and a moment later this red suddenly blossomed into the glistening wetness of fresh blood oozing through their skin. And details, I suppose, are unnecessary. Suffice it to say that Car had somehow used the Force, used Pelicotin, to persuade the fever wasp larvae that they were in the wrong place to hatch. Using the same animal tropism that draws them from the site of the wasp sting to cluster along the victim's central nervous system, Car induced them to migrate, out of Besh and Chalk entirely. And such was his power that the entire wriggling mass of them, nearly a kilo all told, squirmed its way straight into the Tyrone blaze, where the larvae popped while they roasted with a stench like burning hair. In the midst of this extraordinary display, Deppa leaned close to me and whispered, "Don't you ever wonder if we might be wrong?" I didn't understand what she was talking about, and she waved her fine-boned hand vaguely toward Vastor. Such power, and such control, and never a day of training. Because what he does is natural as the jungle itself. We Jedi train our entire lives to control our natural emotions, to overcome our natural desires. We give up so much for our power. And what Jedi could have done this? I could not answer. Vastor has power on the scale of Master Yoda or young Anakin Skywalker, and I had no desire to debate with Depa on Jedi tradition and the necessary distinction between dark and light. So I tried to change the subject. I told her that Nick had shared with me the truth of the faked massacre and her message on the data wafer, and I reminded her that she had yesterday alluded to having some plan for me, something she wanted to teach me or to show me. So I asked her. I asked what she had hoped to accomplish by drawing me here. I asked what are her victory conditions. She said that she wanted to tell me something. That's all. It was a message she could have sent on a subspace squawk, a line or two, no more. But I had to be in the war, see the war, eat and drink, breathe and smell the war, or I wouldn't have believed it. She told me, "The Jedi will lose." There in the cave, as fever wasp larvae snapped and crackled in the Tyrune flames, I countered with numbers. There are still 10 times as many loyalist systems as separatist. The Republic has a titanic manufacturing base and huge advantages in resources. The beginnings of a whole list of reasons the Republic will inevitably win. "Oh, I know," was her response. "The Republic may very well win, but the Jedi will lose." I said I did not understand, but I now believe that is not true. The truth, I think, is what the Force said to me in the image of Depa back at the outpost, that I already understand all there is to understand. I just don't want to believe it. She said that I had foreshadowed the defeat of the Jedi myself. "The reason you freed the Bala Wai, Mace," she said, "is the same reason that the Jedi will be destroyed." "War is a horror," she said. Her words. "A horror. But what you don't understand is that it must be a horror. That's how wars are won, by inflicting such terrible suffering upon the enemy that they can no longer bear to fight. You cannot treat war like law enforcement, Mace. You can't fight to protect the innocent, because no one is innocent." She said something similar to what Nick had said about the jungle prospectors, that there are no civilians. The innocent civilians of the Confederacy are the ones who make it possible for their leaders to wage war on us. They build the ships, they grow the food, mine the metals, purify the water, and only they can stop the war. Only their suffering will bring it to a close. "But you can't expect Jedi to stand by while ordinary people are hurt and killed," I began. "Exactly. That is why we cannot win. To win this war, we must no longer be Jedi." She speaks of this in the future tense, though I suspect that in her heart, in her conscience, the Jedi are dead already. Like dropping a bomb into the arena on Geonosis. We can save the Republic, Mace. We can. But the cost will be our principles. In the end, isn't that what Jedi are for? We sacrifice everything for the Republic. Our families, our homeworlds, our wealth, even our lives. Now the Republic needs us to sacrifice our consciences as well. Can we refuse? Are Jedi traditions more important than the lives of billions? She told me how she and Kar Vastor had managed to drive the Separatists off this world. The CIS had been using the Pelikba spaceport as a base for the repair, refit, and resupply of the droid starfighters they used to picket the Alhar system. These operations required large numbers of civilian employees. Her strategy was simple. She proved to these civilian employees that the Separatist military and the Bala Wai militia together were powerless to protect them. There was no pitched battle, nothing heroic or colorful, just an unending series of gruesome killings, one or two at a time. At first, the Separatists had flooded Pelikba with their forces, but battle droids are as vulnerable to the metal-eating fungi as our simple blasters, and soldiers of flesh and blood die just as easily as civilians. The essence of guerrilla warfare, the real target, is not the enemy's emplacements or even their lives. The target is the enemy's will to fight. Wars are won not by killing enemies, but by terrorizing them until they give up and go home. "That's why I brought you to Harun Kal," she said. "I wanted to show you what winning soldiers will look like." She pointed past the fire. "That is the Jedi of the future, Mace. Right there." She was pointing at Kar Vastor, which is why at this black hour, long after midnight and long before dawn, as the glowvines weaken and predators go quiet, when only sleep has meaning, I lie upon my bedroll and stare at the black leaves above and think of tomorrow. Tomorrow we leave this place, back to worlds where showers are just clean water instead of proby mist. Back to worlds where we sleep indoors, on bedrolls, with clean bleached fiber sheets. Back to worlds that still lie, however temporarily, within the galaxy of peace. 14. Final entry. The air above the Lorshan Pass was so clear that the sky-colored peak Mace could barely discern in the distant south might have been Grandfather's shoulder itself. There was a pall of brown haze down in that direction that he suspected was the smog over Palik Ba. In the nearer distance, tiny silver flecks of gunships patrolled the jungle canopy below the pass. A lot of gunships. Mace had counted at least 6 flights, possibly as many as 10, weaving among the hills. The occasional silent flash of cannon fire or curling black smoke from flame projectors he actually found comforting. It meant the militia thought the guerrillas were still down among the trees. He sat cross-legged on the shadowed dirt of the cave-mouth's floor, his data pad slung on his shoulder. Only 2 meters away, brilliant late-afternoon sunlight slanted across the cliffside meadow. A grassy sward, relatively flat for a few tens of meters before it curled over the lip of the cliff and dropped half a click to the pass below. Easily large enough for Republic Sinar Systems' Jadthu-class lander. Mace determinedly avoided staring up into the sky. It would get there when it got there. Only minutes to go now. He found himself tallying the list of injuries Harun Kal had inflicted upon him, from the stun blast bruises, through flame burns, cracked ribs, a concussion, and a human bite wound, not to mention innumerable insect bites and stings, some kind of rash on his right thigh, and blistering around his toes that was probably a persistent fungal infection. And those were only the physical injuries. They would heal. The non-physical injuries, to his confidence, his principles, his moral certainties, to his heart. Those couldn't be treated with spray bandages and a back-to-patch. Behind him, Nick's pacing had scuffed a path through the thin layer of dirt to the stone of the cave floor. He picked up his rifle from where it leaned against the wall, checked the action for the 12th time, and set it back down again. He did the same with the slug pistol holstered at his thigh, then looked around for something else to do. Not finding anything, he went back to pacing. How much longer? Not long. That's what you said the last 3 times I asked. I suppose it depends on what you mean by long. You sure she's coming? Yes, Mace lied. What if they get here before she does? I mean, we're not going to have time to lag around waiting for her, not with gunships and who knows what all tracking the lander through the atmosphere, if she's not here. We'll worry about that if it happens. Yeah. Nick started pacing from the back to the front of the cave instead of side to side. Yeah. Nick? Yeah? Settle down. The young Corran stopped, winced an apology at Mace, adjusted his tunic, and ran his thumbs around the drawstring waistband of his pants as though they were chafing him. I don't like waiting. I've noticed. Nick squatted alongside the Jedi Master and nodded at the data pad. Got any games on that thing? I'd even played the Jarek. And I hate the Jarek. Mace shook his head. It's my journal. I've seen you talking into it. Like a diary? Something like that. It's a personal log of my experiences on Harun Kal for the Temple Archives. Wow, am I in there? Yes, and Chalk and Besh and Lesh, Depa and Karv Astor, and the children from the outpost. Wow, Nick repeated. I mean, wow, that's really cool. Do all Jedi do that? Mace stared out over the rugged terrain below the pass. I don't think Depa has. He sighed and once more stopped himself from checking the sky. Why do you ask? It's just, well, it's weird, you know? Thinking about it. I'm going to be in the Jedi Archives. Yes. 25,000 years of records. It's like I'll be part of the history of the whole galaxy. You would be, regardless. Oh, yeah, sure, I know. Everybody is. But not everybody's in the Jedi Archives, are they? I mean, my name will be there forever. It's like being immortal. Mace thought of Lesh and of Florimir Latank, of Terrell and Rankin, of corpses burned to namelessness, left on the ground at the outpost. It is, he said slowly, as close to immortality as any of us will ever come. Could I listen to some? Nick tried an encouraging nod. Not like I'm nosy or anything, but it'd pass the time. Are you certain you want to know what I think of you? Sure, Why? Is it bad? He asked with an anticipatory wince. It's really bad, isn't it? I am teasing you, Nick. I can't play it for you. It's encrypted, and only the archive masters at the temple have the code key. What, you can't even listen to it yourself? Mace hefted the data pad in his hand. It seemed such a small, insubstantial thing to carry so much doubt and pain. Not only does encryption keep its contents secure, it protects me from the temptation to go back and edit entries to make myself look better. You'd do that? The opportunity has not presented itself. If I had the chance, I can't really say. I hope that I would resist. But Jedi or not, I am still human. He shrugged. I should make my last entry preparatory to my formal report to the Council on our return to Coruscant. Can I listen? I suppose you can. I have nothing to say that you don't already know. From the private journals of Mace Windu, final Harun Kal entry. Major Rastu and I wait in a cave at the Corran base in the Lorshan Pass. Depa, male voice identified as Nick Rastu, Major, Brevet, GAR. Hey, is that on? So they can, hear me? Yes, it's... Rastu, wow, so some weird alien Jedi 1,000 years from now can pull this out, and it'll be like I'm saying hi to him from 1,000 years ago, huh? Hi, you creepy Jedi monkey hunker, whoever you... Major. Rastu, yeah, I know. Shut up, Nick. Sound of a heavy sigh. Depa is to meet us here. She has some stratagem to get Karv Astor and his Ak guards far enough away for us all to make a clean extraction. She did not offer details, and I did not ask. I was afraid to hear what she might have told me. The signal was sent early this morning, using the same technique her sporadic reports had. Instead of a straight subspace transmission, which would be intercepted by the militia's satellites and allow them to pinpoint our location, she broadcast the coded extraction call on a normal comm channel using a tight beam that they bounced to the HoloNet satellite off one of the mountains within our line of sight. The comm signal also contains a Jedi priority override code that hijacks part of the local HoloNet capacity and uses that to send the actual extraction code to the Halleck. It is very safe, though there is always data loss from beam scatter. I heard the acknowledgement myself in the base's comm station. The Halleck is on its way. We arrived at this base about a standard hour after sunrise. The Halleck is probably in system by now. The base itself is not what I was expecting. It's less a military base than an underground refugee camp. The complex is enormous, a randomly dug hive that honeycombs the whole north wall of the pass. A number of access tunnels extend well down slope to concealed caves deep in the jungle. Some of the caverns are natural, volcanic bubbles and water channels eroded by drainage from the snow-capped peaks above. The inhabited caverns have been artificially enlarged and smoothed. Though there is no mining industry on Haroon Kal, and thus no excavation equipment to be had, a vibro axe cuts stone almost as easily as wood. Many of the smaller chambers have pallet beds, tables, and benches of stone cut and dressed by such blades, which would make it relatively comfortable were it not so crowded. Thousands of Karunai cram these caverns and tunnels and caves, and more trickle in every day. These are the non-combatants, the spouses and the parents, the sick and the wounded, and the children. The global lack of mining equipment means that ventilation is necessarily rudimentary, and sanitation virtually non-existent. Pneumonia is rampant. Antibiotics are the first thing to run out in the captured medpacks, and there is nowhere in the caverns one can go and not hear people wheezing as they struggle to pull their next breath into wet, clogged lungs. Dysentery claims lives among the elderly and the wounded, and with sanitation basically at the level of buckets, it will only get worse. The largest caverns have been given over to the grassers. All the arriving Karunai bring whatever grassers survive the trip. Even in wartime, the fourth pillar holds them in its grip. These grassers spend their days crowded together with no food and little room to move. They are all sickly and restive. There have been fights between members of different herds, and I am told several die each day. Victims of wounds from fighting or infectious disease from the close quarters. Some, it seems, simply surrender their will to live. They lie down and refuse to get up and eventually starve. The Karunai tend them as best they can. Improvised fences of piled cut rock separate the various herds, and they are driven out the access tunnels in turns to forage in the jungles below the pass, under the watchful eyes of herding axe. But even this half measure is becoming problematic as more and more grassers arrive. The Karunai must take their herds farther and farther afield to avoid thinning the jungles so much that it might reveal the base's location. I do understand now why Depa doesn't want to leave. We rode her Angkoks right up one of the concealed tunnels. When we left the gloom of the jungle for the deeper darkness underground, Depa pulled back the curtains of her howdah and moved forward to the chair mounted on the beast's crown armor, and she seemed to inhale serenity with the thick, stinking air. Everyone we passed, everyone we saw. There was no cheering or even shouts. The welcome she got was more profound than anything that can be expressed by voice. A woman, huddled against a sweating stone wall, caught sight of Depa and pushed herself forward, and her face might have been a flower opening toward the sun. Depa's mere presence brought light to her eyes and strength to her legs. The woman struggled to rise, pulling herself up the tunnel wall, then leaning upon it for support. And she stretched a hand toward us, and when Depa gave her a nod of acknowledgement, the woman's hand closed to catch Depa's gaze from the air. She pressed that closed hand to her breast as though that one simple glance was precious, sacred, as though it was exactly the one thing she needed to keep on living. And that's what our welcome here was. That woman multiplied by thousands. The warriors and the wounded, the aged, the sick and the infirm, the children. Depa is more than a Jedi to them. Not a goddess, Force users themselves. They are not easily impressed by Jedi powers. She is, I think, a totem. She is to them what a Jedi should be to everyone, but writ so large upon their hearts that it has become a form of madness. She is their hope. Rastu. It's true, you know. Nick. Rastu. You think things are bad here? Okay, sure. They're bad. Not just here. The whole Highland. Bad enough. But you got no idea what it was before Depa. You know, we're not the bad guys here. No one has suggested that you are, nor are you the good guys. I haven't seen any good guys. Rastu. So far, I've seen one. No, two. You have? Rastu. All that good guy, bad guy stuff goes out the airlock pretty fast, doesn't it? I mean, you know why Pelek Ba withdrew from the Republic? It's got nothing to do with corruption in the Senate and all that political Tusker poop either. The Balawai joined the Confederacy because the Seppies promised to respect their sovereignty. Get it? Planetary rights. And the only planetary right the Balawai care about is the right to kill us all. The Seppies park their droid starfighters and support staff at the spaceport, and all of a sudden the militia has an unlimited supply of gunships. And the Balawai have made it illegal for a Koran to be outside the city limits of Pelek Ba. And pretty soon they start rounding up Karunai from inside the city too. Not everybody, you understand. Just the criminals. The beggars and the street kids. And troublemakers. For the record, a troublemaker is any Koran who says word one about the way we're treated. They had a camp for us. I was there. That's where Depa found us. You think things are ugly here? You should see what she saved us from. So maybe we went from living there to dying here. So? You think there's a difference? You think that was better? You go live in a cage if you want. Me? I'll die a free man. That's what Depa is to us. That's who you're taking away. She would be leaving you soon, regardless. Rastu, says you. She is dying, Nick. The war is killing her. This planet is killing her. The Karunai are killing her. Rastu, nobody here would ever hurt her. Not on purpose. But she is drowning in your anger, Nick. Rastu, hey, I'm just mildly cranky. Not you personally. All of you. This whole place. The unending violence. Without hope or remedy. A Jedi's connection to the Force amplifies everything about us. It invests our smallest actions with the greatest conceivable weight. It makes us more of whatever we already are. If we are calm, it gives us serenity. If we are angry, it fills us with the rage of a god. Anger is a trap. You might think of it as a narcotic, not unlike glitter stim. Even the slightest taste can leave you with an appetite that never fades. That is why we Jedi must strive always to build peace within ourselves. What is within will be reflected by what is without. The Force is one. We are part of the Force. It will always be, at least partially, whatever we are. Just as it is too late for Kar Vastor to become a Jedi, it is too late for Depa to become a Lor Pelek. She is willing to give her life to help your people. Are you willing to take it? Rastu. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm on your side, remember? So, the Halleck must be in system by now. We should be seeing a lander's vapor trail any minute. And Depa is headed up to meet us. Rastu, she is? What, you can feel her? Not directly, but, characteristically, part of her plan to keep Kar and his Act guards out of our way included retrieving my lightsaber. In details like this, these little considerations, her automatic kindness, I find my hope that she is not wholly lost. Though I can rebuild my blade, There was a sadness, melancholy resignation. That is the best I can describe her expression when she promised my lightsaber's return. Though the weapon is itself no great thing, she seemed near tears. "I could not bear for your journey here to cost you anything more than it already has," she told me this morning, as I left her to come up here to wait. I can feel clearly the approach of my lightsaber, and now I feel hers as well, winding toward us through the natural fissures in the rock that make a passageway from this cave to the interior caverns. It is odd, in an apprehensive, premonition of dreadful tragedy sort of way, that I can feel Deppa, the Deppa I know, only in her weapon. Rastu. Does that pre-whatever of dreadful tragedy by any chance translate into basic as, "I have a bad feeling about this"? Because, now that you mention it, I feel it too, but I have had only bad feelings ever since I came to this planet. Rastu, I've been wondering. We've been up here a long time. Have you started to wonder if Deppa didn't send us up here so she could get Car out of the way? If she sent us up here to get us out of the way? This has occurred to me. I have refused to allow myself to consider it. Deppa is not like that. She is not given to trickery, much less betrayal. She has said she will join us here. That means she will join us. Here. She's only steps away. Rastu. Or maybe, not. You. Rastu, that's far enough. Stop. I mean it. The final sound on Master Windu's Harun Kal journal is a non-verbal vocalization similar to a large predator's warning growl. End journal. 15. The Trap. Nick stood in a classic shooter's stance, slug pistol in his right hand, left shoulder forward, right arm straight across his body, left hand cupping his right and the pistol's butt. His target was a needle-pointed grin just visible within the fissure at the back of the cave. Mace came to his feet smoothly but deliberately, without any sudden motion. "Don't do it, Nick." "I'd rather not," Nick admitted, "but I will if I have to." "I've seen him block blaster bolts. He can do the same with bullets. You won't have a chance. Says you." Nick's voice was uncharacteristically calm and flat, and his hands were as steady as a mountain around them. "You haven't seen me shoot." "This is the wrong time to show me." Mace put one hand on Nick's arm and let its tired weight pull the pistol down. "Come on out, Car." The darkness in the fissure gathered itself into the shape of the Lord Pelek. His vibro shields were pushed back onto his upper arms. In his hands he held two lightsabers. Mace sagged as all hope and faith drained out of him. Only exhaustion remained. He had been trying so hard for so long to believe in her and in himself and in the Force. He had made himself believe. He had ruthlessly disciplined his mind against any dread of failure. After all, this was Deppa, his Padawan, almost his child. He had known her all her life. All but her first few months and her last few months. Vastor walked past Nick without a sideways glance, holding the lightsabers on his open palms. A peace offering. "She asked me to." "I know," Mace murmured. "She said she did not want you to lose anything more by coming here than you already have." "I haven't." And it was true. He had lost nothing real, not on Harun Kal. He had lost her before he'd ever set foot on the shuttle's landing ramp. He had lost her before the massacre and the message on the wafer. He had lost her before he even sent her here. Deppa Billaba was another casualty of his failure at Geonosis. She was just taking longer to die. All he had lost on Harun Kal was an illusion, a dream, a hope so sacred that he had not dared to admit it even to himself. A fantasy that someday the galaxy would again be at peace, that everything would go back to normal. "Do you need to sit down, Dorshalo?" Vastor's purr was guardedly concerned. You look unwell." "So this is the kiss-off, huh?" Nick had his gun back in its holster, but he looked like he was shooting at Vastor inside his head. "Pretty scummy trick, if you ask me. Tell your boy to mind his tongue when he speaks of Deppa." Mace only shook his head silently. He was out of words. "I mean, that's low, and I know something about low, if you know what I mean. The kiss-off's bad enough, but to send her lightsaber along so you'd think it was her?" "That's not why she sent it," Mace said softly. "Car's giving them both to me." Vastor's growl was absolute as a vine cat's stare, pitiless but somehow not unsympathetic. "She said you would understand." Mace nodded distantly. "She has no use for it anymore." Nick frowned at him. "She doesn't?" "It is the weapon of a Jedi." "Oh, yes." Mace lowered his head. "She's trying to tell you—" "Yes." End of Side 7. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 8, Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel. Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Continuing on page 279. Mace closed his eyes. He could no longer bear to look at this place. "It's killing her," he said faintly. "Being here, doing these things. If she stays, she will die. Everyone dies, Doshalo, but Harun Kal is her problem. This is her place. She knows it now. She belongs here. The jungle isn't killing her. You are." Mace opened his eyes to meet the Lord Palak's concentrated stare. "She never stops thinking of you," Vastor rumbled. "What is killing her is imagining what you must think of her. What she knows you think of what she has done and will do. She measures herself by your standards. That your standards are fatally wrong doesn't make her failure to live up to them any less painful. You are her sire, Mace Windu. Do you not understand how much she loves you?" Yes. He wished she could understand how much he loved her. But if she did, would she have done anything differently? Or would she only be in even greater pain? "Yes, I do. This is why she sent me to deliver these weapons and her goodbyes. She could not face you." Mace breathed a heavy sigh, then straightened his shoulders. "She," he said slowly, sadly, reluctantly, "will have to get over that. Eh? I'm sorry this is painful for her. It's not fun for me either. The closest thing to fun I've had on this planet was being beaten into unconsciousness," he said. "I told her I would not leave this world without her, and I won't. Nothing has changed." "You think not? Step out here, Doshalo." The Lord Palak walked out of the cave's shadow into the brilliant red-smeared afternoon on the cliffside meadow. "This is not the only cave on this mountain." Mace followed him, and Carr waved a lightsaber at the vast mountainside, pocked with shadows. "In one of them waits one of my men. Over the past months, we have captured some heavy infantry weapons from the Balawai. One of those weapons is a shoulder-fired proton torpedo launcher." "Threats will not move me, Carr. I have told her that I will die here rather than leave her behind." "You misunderstand. The torpedo is not for you. If I want you dead, I can kill you myself." "That," said Mace Windu, "remains to be seen. Soon the lander will arrive to take you away from here. If you do not leave on it, my man will destroy it. Your pilots and gunners and soldiers, and whoever else who has come to bring you away, they will all die." Now Mace did, finally, look into the sky. Limitless turquoise, the only clouds to be seen were vapor trails along the horizon. "You see, you are not the only one here who can take hostages." "Do you know," Mace said wonderingly, "that I am almost grateful to you for this. I understand. It makes what you must do much easier. Yes, exactly. You have made my choice for me. What's wrong? Nick asked from the shadows. What's he saying to you? We're still leaving, aren't we? A great deal is wrong, Mace replied. He has said nothing of consequence, and no, we are not leaving, not without Deppa. Vastor's head drew down, and his eyes flickered danger. I do not make idle threats. That you are here means I did not know Deppa as well as I thought I did. That the two of you would expect me to bow to this threat means that she knows me even less. The lander will be destroyed. It will be as though you have killed them yourself. There is no as though. Mace turned and lifted his head to look Carvastor in the eye. What it will be is you, Carvastor, taking up arms against the Republic. The Republic has nothing to do with this. This is personal. You cannot pretend. I placed Deppa under formal arrest 3 days ago. She gave me her parole. That is to say, her word of honor as a Jedi that she would not attempt to escape or otherwise avoid returning to answer for her actions before the Jedi Council. She has violated her word and her honor. I must now take her into custody, and you as well. Me, you are mad. Carvastor, Mace said flatly, you are charged with the murder of Terrell Nake. General, sir? You sure you know what you're doing? Vastor stared in blank disbelief. Your men will die. They are soldiers, and this is a war. They understand the risks they face. Mace said, Do you? What risks? When your man fires upon the lander, you will have committed treason. Implicated in your crime, Deppa will face the same charge. You are placing her in capital jeopardy. That is, she will be executed along with you. Vastor's growl did not now carry words, only contempt and anger. Perhaps you should order your man to stand down, while you still can. Deppa is right. Jedi are insane. Ever since I came to this planet, people have been telling me how crazy I am. They've told me this so many times that I had started to wonder if it might be true. Now, though, I understand. You don't say this because it's true, not even because you think it's true. You say it because you hope it's true. Because if I am insane, you aren't really the revolting, slime-hearted vermin that down deep you know you are. But Vastor no longer seemed to be listening. He had folded his massive arms so that the lightsabers in his hands disappeared behind his ultra-chrome-shielded biceps. He paced meditatively away from Mace, strolling toward the meadow's cliff lip, and stared out over the vast roll of jungle below. The vista was alive with gunmetal specks and distant flashes of cannon fire. Many gunships patrol today, he hummed, more than I have ever seen. Mace, Nick hissed from the cave behind. You know that bad feeling I was talking about? It's getting worse. Yes. Maybe you better get back in here where it's safe. Nowhere is safe, Mace said, and walked out to join Vastor at the edge of the cliff. I have tried, Vastor purred when Mace reached his side. I have done all that can be asked of me. Not even Deppa can say I did not try to spare your life. But you will not be reasonable. It is not in my nature. It is as you said earlier. You have made my choice for me. There is only one way to protect her from you. That is true. Mace reached down inside himself until he found the calm center within his exhaustion and his pain. He breathed himself into that center until he was fully within it, and all pain and fatigue and doubt were left behind outside. Do we fight now? We must. It is bitter that we last men of Gosh Windu must be enemies. I wish this could have turned out differently, but I did not expect it would. Deppa has told me that you do not lose well. I haven't had much practice. Vastor bent his head in a regretful nod of respect. Goodbye, Mace, Jedi of the Windu. a tiny surge of the Force, just a twitch, a shrug, the slightest nudge, not even directed at Mace, sent off somewhere into the trees below the pass. A signal. The scene, frozen in time, locked in the amber of Mace's Force sense. Vastor standing with arms folded, not the slightest hint of threat, his shields pushed high on his arms, those arms still crossed to bury the lightsabers that he held under his massive biceps. Mace beside him, exposed on the lip of the cliff, unarmed. Gunships rippling the jungle canopy far below in shock wakes, silent with distance. Nick behind to the cave, rifle leaning against the rock, one hand yanking the butt of his holstered pistol in a draw that to ordinary eyes would be blinding. And a man hidden in the shadows of a jungle a kilometer away, smoothly squeezing the trigger of a high-powered sniper's blaster rifle to send one single packet of murderous scarlet energy clawing up toward the meadow from the jungle below, centered on Mace Windu's heart. All this Mace kenned in a single instant, effortlessly, and the Shatterpoint he found and struck by instinct was Vastor's balance at the lip of the cliff. Calmly, without any particular haste, Mace put his hand on Vastor's shoulder and gave the Lord Palak a shove. Over the edge. Vastor's eyes bulged astonishment as he toppled forward and his arms uncrossed to windmill for his balance. His teetering swung his head just far enough in the right direction that the bullet from Nick's slug pistol scorched Vastor's temple instead of blowing his brains out through his eyes. As his arms whirled, his grip on the lightsabers loosened. Mace reached into the Force, snatching them both, triggering them to flaring life, and bringing them to his hands with an easy 6 or 7 milliseconds to spare before he needed them to splatter aside the bolt from the jungle below. Vastor's vine-cat reflexes whirled him in the air and latched his hands onto the rock face a meter below the lip of the cliff. His confederate in the jungle poured fire up at Mace to drive him back, while Nick ran out of the cave behind him, shouting, "Did I get him? Is he dead? Is he dead?" Until Vastor threw himself back up into the meadow, bringing his vibro shields into fighting position with a surge of the Force. Nick fired as fast as his finger could jerk the pistol's trigger, and bullets clanged off Vastor's flashing shields. And Mace just stood there, staring into his blade. In the Force, the world had turned to crystal. The purple flame of his blade splintered flaws throughout the planet. Stress fractures spidered from his blade to Vastor, to Nick, into the mountain behind, into the pass below, and to space above, racing in outrippling waves that joined him with what was, but also with what had been and what would be. Triggering his blade here, now. It was a Shatterpoint of the summertime war. His consciousness splintered along with the world, flashing instantly along the fault lines and vectors of effect. For a single instant, he was in direct and intimate contact with many different times and places. He saw it all. As though from some impossible distance, he saw the Balawai prisoners kneeling on the promontory, and how gunships had arrived almost before he'd even lit the wood he'd piled up to make a signal fire. He saw the gunships arrive at the outpost only minutes after he had ignited this weapon to defend the children in the bunker from the hasty fire of their own people's weapons. He saw Vastor below the outpost's ruins and heard again his growled meaning. "My men say you drove them off single-handed, though they did not seem to be damaged. Perhaps you have taught Balawai to fear the Jedi blade." But they did not fear it, he knew. He saw the gunships at the Notch Pass, flying away only seconds after he first flashed his blades. They had been ordered to withdraw, because he'd been alone, because if he was killed before he reached Depa and her guerrillas, it wouldn't solve the militia's Jedi problem. He saw himself in the Pelek Ba alley, staring in disbelief at his depowered lightsaber. He saw the hours he'd spent in the binder chair in that dirty room in the Ministry of Justice, waiting. That long wait hadn't been an interrogation technique. Gepton had never intended to interrogate him in the first place. Following that stress fault back in time, he saw a shielded room in the Ministry of Justice, where technicians made cut after cut with his lightsaber, where they had shot the blade with blaster bolts and bullets, and used it to cut thistle, and lamas, and portok leaves, duracrete, transparasteel, so that they could measure and record the emission signature of this blade, so that their satellites would recognize it whenever it was used, no matter what it might be used for. That's why his blade had been out of charge. Gepton had probably had no idea about that upcountry team. He'd wanted Mace to get out of Pelek Ba, wanted him to make contact with Depa and the ULF, wanted to find where all the missing Karunai had been hiding. Now in the meadow, other stress faults connected his mind to dozens of gunships that converged on the Lorshan Pass. Gunships packed with eager troops, trailing billows of hate and fear and fierce anticipation like the ash plume from an erupting volcano. One fracture terminated at an orbiting satellite that whizzed across the face of the planet at almost 28,000 kilometers per hour. And through the fracture, he could feel a silicon brain make an electronic connection. He could feel the execution of a simple command program, and he could feel automated clamps releasing huge durasteel bars layered in ablative shielding. And he could feel primitive guidance jets driving them into the atmosphere at an angle too steep for any spacecraft to survive. But these were not spacecraft, and they were not intended to survive. Vastor was still in the air, and Nick was still twisting to track him with his blazing pistol when Mace Windu whipped his arms straight and shouted, "Stop!" The force blasts that accompanied the Jedi Master's command clubbed Nick to the ground and sent Vastor spinning against the mountain's face above the cave. "What are you doing?" Nick rolled to his feet and snapped the pistol back into line. "He just tried to frag you. Kill him." Vastor crouched above, clinging to the rock like a crate dragon. "No more talking. It is time to fight." "Yes," Mace Windu said, "but not each other. Look around you." He swung his arm toward the jungle below the pass. All the patrolling gunships, the dozens that had leisurely crisscrossed the jungle all these past days, now traced converging streaks that would intersect at the Lorshan Pass. Nick swore, and Vastor's growl lost meaning. "And there," Mace said, pointing to what seemed to be a slowly developing dark cloud high above the mountains, but was in fact the smoke from ablative shielding burning off in the atmosphere. The center of the cloud grew red, then orange, then pale as a blue-white star, ion thrusters kicking in. Nick frowned. "That can't be the lander. The angle's all wrong, and it's coming in way too fast." "It isn't," Mace said. "I should say, they aren't." "I'm not going to like this, am I?" Nick passed a hand over his eyes. "Oh, nuts. Oh, nuts, nuts, nuts. You're about to tell me those are Dokars." "At least 5. More to follow." "You!" Vastor's explosive roar seemed to yank him off the rock face and carry him raging to the meadow. He shook a sizzling shield at Mace. "This is your fault. You have brought them here." "There will be time later to argue blame." Mace let the lightsaber's blades shrink to non-existence. "There's something we need to do right now." "What's that?" The Jedi Master looked from the Lor Pelek to the young Corran officer, then into a sky at the durasteel missiles streaking through the atmosphere. At 30,000 kilometers per hour and accelerating. Mace Windu said, "Run." They ran. Part 3. Shatterpoint. 16. Shockwaves. A fully assembled deorbiting kinetic anti-emplacement weapon, Dokar, hardened durasteel spear, ablative shielding, miniature ion drive, and tiny attitude thrusters, massed slightly more than 200 kilograms. By the time the spear impacted a target at ground level, The shielding the drive and the attitude thrusters, as well as a fair bit of the hardened durasteel itself, would have all burned away. The final warhead massed in the general neighborhood of 100 kilograms, slightly more or less depending on angle of entry, atmospheric density, and other minor concerns. These concerns were minor because the Dokah was not, in itself, a particularly sensitive or sophisticated weapon. Its virtues lay more in the realm of being inexpensive to produce and simple to operate, which is why it was found mostly in more primitive backworld areas of the galaxy. It was vulnerable to counterfire from turbolaser batteries, for example. It was also largely useless against a target capable of even rudimentary evasive action. And once its attitude thrusters had burned away, mere atmospheric disturbances would be sufficient to push it off course, making it less than ideally accurate against stationary targets smaller than a medium-sized town. Because after all, it was basically just a 100-kilo hunk of durasteel. Ideal accuracy, though, was also a minor concern, because at the point of impact, this 100-kilo spear of hardened durasteel was traveling at well over 10 kilometers per second. In a word, wham! Mace, Nick, and Carr had reached the widening throat of the first of the major caverns when the floor dropped out from under them for one astonishing second, then jumped back up and smacked them tumbling through the air toward the jagged rock roof overhead. The blast transcended sound. Mace controlled his spin instinctively so that he could absorb the impact against the roof with bent legs. His force hold caught Nick a meter short of severe head trauma. Then, as they both fell back toward the floor, the pressure wave of superheated air that shrieked in through the fissure from the meadow cave sent them skidding and bouncing and rolling over the rough-cut floor in a hailstorm of rock shards and burning dirt. Mace kept his force hold on Nick. As they skidded to a stop in the nightmare of dust and smoke, and screaming, he set Nick on his feet and crouched beside him. "Stay up," he shouted. "Stay low, but get off the floor." He huddled there, hands jammed against his ears, bounced by another blast, lesser, and another lesser still, the natural inaccuracy of the Dokahs causing some scatter. A final convulsion of the mountain cracked the roof of the cavern and rained boulders at random. Some screams were crushed to gurgles, others scaled up to shrieks of agony. 2 seconds passed. 2 more, and Mace sprang to his feet. Light from glow globes made luminous spheres that could not overlap through the thick swirl of dust and smoke that stung tears into his eyes. One incautious breath sent him into a paroxysm of coughing. He yanked Nick to his side. The young Corrin had an arm over his streaming eyes, and he was hacking into his other hand, and Mace grabbed the hem of his homespun tunic with both hands. "Hey, hackhead! Hey, what are you—" "We need your shirt." With one twist, he ripped the tunic in half up the back. Another twist continued the rip from collar to waist in front. He left half in Nick's hands while he tied his own half over his face in a sort of hood. The cloth was coarse enough to see through, and it cut the dust and smoke from intolerable down to merely hellish. While Nick imitated him, Mace picked his way around the rubbish and over dead and wounded Karunai toward a gleam of ultra-chrome under a huge slab of stone. He dropped to his heels beside it and gestured, clearing smaller rocks away from the Lorpelek. "Carr, can you hear me?" Even hoarse with dust and pain, Vastor's growl had a sardonic edge. "Better stand back. When you're around, big hard things seem to fall on my head." Mace breathed himself into his center and found the slab's Shatterpoint. "Don't move." His blade flared, bit in, and the slab cracked in two over Vastor's back. A shrug of Vastor's huge shoulders shifted the two pieces enough that he could push himself up to his knees between them. He was caked with dust, and blood trickled from an ugly gash over one ear. "You could have killed me. You should have." "You're no good to me dead," Mace said. "Is there a hard point in this base? A hardened bunker, preferably airtight?" "The heavy weapon lockup. It can be sealed. All right, get all the non-ambulatory sick and wounded in there and seal it up. When the militia comes, they'll start with gas." Vastor and Nick exchanged grim looks. Mace glanced over his shoulder. "Nick, you're with me. Let's go." "We'll never hold them, not for a day, not an hour." "We don't have to hold them ourselves. I have a medium cruiser in system that's carrying a regiment of the finest soldiers this galaxy has ever seen." Mace put one hand on Vastor's shoulder and the other on Nick's, and there was a strange shine to his dark eyes. "We aren't going to hold them. We aren't even going to fight them. With the Halleck for air cover and the troopers holding the ground, those 20 landers can evacuate this entire place within hours." "Grassers and all?" Mace nodded. "We just have to get them here." Dokaz pounded the mountain. Karunai ran and screamed and bled. Some tried to help the wounded, some died, some huddled shivering against the nearest wall. Mace kept moving. Nick trotted at his heels. Sometimes shock waves knocked them down. Sometimes the dust was so bad that Mace had to light their way with scatter from his and Deppa's blades. "Why do you need me? You were in the comm center this morning." Nick gasped through a mouthful of dust that his spit had turned to mud. "I'm good with a med pack. You go on. I can look after wounded." "That's why." Blade light picked up jagged gleams ahead. The corridor was blocked with a sloping wall of tumbled rock. "This is the only way I know to enter the comm center," Mace said. "I am hoping you know another." Nick muttered a curse under his breath as he leaned on the slope of boulders. "How deep is the rubble? Can you cut—" His eyes widened. "Hey, there are people in there, trapped. I can feel them. We've got to get them out." "I feel them too. The fall's not stable," Mace said. "Shifting and cutting will take more time than we have. The first mistake would bring tons of stone down on their heads. We need another way to the comm center." "But we can't just leave them in there." "Nick, try to focus. Will they be safer out here?" Nick frowned. "Well, listen to me. There will be cave-ins throughout these caverns. We can dig survivors out later. We have to make sure enough people live through this to do the digging. Yes?" Nick nodded reluctantly. "Then let's go." The comm center was just a small natural cave with rude plank tables, a few homemade chairs, and some equipment. "Probably not much left of the relay antennas," Nick muttered as they trotted toward it. "It's a little late to worry about concealing our position," Mace reminded him, "and subspace won't have any trouble going through rock." Nick squinted at the doorway, cursed, and broke into a sprint. "The surgical field's down." He darted inside. Mace went after him, but stopped in the doorway. The subspace comm unit lay on the floor among the splinters of the plank table. Its housing looked like someone had rolled it down a mountainside and dropped it off a cliff. The real space frequency units, less durable, were crushed. Nick was cursing continuously under his breath as he knelt over the two Corin comm techs who lay motionless on the floor as though they were simply taking a nap in the ruins of their post. Mace said, "Nick." "They're dead," the young Corin said thickly. "They're both dead. Not a mark on them, and—" "Nick, come out of there." Nick prodded one's head with his finger, which gave, deforming spongily, as though the man's skull were soft foam. "And they're squishy. We have to leave this place, now." "What could do that to a man?" "Concussion," Mace said. "Shock transmission. This room must be part of a solid structure that reaches to the surface." "You're saying—" Nick looked at the walls around him with widening eyes. "You're saying if another Dokah hits the same spot, while I'm still in here—" "I'm saying," Mace urgently extended a hand, "cover your ears and jump." Mace took his own advice, then drew on the force to suspend them both, and the air in the comm cave pounded them like they were caught in the palm of a giant's handclap. He let the shock send them whirling back along the passage, away from the comm center, then released his force hold and rolled to his feet. Nick was saying something as Mace pulled him upright, but Mace heard only a distant mutter over the high, singing whine in his ears. "You'll have to speak up." Nick cupped one hand to his ear. "What?" "Speak up." "What?" "You'll have to speak up." Mace sighed and shoved Nick stumbling along the corridor. He turned, reaching into the Force, as he extended a hand, and the subspace unit floated out the doorway, down the passage, and into his arms. He jogged after Nick while their stunned eardrums recovered. 3-minute scramble brought them to a nexus of intersecting passageways, some cut, some natural. "This will have to do." "Do for what? What's left?" Nick sagged against the wall, panting. "And what are you lugging that fraggin' thing around for?" Mace set the comm unit on the passage floor. He pulled off his improvised dust mask and frowned at the rear access panel. Fasteners unscrewed themselves and floated to a neat little pile in a dimple in the rock, joined shortly by the access panel itself. Mace examined the leads and contacts inside the unit for a moment, then nodded. He opened his hand, and his lightsaber jumped to it from its pocket inside his vest. A flick of the Force tripped the hand grip's secret interior latch. A curved section of the grip popped open, and Mace pulled out the power cell. Another flick of the Force bent a pair of lead panels inside the comm unit's guts. Mace wedged the power cell between them, and the unit's ready lights came on. "Hold this here," Mace said. Nick held the energy cell in place while Mace keyed the Halleck's emergency channel. "Halleck, this is General Windu. This is a priority clear call. Initiation code 0615. Acknowledge." The comm unit crackled to life in a burst of ECM static. A stolid voice came faintly through the buzz. "Response 19. Verification 77. Go, General? Captain Trent, I need your status. Regret to Cap, bridge crew, asleep wounded. This is Commander Erhal. Der heavy... Repeat, we are under heavy DSF attack." Nick frowned. "DSF?" "Droid starfighter." Mace keyed the transmitter. "Can you hold?" "Gativ. Too many. Sustained heavy. Shields and armor, but..." Through the bursts of static and washes of white hiss, the acting captain of the Halleck sketched their situation. An unknown number of Trade Federation droid starfighters had been lying in wait, deactivated and drifting outside the system's ecliptic plane amid cometary dust and debris of ancient asteroids. The commander guessed that it was something about the lander itself that had triggered them. They had attacked as soon as the extraction lander undocked and made for orbit. The lander had been lost with all hands, and the DSFs had quickly overwhelmed the Halleck's escort complement of 6 starfighters. They were pounding the cruiser with everything they had. The ship Mace had been looking to for rescue was already fighting for its life, and losing. Mace balanced on his heels, staring into the rock wall beside him. The granular surface gleamed with sweat condensed from his breath, and flecks of mineral sparkled within it, but Mace didn't see any of that. He wasn't looking at the stone. He was looking into the stone, through the stone, into the Force. "So that's it then, huh?" Nick's words came distantly to Mace's ears, hollow and faint, as though he spoke from the bottom of a well. "There's no way we can evacuate." "That's it, yes. No way." This was a reflexive echo. Mace was barely aware of what Nick had said, and not at all aware that he had answered. No way. His consciousness was elsewhere. "Have I mentioned how much I hate this place? Every time I come here, it's like being buried alive." Into the Force. Mace wasn't actually looking, not really. The sense he used was not sight. This sense invaded the Force, touching power and letting the power touch it, shading the power, then drawing on the shade it created to deepen its own shade, feeding upon the Force and feeding the Force in a regenerative spiral, gathering strength, spidering outward from this specific nowhere in particular right now, to the general all-wear of every time. From a crossroads inside a mountain that stood in a jungle the size of a continent, on a world that whirled through a galaxy that was rapidly becoming a jungle of its own. This sense brought to his perception the stress vectors of reality. It was more than the searching of a Shatterpoint. It was as though this single moment existed in a crystal shell, and if he could strike it in exactly the right way, the shell enclosing this one would shatter as well, and the shell enclosing that shell, and on, a single stroke whose shock waves would propagate outward to crash through the trap that held not only him and Nick, but Deppa and Kar and the Karunai, the world of Harun Kal, the Republic, perhaps the galaxy itself. More than a chain of Shatterpoints, it was a fountain of Shatterpoints, a cascade, an avalanche. If he could only find the spot to strike. Faintly, distantly, resonating from the here and now to Mace's everywhere at once. We're trapped in here. The whole fraggin' planetary militia is outside, and there's nobody who can get here to help us, and we're all gonna die. This is a stupid place to die. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Stupid, Mace echoed. Stupid? Yes. Stupid. Exactly. Are you even listening to me? You, Mace said, his gaze slowly returning from the stone depths he had been contemplating, are brilliant, not to mention lucky. Excuse me? Some years ago, the Jedi Order contemplated using droid starfighters for anti-pirate work, convoying freighters, that sort of thing. Do you know why we decided against it? Do I care? Because droids are stupid. Wow, that's a relief. I'd hate to be killed by a genius. Mace turned back to the comm unit and keyed the transmit once again. Commander, this is General Windu. All the troops, get them loaded onto the remaining landers, and get those landers on course for the original coordinates. All of them. The original coordinates. Do you copy? Yes, sir, but no match for DSF. Casualties? Lucky if half of them make atmosphere. That's not your problem. Once the landers are away, you will withdraw. Do you copy? This is a direct order. When the landers are away, the Halleck will jump for Republic space. Landers, only sublight. With no hyperdrive, how will you... Commander, is there so little for you to do right now that you can afford the time to argue with me? You have your orders. Windu out. He plucked the power cell out of the back of the comm unit and returned it to the hand grip of his lightsaber. Who's the best shooter you know? Nick shrugged. Me. Nick? What, should I lie? All right, second best. Who's still alive? Nick thought for a second or two. Chalk, maybe. She's pretty good, especially with the heavy stuff. Or she would be if she could, walk. She won't have to. Let's go. Nick stayed against the wall, shrugging hopelessly. Why bother? It's not like we can get anywhere, right? With the ship gone, there's nowhere to go. There is, and we will go there. Where? I'm not going to tell you. You're not? I have had enough, Mace said, of being told I'm insane. Nick rose warily, eyeing Mace as though the Jedi Master might be a wart in disguise. What are you talking about? You just said there's no way we can evacuate. We're not going to evacuate. We're going to attack. Nick gaped. Attack? He echoed numbly. Not just attack. We are going to beat them, said the Jedi Master, like a rented gong. 17. Seeker. The air in the weapons bunker was thick with the ozone tang of a surgical field and the rank pheromonal stink of human fear. The few heavy weapons that the guerrillas had cached were piled haphazardly outside the door to make room for the endless flood of stretchers carried by grim-faced Karunai, bearing the sick and the wounded. Mostly sick, mostly children, mostly silent and round-eyed. The bearers would stumble whenever another doka shook the mountain, and sometimes dumped those they carried. Many of the invalids bled from fresh scrapes. Nick threaded his way around them to look for Chalk. The Corin girl had not left Besh's side since they both awakened from thanatazine suspension. Mace had stopped outside the doorway. His defocused stare gathered the inventory of the weapons there and plugged them into his calculations. New data that made his image of the coming battle shift and flow and remold itself like a stream of hardening lava. A tripod-mounted EWHB-10 with an auxiliary fusion generator pack. 2 shoulder-fired torpedo launchers with 4 preloaded launch tubes apiece. A rack of 25 proton grenades still in its factory-sealed case. That was all he'd need. The rest of the weapons were not relevant. Nick came out the doorway, moving hesitantly, as though in pain. "They're not in there." "No." Nick shook his head toward one of the stretcher-bearers. "They told me there's not enough room for all the... So, Carr..." He swallowed, forcing distress off his face and out of his voice. "All we're putting in here is people who live." Mace nodded. "Where are the others?" "We call it the Dead Room. Follow me." The Dead Room was a huge cavern hung with night. The only light was soft yellow spill from a scatter of handheld glow rods. Unlike the other inhabited chambers, the floor of this one had not been leveled with vibro-bladed adzes, but had instead been cut into tiered ledges that followed the natural contour of the rock. The ledges were packed with the dying. No surgical field here. The air was thick with fecal stench and the sickly sweet odor of rotten meat, and the indescribable smell of spores released by fungi feeding on human flesh. Nick halted a few paces in from the entrance and closed his eyes. A moment later, he sighed and pointed up toward a far corner. "Over there. See that light? Something's happening. I think Carr's with them." "Good. We need him, and we're running out of time." They had to tread carefully to climb the levels of ledges without stepping on people in the gloom. Besh lay stretched out, motionless, barely breathing, on a ledge near the ragged curve of the cavern's ceiling. Vastor knelt beside him, eyes closed, one hand above Besh's heart. The med-pack tissue binder that had closed the wounds left by Terrell's knife had lost its glossy transparency, blackening and curling like dead skin, and the wounds had erupted into cruciferous bulbs of fungus that fluoresced faintly, iridescent green and purple, pulsing in the shadows cast by Chalk's glow rod. Chalk sat cross-legged on Besh's other side, her own chest bulky with spray bandage. Head low, she sponged at the growths on Besh's chest with a damp rag. Even from meters away, Mace caught a strong odor of alcohol and portok amber. Nick stopped a couple of meters short and gave Mace a significant look, nodding toward the others as if to say, "This was your idea, leave me out of it." Mace approached slowly, staying on the next ledge down. He stopped when he reached them and spoke softly to Chalk. "How is he?" She wouldn't look at him. "Dying. How are you?" She dipped her rag into the bucket, brought it out again, sponged, and returned it to the bucket with numb mechanical persistence. Doing it to be doing something, though she showed no sign of hope that it might help. "Chalk, we need you to come with us." "Not leaving him, me. Needs me, him." "We need you. Chalk, you have to trust me." "Did trust you, me. So did Besh." Mace had no answer. Nick came to Mace's shoulder. "The archives are starting to look pretty good right now." The Jedi Master squinted at him. Nick shrugged. "Hey, it's the only immortality any of us can hope for, right?" "And how do you achieve immortality?" Mace murmured, "if my journal is buried under a mountain on Haroon Kal." Yeah." Nick looked like his stomach hurt. "That could be a problem." "Forget about immortality. Let's concentrate on not dying today." Vastor's eyes were closed, and the Force shimmered around him. Mace could feel some of what the Lorpelek was doing, searching within Besh's chest for the essential aura of the fungus that was killing him, focusing power upon it to burn it out spore by spore. Another shockwave rattled the cavern. Loose rock clattered from the ceiling. "Carr," Mace said, "this is not the way. We don't have time." Vastor's eyes stayed closed. His expression did not so much as flicker. "Is there something better for me to be doing right now?" "As a matter of fact," Mace said, "yes, there is." "Does it involve killing Balawai?" Mace said apologetically, "Probably not more than 1,000, maybe 2. Vastor opened eyes filled with the Pelicotan's darkness. Chalk lifted her head, rag hanging forgotten from her fist. "So," said Mace Windu, "are we on?" Smoke and dust clouded the huge cavern. It reeked of grasser fear musk, of dung and urine and blood, and with each new Dokah shock the smell got worse. Torchlight flared and blazed and vanished again. The stinking fog swirled with gigantic shapes. Grassers bucking and clawing at each other, some with jaws panic-locked on their own or others' limbs. They charged at random, slamming into each other, trampling the injured and their own young. Karunai darted among them, appearing from the smoke and vanishing again, hands full of sharp goads and blazing torches as they fought to separate the knots of shrieking, honking, fear-crazed beasts. A swirl opened a gap. A looming act-dog paused to stare into Mace's eyes, measuring him with saurian malice as a thick rope of bloody drool looped from its jaws. Then it ponderously turned aside and slipped into the murk, tail tapering so smoothly it might have been dissolving. Mace threaded through the chaos. Behind him followed a pair of Karunai carrying a stretcher that held the EWHB and its generator. 2 more brought the shoulder-fired torpedo launchers and the preloaded tubes on another stretcher. Chalk half-walked, her arm looped over Nick's shoulders as he helped her along. 5 more pairs of Karunai trotted around the circumference of the caverns, sidling past all the confusion and riot. 1 of each pair carried a homespun sack holding 5 proton grenades apiece, and the others carried torches. Each pair soon slipped down a different one of the 5 vast passages, along which grassers were daily driven to graze. Erratic booming shivered the air, sharper and much smaller than the Dokah shocks, but still powerful enough to vibrate the floor. Mace pointed toward the source of the booming, a side cave where a great angcox paced in restless fury. The concussions were its angrily whipping tail mace striking the walls and floor of its pen. The nearest Corran stretcher-bearer saw his gesture, and they moved in that direction, followed by Nick and Chalk. Mace paused and looked back over his shoulder. At the mouth of an upper passageway stood Carr Vastor and his Ack guards. Behind them crouched all 12 of Vastor's force-bonded Acks. The Lorpelek met Mace's gaze and nodded. Mace returned the nod, spreading his hands as though to say, "Whenever you're ready." Vastor and his Acks marched grimly down into the grasser cavern. The Acks spread out in huge leaping springs, knocking over panicked grassers on all sides, crouching over them to let drool fall from razor teeth and moisten the fur on their necks. The humans stayed together in a flying wedge, with Vastor at the point, moving in to manually separate struggling grassers, intimidating the winners and slaughtering any who had been too badly injured to walk. Mace watched, stone-faced. It was wasteful. It was brutal. It was necessary. He turned once again to his own task. He gestured, and the mass of struggling beasts and men parted before him, and the smoke and dust cleared, and he saw her. She sat on a ledge like a natural gallery that coursed one long curving wall of the cavern. Her feet hung over the lip, dangling free. A child in a chair too tall for her. Her face was buried in her hands, and even from across the cavern his chest ached with a silent echo of her sobs. and when he reached her side, he still did not know what to say. "Deppa." She shifted her head and turned to meet his eyes, and knowing what to say would not have helped him because he could not speak. The rag, the one she had worn across her brow these past days, was gone. On her forehead, where the Chalactan greater mark of illumination should have been. As it had been in his hallucination days ago at the jungle prospector outpost. On her brow was only an ugly keloid ripple of scar, as though the greater mark of illumination had been carved from the bone of her skull with a blunt knife, as though the wound it left behind had festered, and had not been treated, as though it festered still. The lesser mark, called the Seeker, still gleamed at the bridge of her nose. The lesser mark is fixed between the eyes of one who aspires to become a Chalactan adept. It symbolizes the centered self, the shining vision, the elegant order that seeking illumination creates within the seeker. The greater mark is called the universe. It is an exact replica of the seeker, writ large. It is fixed to the frontal bone in a solemn ceremony by the convocation of adepts to welcome another to their company. The two together represent the fundamental tenet of Chalactan philosophy. As without, so within. The adepts of Chalacta teach that the celestial order, the natural laws that govern the motion of planets and the wheel of galaxies, regulate as well the life of the enlightened. But for Deppa, the universe was gone. All that remained was the seeker, alone in the void. "Mace." Her face twisted once more to tears. "Don't look at me. You can't look at me. You can't see me like this. Please." He lowered himself to one knee beside her. He reached a tentative hand for her shoulder. She clutched his fingers and pressed his hand in place, but turned her face away. "I'm so sorry." Her head twitched as though she shook tears out of her eyes. "I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry things can't be different, better. I'm sorry I can't be better." "But you can." He squeezed her shoulder. "You can, Deppa. You have to." "I'm so lost, Mace." Her whisper could not be heard in the riot of the cavern, but Mace could feel her meaning, as though the force itself murmured in his ear. "I'm so lost." The Deppa of his hallucination, what had she told him? He remembered. "It is in the darkest night," he said gently, "that the light we are shines brightest." Yes, you always say that. But what do you know about dark?" Her head sagged, chin to her chest, as though she could no longer think of a reason to hold it up. "How does a blind man know the stars have gone out?" "But they haven't," Mace said. "They still burn as bright as ever, and as long as people live around them, they will need Jedi, like I need you now." I'm not a Jedi anymore. I quit, I resign, I withdraw. I thought you understood that." "I do understand it. I don't accept it." "It's not up to you." He pulled his hand from her shoulder and rose, looming above her. "Get up." She sighed, and once again a smile struggled onto her tear-stained lips. "I'm not your Padawan now, Mace. You can't order me." "Get up." Reflexes burned into her by more than a decade of unquestioning obedience yanked her instinctively to her feet. She swayed dizzily, and her mouth hung slack. Minutes from now, nearly 1,000 clone soldiers of the Republic will reach this position. New light kindled in her glazed eyes. "The Hellick! They can save us." "No," Mace said. "Listen to me. We have to save them." I don't understand." "They are coming in under fire. The entire system is a trap. It's been a trap all along. The Separatist pullback was bait. Do you understand that?" "No, it's not true. It's not true." But the flash faded from her eyes, and she sagged. But of course it's true. How could I have thought otherwise? How could I have thought I would win? They've caught a medium cruiser, not to mention 2 members of the Jedi Council. The Halleck may already be destroyed. The clone soldiers are coming in aboard the surviving landers. They will be pursued by Trade Federation droid starfighters, faster, more maneuverable, and better armed than the landers. If our men are pinned between the starfighters and the militia, they won't have a chance. Whatever chance those men will have, we have to give them. You have to give them. Me? What can I do? He opened his vest. Her lightsaber floated out of its inner pocket. It bobbed gently in the air between them. You can make a choice. She looked from the lightsaber to his eyes and back again. She stared at the hand grip as though her reflection in its portak ambered smeared surface might whisper the future. But you don't understand, she said faintly. No choice of mine can matter here. It does to me. Have you learned nothing on this world? Even if we do save them, it doesn't matter. Not in the jungle. Look around you. This isn't something you can fight, Mace. Of course it is. It's not an enemy, Mace. It's just the jungle. You can't do anything about it. It's just the way things are. I think, Mace said gently, that you're the one who has failed to learn the lessons of Harun Kal. She shook her head hopelessly. Don't tell me you can't fight the jungle, Deppa, he said. That's what Karunai do. Don't you understand that? That's what their whole culture is based on, fighting the jungle. They use grassers to attack it, and axe to defend themselves from its counterattacks. That's what the summertime war is about. The Balawai want to use the jungle, to live with it, to profit from it. The Karunai want to beat it into submission, to make it into something that is no longer trying to eat them alive. Now think, why do Karunai do that? Why are they enemies of Balawai? Why are they enemies of the jungle? A riddle for your Padawan, she said bitterly. A lesson. I am done with lessons. We are never done with lessons, Deppa, not while we live. The answer is right before your eyes. Why do Karunai fight the jungle? He opened his hand as though offering her the answer on his palm. Her eyes fixed on the hand grip of her lightsaber floating between them, and something entered them then. Some faint whisper of breeze from a cool, clean place, a breath of air to ease her suffocating pain. Because. Her voice was hushed, reverent, awed by the truth. Because they are descended from Jedi. Yes, but you can't fight the way things are. But we do, every day. That's what Jedi are. Tears streamed from her reddened eyes. You can never win. We, Mace corrected her gently, don't have to win. We only have to fight. You can't just forgive me. As a member of the Jedi Council, you're right. I can't. As your master, I won't. As your friend. His eyes stung, the smoke perhaps. As your friend, Deppa, I can forgive everything. I already have. She shook her head speechlessly, but she lifted a hand. Her hand shook. She made a fist and bit her lip. He said, Take your weapon, Deppa. Let's go save those men. She took it. 18. Unconventional Warfare. The militia landed in waves. Before the plume of dirt and smoke had subsided from the last impact of a Dokah into the mountain, gunships swooped over the jungles below the pass, disgorging dozens, then hundreds of ARPA troops. Airborne soldiers equipped with disposable repulsor packs, which lowered them briskly through the canopy below. They fanned out into the jungle, bearing electronic sniffers that could detect certain chemicals in grass or urine in concentrations of only a few parts per billion. They swiftly located the 5 main tunnels to the partisan base and marked each one with high-powered beacons. The gunship's laser cannons blasted away the jungle canopy and surrounding trees to create a free fire zone at the mouth of each tunnel. A kilometer away, a similar technique had been used to clear a landing zone for the troop shuttles, which were waiting on station to drop 500 soldiers each, before circling back to the embarkation area on the outskirts of the city of Oran Mass, 50 clicks to the northwest. By the time the Grasser tunnels had been marked, at least 5,000 militia regulars were on the ground, marching toward the zone of engagement. 10,000 more followed close behind. The militia bore arms that the Grand Army of the Republic itself might envy, provided by the Separatists, which was backed by the financial might and industrial capacity of the Trade Federation and the manufacturing guilds. This armament had been financed by a generous slice of the thistle bark trade. Standard combat equipment for the regular militia on Harun Kal included the Mersan BC-7 medium blaster carbine, with the optional rocket grenade attachment, 6 anti-personnel fragmentation grenades, and the renowned close combat trench-style vibro-knife, the Mersan Devastator, as well as Opancro gray-light ceramic fiber personal combat armor. In addition, every 6th soldier carried a backpack flame projector, and each platoon of 20 was equipped with the experimental MMX dual-operated grenade mortar, also from Mersan. 15,000 regulars, 35 GAVs, ground assault vehicles, converted steam crawlers retrofitted with chemical cannons, firing explosive shells in addition to their flame projectors, and high-velocity repeating slug rifles blister-mounted through their side armor. 73 Sinar Turbo Storm close assault gunships. All this converged on the cavern base at the Lorshan Pass. To oppose them, the Koran partisans had roughly 400 actives, of whom 2/3 were walking wounded, and over 2,000 non-combatants, consisting mainly of the elderly and the very young. They were armed with a variety of light slug rifles, a very few light and medium energy weapons, a small stockpile of grenades, 2 Krups mini-mag shoulder-fired proton torpedo launchers, and 1 Mersan EWHB-10 heavy repeating blaster. The partisans on Harun Kal excelled at guerrilla operations, but they were less successful in conventional actions. In fact, in conventional engagements between regular militia and the Kurunai, the militia had crushed the partisans in every encounter. At the Lorshan Pass, they quite understandably expected not only to triumph, but to permanently break the back of the Koran resistance. Most of the militia regulars at the Lorshan Pass never saw combat. While they were still establishing positions at the mouths of the access tunnels, before they'd so much as fired 1 blaster or launched a single grenade, the ground shook and the mountain roared, and mighty gusts of dirt and smoke blew out from 4 of the tunnel mouths. Scouting parties, a few of the bravest enlisted men, creeping tentatively into the dark, discovered that these tunnels had been entirely sealed with uncountable tons of rock. This left the bemused militia with little to do except break out ration packs and do their best to relax, while taking turns scanning the mountain above with simple non-powered binoculars for any sign of partisan activity. Only 1 tunnel remained open. The regulars at the mouth of this tunnel had a somewhat different experience of the battle. The detonation of the proton grenades in the other tunnels was taken by the militia unit commander as an opportunity. The tunnel his men faced was intact. He assumed this meant whatever explosives had been used for the local mines had misfired or otherwise failed to activate. He ordered his grenade mortars forward and launched into that tunnel a number of gas grenades loaded with the nerve agent Tissin C. His men were first astonished, then dismayed, as these same grenades came rocketing back out of the tunnel's mouth to land in their own emplacements. Tissin C was heavier than air, and though their Opanko Greylite combat armor was rated to protect them from gas exposure. None of the regulars wished to test this capability with a nerve agent known to produce convulsions and dementia, followed by paralytic respiratory failure and death. As the white cloud rolled into their improvised emplacements, the militia rolled out. And so they were in the open, more concerned with what was among them than with what might be coming next when they were hit by the grasser stampede. Grassers were not bred to fight, just the opposite, in fact. For 700 generations, Karunai had bred their grassers to be docile and easily led, obedient to commands from their human handlers and their act-dog guardians, and to grow large and fat to provide plenty of milk, meat, and hide. On the other hand, an adult grasser bull could mass over 1 1/2 metric tons. His gripping limbs, the middle and forward pairs, were powerful enough to uproot small trees. One of the grasser's favorite treats was brass vine thorns, which had a hardness approaching durasteel. Bored grassers had been known to worry off chunks of armor from steam crawlers. And 700 generations was not all that long a span on an evolutionary scale. These grasser bulls had been forced into confined quarters for weeks, under incredible stress and in constant danger from each other. Today they had endured a shattering bombardment that was entirely beyond their comprehension. The most closely analogous event for which their evolutionary instincts had prepared them was a volcanic eruption. The instinctive grasser response to eruption was blind panic. Honking, hooting grassers flooded from the tunnel mouth. The regulars discovered that a blaster rifle was only of marginal use against a 1,500-kilo monster crazed by an overload of stress hormones. They also discovered that limbs powerful enough to uproot small trees were easily capable of pulling a man's legs off, and that jaws that could dent armor plate could, with a single chomp, make such a bloody mush of a man's head that one couldn't tell fragments of his helmet from fragments of his skull. The regulars had better luck with their rocket-propelled fragmentation grenades. Fired from point-blank range, one of these grenades could penetrate a grasser's torso, and its detonation inside would make a satisfyingly shredded hash of that particular grasser. And with 5 GAVs at hand, though their turret guns could not traverse swiftly enough to track the leaping, twisting, sprinting grassers, a steady burst from one of their high-velocity slug repeaters was usually enough to drop a grasser in its tracks. The militia would have survived the grasser stampede with only an acceptable number of losses. Would have, that is, if the grassers had not been followed by dozens of act dogs. Where the grassers had been panicked, acting at random, trying only to survive and escape, the act dogs pounced like the pack-hunting predators they were, organized, intelligent, and lethal. They bounded among the militia, shredding men with their clashing teeth and breaking them with swipes of their tails. Their keen senses could often tell in an instant if a downed man was incapacitated or only faking. Those soldiers who tried to play dead were soon no longer playing. The slug repeaters of the GAVs were useless against the axe armored hide, and their turret guns were of even less use against the agile axe than they'd been against the blundering grassers. The infantry had nothing that could scratch them. They began to scatter, triggering the axe-herding instincts. The axe overleaped them and slaughtered the leaders, sending the rest retreating in disorder to the killing ground at the tunnel's mouth. The militia unit commander, who from his post in the turret of a GAV had seen his dream of victory morph into a nightmarish massacre in less than 2 minutes, did the only thing he could do. He called in an airstrike. The gunships in action at the Lorshan Pass were still engaged in shuttling soldiers from the embarkation point at Oran Mass. When they received the unit commander's call, at least 1/3 were already headed in the direction of the pass. The Sinar Turbostorm was not by any means a fast ship. It could barely reach 0.5 past sound speed in a steep dive. But only seconds later, the sky over the pass cracked open with 24 sonic booms. The gunships shed velocity by heeling over and using their repulsor lift engines like retro thrusters. Their troop bays swung open, disgorging 20 ARPA troops at a belch. Then the gunships righted themselves and swooped upon the battlefield, spraying missiles from their forward batteries. The missiles ripped into the battlefield indiscriminately, crushing ACs but also shredding the soldiers they fought. The AC's only defense against concussion missiles was evasive action, and they scattered into the trees. Seeing a chance for a daring stroke, the unit commander ordered a charge by his 5 GAVs. They would drive right up the tunnel ahead with his own in the lead, crushing grassers and knocking aside AC dogs. More heavily armored than the gunships above, he felt they had little to fear, a feeling which he had less than 1 second to regret as a pair of proton torpedoes streaked from the tunnel's mouth and blew his GAV to scrap. At this point, finally, the partisans deployed their one and only piece of mobile artillery. 12 metric tons of angcocks lumbered from the mouth of the tunnel. The drover who stood on its armored head was a Koran as tall as a Wookiee, with shoulders like a Rancor's and a pair of ultra-chrome teardrops fastened to his forearms. The Koran gestured, and the twisted pile of smoking scrap that had been the unit commander's GAV squealed as if flattened beneath the Angcock's massive feet. He swung one arm, and the Angcock's tail mace blurred through the air, knocking the turret gun of the next GAV spinning so that its point-blank shot instead detonated against the armor of the one behind. 2 pairs of Karunai, nearly as large as the one on the Angcock's, and similarly armed, crouched on either curving flank of the beast's dorsal shell. One of each pair wore the bulky, unwieldy shoulder unit of a proton torpedo launcher, while the other tended their supply of disposable loader tubes. They had 4 apiece, and they seemed to have no interest in conserving them. Torpedo after torpedo streaked from the launchers, first destroying the remaining GAVs, then curving upward to blast gunships from the sky. A few heroic soldiers of the militia tried to scramble close enough to the Angcock's to attack the AC guards with small arms, only to be sent spinning through the air, chests crushed with blinding efficiency by blurred blows of the Angcock's tail mace. At the crest of the Angcock's dorsal shell, where once had stood a howdah of polished llamas, a heavy repeating blaster had been bolted directly to the beast's armor. Its power generator was tended by a young Koran male with vivid blue eyes and a manic grin, and it roared a continuous song of destruction, spraying high-energy particle beam packets across the field of battle. The gunner on this weapon was a Koran girl with pale skin and startling red hair, whose feel for the weapon was such that she could be seen to fire with her eyes closed, unerringly hammering the cockpits and cannon turrets of even those gunships that screamed past on transonic strafing runs. Streaking concussion missiles were met tens of meters away with bursts of blaster fire. Not one got through. Nor could the gunship stand off and pound her in a laser-fire duel. Not only did her every shot rock their ships, spoiling their target locks, but she was defended by a Koran man and a Chalactan woman who handled Jedi energy blades as though they'd been born with them in hand. 2 gunships that tried to attack went down in flames. Others peeled away, swinging around to take cover behind shoulders of the mountain. An instant later, 3 gunships appeared in formation straight up the mountain's face, diving, but firing repulsors to slow their dive to not much faster than a man might run. Ventral doors retracted to expose their belly-mounted Sunfire flame projectors. A wave of unstoppable fire swept down. The Jadthu-class landing craft carried by the Halleck were modified INCOM shuttles, not unlike the ones that ferry passengers to and from the liners that ply the Javarno loop. With reclining chairs replaced by benches and transparasteel by armor plate, each was capable of carrying up to 60 fully outfitted troopers. Roughly box-shaped, they were rear-loading so that they could be packed in a solid block, 4 ships by 5, and socketed against a cruiser's hull facing outward. A simple design, they were easy and inexpensive to build and were convenient to transport. Heavily armored, they were also capable of absorbing incredible punishment. This was a good thing because they lacked hyperdrives, and they paid for their durability with a maneuverability quotient that had been compared unfavorably to a hut on an oil slick. Their only armament was a pair of dual laser turrets fore and aft, and an arcade Caltrop 5 chaff gun, which could spray a cloud of sensor-distorting Durasteel slivers in any direction. Gunners on the landers had discovered, in their very first engagement, that at the speeds of starfighter combat, the chaff sprayed by the Caltrop 5 was itself a highly effective weapon. Like a miniature asteroid field, it would disastrously perforate any craft unwise or unlucky enough to fly through it, especially droid starfighters, which sacrificed armor for greater maneuverability, depending on energy shields for defense, which would not, of course, do them any good at all against chaff. When the Halleck, fully engaged and heavily damaged by the clouds of droid starfighters that whirled around it, blew the docking clamps and streaked for hyperspace, there were 19 landers bearing a total of 977 clone troops, including pilots and gunners. These landers had no fighter cover. The Halleck's fighter escort had been destroyed in the first minutes of the engagement. Their sole defense beyond their own guns were 5 Rothana HR Lat-I gunships. These had been detailed to the mission as anti-personnel cover for the landers, should they be forced to make a pickup in a hostile fire zone. While these gunships had been retrofitted with sublight drives for orbital use, the Lat-I had never been intended to dogfight against the electronic reflexes of droid starfighters. They were, however, manned by clone troopers whose reflexes were not much slower, which is why 16 of the landers and 3 of the gunships reached the atmosphere. 1 full wing of droid starfighters, 64 units, followed them in. 14 landers reached the Coronal Highland, pursued by 58 starfighters. None of the gunships survived. By the time they were within sight of the Lorshan Pass, there were 12 landers, of which 5 were heavily damaged. 40 starfighters trailed them with relentless electronic persistence. And streaking across the curve of the horizon in front of them came 3 more wings of starfighters on course to intercept. The trio of gunships ignited the mountainside. A wall of flame rolled downslope toward the battlefield at the tunnel mouth. Militia regulars fled in all directions, slipping on blood and skidding through shreds of trees and grasser flesh. Wounded grassers screamed and thrashed, act dogs snarled and leaped and bit, and the Ancox opened its huge armored throat to unleash a roar that knocked loose rock down the mountain above. Several of the regulars tried to dive for cover under the Ancox's shell, only to be smashed to sprays of pulp by the Ancox's tail mace. At the crest of the dorsal shell, Chalk growled a continuous stream of curses as she struggled to swing the heavy repeater's barrel in a direction it had never been designed to point, nearly straight up. From his position tending the EWHB's fusion generator, Nick looked at Mace and pointed an accusing finger up at the incinerating flood washing down upon them. "Was this part of your plan?" "Of course." Mace tucked his lightsaber back into its holster and looked up, measuring the approach of the gunships. "Everyone down," he shouted. "Take cover under the shell." Deppa threw herself forward over the Ancox's crown shell, flipping in the air to land beside the creature's immense head. One hand on the nostril flap beside its mouth, on the opposite side from Kar Vastor. The Act Guards abandoned their expended torpedo launchers and slid down the shell's curve to leap from its rim. Nick said, "This is the part you didn't want to tell me, huh?" Mace said, "Help Chalk." Chalk was still struggling with the heavy repeater, lying on her back with her legs beneath the tripod. Nick had to pry her hands off it and drag her free. "Can I just say I hate your plans, all of them? How did you figure this was a good idea?" Mace nodded to Kar, and the Ancox's tail swung over its back. Mace grabbed it with both hands, just below the huge knot of armor at its end. "Because if I'd tried this during those transonic strafing runs," he said calmly, "all that would have been left of me is a red smear on a windscreen." At the force command of Carvastor, the Angkok snapped its tail into a wide whirl, yanking Mace into the air and spinning him once around the outer rim of its shell to get the feel for his added weight. Then, with a whip crack that blurred the world, it fired him straight up the side of the mountain as though he'd been shot from a torpedo launcher. Hurtling into the path of the descending gunships, Mace reached through the force to seize the support strut that divided the windscreen of the gunship in the middle and pulled. He twisted in the air, whirling through a whistling arc, and reeled himself in as though he were on a tow line. His boots thumped solidly to either side of the strut and stuck there, cemented by the force, facing forward and looking down between the toes of his boots at the twin dumbstruck gapes of the gunship's pilot and its navigator. The navigator just stared, unable to comprehend this inexplicable apparition. The pilot had better reflexes. The gunship lurched as he released the control yoke and clawed at his sidearm, clearly prepared to sell his own life and the lives of his crew for one shot at the Jedi Master through the hole the pilot assumed Mace's lightsaber was about to slice in the windscreen. But Mace only shook his head as though mildly disappointed. He waggled an admonitory finger, as though they were schoolboys caught playing a naughty game. The puzzlement this inflicted upon them was cleared up when they heard a pair of crisp clicks, which were the sounds of the safety levers of their seat ejectors flipping to armed. They had barely enough time to register what was happening, not nearly enough time to react, as the activator plates on both seats pressed themselves, and explosive bolts blew the transparasteel windscreen up and out a millisecond before their helmets would have done it for them. Mace caught the barest flashing glimpse of the identically outraged looks on their faces as the repulsor lift pods on their ejection chairs shot them spinning out over the jungle. One of them howled something obscene, the other just howled. Mace kicked off from the rim of the roof and dropped into the empty cockpit. A gesture toward the nav console deactivated the belly-mounted Sunfire flame projector. A similar gesture toward the pilot's console engaged the soft touchdown fail-safe on the autopilot. Then he opened the cockpit door and walked calmly into the troop bay. The bay was littered with leaves and mud and food wrappers, as well as bits and pieces of miscellaneous equipment forgotten or discarded by departed militia regulars. The access hatches to the port and starboard ball turrets were directly across from each other in front of the turbine mounts, 2/3 of the way aft. Mace passed between them, then turned and folded his arms. He could hear, faintly through the sealed hatches, the honking of the ejection alert klaxon, and he didn't need to touch the force to mentally see the gunners in either turret frantically unbuckling the safety straps that secured them to the turret's fighting chairs. The manual dogs on the hatches clacked sharply, but the desperate gunners found both hatches unaccountably jammed until they started putting their whole weight behind slamming their shoulders into them. Which is when Mace's force hold went from keeping them shut to yanking them open, so that the two gunners practically flew into the troop bay, collided helmet to helmet with a gunshot crack, and collapsed. One of them, tougher than his counterpart, held on to consciousness, struggling dazedly to find his feet until Mace's foot found him. To be precise, until the toe of Mace's boot found, crisply, the point of the gunner's chin. The unconscious man fell on top of the other gunner. Mace took 2 short lengths of scrap wire from the litter on the floor and bound their hands thumb to thumb, then unhurriedly stepped over them and walked back to the cockpit just as the gunship settled on the broad, corpse-littered killing zone about 10 meters in front of the Angkoks. Outside, the other 2 gunships from the flight were heeling around, turrets sparking as their laser cannons tracked toward him. Deppa and Carr crouched in front of the head of the Angkoks, battering away a flood of blaster fire. Chalk and Nick lay flat in the shadow of one of the Angkoks' massive side-curved legs, returning fire with chattering assault rifles. Mace hit the release for the troop bay doors and as they fell open, he poked his head out the hole left by the missing windscreen. When the others saw him, their mouths fell about as far open as the doors. "What are you waiting for?" Mace's deadpan was flawless. "Flowers and a box of candy?" Deppa sprang into the open, blade flashing faster than the eye could follow, making herself a standing target to draw fire that she splashed back at their attackers while the others scrambled to their feet. Nick sprinted past her, assault rifle chattering from the hip. Carr dived under the angcocks and rolled up and ran with Chalk cradled like a child in his massive arms. Fire from the surrounding trees tracked away from Deppa, clawing for the bounding Lor Pellic. Mace frowned. "That's about enough of that," he muttered as he reached into the Force to flip a bank of switches and key an initiation sequence that ganged the targeting servomotors for the ball turrets through the nav console and gave him fire control. Twin tame and back quad laser cannons roared to life, hammering thunder into the jungle. Trees exploded like bombs, filling the air with a cloud of flying splinters and wood dust that made an impromptu smoke screen to cover Carr and Chalk's run to the gunship, with Deppa sprinting hard behind them. Nick appeared in the cockpit door behind Mace. "We're in." "Good. The gunners? The tied-up guys?" The younger man shrugged. "They're out." Mace nodded. "Hang on." This was the only warning they got before the gunship leaped straight up, rising like a volcano bomb on screaming, overdriven repulsor lifts. Cannon fire from the other two gunships blasted the ground where it had been and tracked upward to pound the gunship sideways, dents popping up like boils in the side armor. Mace slewed the gunship through a rising turn, but the other gunships had him bracketed, closing in from either side. Through the roar of impacts and shrieking near misses, he heard Nick shouting, "The door! Close the door!" He twisted to look over his shoulder. He saw Deppa on her feet in the middle of the troop bay, swaying, eyes squeezed shut as though the battle had brought on one of her headaches. Nick huddled in the doorway, arms around his head. Carr had Chalk tucked into a corner, and he crouched in front of her, shields raised to catch stray bolts that shot in through the open bay door and zinged in hot, splintering ricochets around the compartment. Mace said, "Deppa." Her eyes opened. His lightsaber leaped from its pocket within his vest and shot toward her like a bullet. Her empty hand met it in midair. Her pain-glazed eyes lost focus. He felt her in the Force, a sinking surrender like an exhausted swimmer drowning in a rising tide. Slipping into Vapad. Eyes closed once more, she gave one slight nod. Mace keyed a sequence on the pilot console. The open door stayed open. The troop door on the opposite side dropped open as well. Particle beams streaked into the troop bay. Both blades flashed. The gunships outside bucked under the impact of their own cannon fire. On one, a turbojet engine blasted loose of its mount and tumbled away, bouncing down the mountainside, trailing smoke and white-hot shreds of its cowling, and the gunship spun half out of control. The other gunship took its cannon blasts directly in the cockpit. The transparasteel windscreen of a Senar turbostorm was thick and very durable. Most kinds of shrapnel or fragments wouldn't scratch it. Even heavy-caliber bullets would leave only dents. A quad laser bolt could make a hole. One did. The next 5 went through that hole. The gunship spiraled into the jungle, its cockpit full of shredded flesh. Deppa opened her eyes. They smoked with darkness. End of Side 8. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 9. Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel, Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Continuing on page 325. 19. Ship to Ship. Muscle bunched along Mace's jaw as he forced himself to turn away and focus on his flying. A glance at the short-range sensors showed him gunships all over the place. The computer counted 53 in the zone of engagement, with more curving toward them over the horizon. He keyed the troop bay doors shut and cut in the turbojets. "Nick, take nav." Sure. Yes, sir. Nick glanced at the empty sockets left behind by the ejected chairs. Where do I sit? Monitor sensors. We should be seeing the Hallex landers any second. Car, chalk. The emergency repulsor packs are next to the turret hatches. You have 30 seconds. Nick wedged his feet under the chair socket struts and gripped the nav console's split-yoke controls, squinting against the stiffening wind that whistled through the empty gap in front of him. The gunship's aerodynamics shaped the wind blast past the cockpit instead of into it, but even the minimal back eddy leakage was enough to stagger him. His eyes lit up as he took in the array of screens on the console, especially the twin screens with targeting reticules displayed at their centers. Hey, what's this do? He twisted the split yoke in opposite directions, and the images on the screens spun wildly to match. Don't touch those. Nick hit the thumb switches on both controllers. The screens filled with parallel bursts of cannon fire as the quad lasers roared. Yow, fire control? For me? Oh, General, you shouldn't have. I realize that. It's not even my name day. Nick. Yeah, I know. Sensors. And, shut up, Nick. Yeah, whatever. Her. The wind whipped wisps of breath fog from his mouth. Starting to get cold in here. Out here. Are we inside or outside? We're approaching 7,000 meters. Check those sensors. Red hits our friendlies, blue our hostiles. Well, Nick said. What are you so worried about, then? There's like 50-some friendlies already here, and another 192 on the way. I mean, they're like everywhere. And there are only 13 hostiles, and the friendlies are all over them. Whoa, now there are 12. Oh, wait, I get it. Whoops. Whoops is one word for it. Sorry, I'm a little dopey. Yes. There's a flight of our friendlies trying right now to climb our butts. Whoa, what's that? A lock-on alert flashed. The accompanying buzzer was half buried in the wind noise. They let us up. Missiles incoming. 6 count closing dead astern. Backtrace the missile lock and feed it to the computers for counterfire. Great idea. I'll get on that first thing as soon as I graduate from gunnery school. Fine then, Mace said through his teeth. You said you can shoot. Let's see it. Woohoo, now you're talking. The ball turrets rotated and the quads blazed to life. The gunship was now climbing straight up, shrieking for space like the starship it once had been. Yes, indeed, come and get it. One of the missiles intersected a stream of cannon bolts and detonated in a burst of black smoke and white fire. How was that? Not bad, Mace said. Try not to shoot our tail off. Some people are never satisfied. Nick, the other 5. Yeah, if you want to be that way about it. He flipped the arming levers on all 4 aft missile tubes. 1, 2, 3, 4, he shouted, triggering them in order, and the gunship bucked as a staggered flight of 4 concussion missiles kicked to life and spun twisting white ropes of rocket smoke down to meet the 5 missiles behind. The first impact burst drew the next missile and the next, expanding into an immense fireball fed by all 9. Nick snorted disgustedly. That was hardly any fun at all. It's not supposed to be fun. Save those missiles. What for? Deppa, Mace called, shouting over the wind shriek. Are you ready? She appeared in the doorway, leaning on it for support, as though the gunship's artificial gravity were too strong for her. Ready enough, she said. I can fight. I can always fight. Take your blade. Mace shook his head. You'll need it, he said, and cut all power to the gunship's engines. Its momentum kept it climbing, but slowing now with a lazy, twisting barrel roll as the pursuing ships shot past. It hung poised at its apex for a stretching instant. The pursuers peeled away from each other in matching ellipses, 2 of them curving down to dive toward them once again, while the third held back for high cover. Mace worked the controls grimly to hold the ship nose up as it slid backward toward the ground. Right or left? Deppa said, Left. And then she dived straight up into the sky through the cockpit's open front, tucking into a ball to tumble through the falling gunship's slipstream turbulence. "Yow," Nick said. "Why doesn't somebody warn me about this stuff?" "Lock cannons on the right-hand ship. Continuous fire. No missiles." "I'm on it." The right side quad turret tracked briefly, then roared a chain of energy into the clouds. Mace twisted the control yoke to angle the falling gunship's nose to the right so that the port side turret could join the fun, then reignited the repulsor lifts at full power and kicked on the turbojet's afterburners. "Hang on." "I'm on that too." The ship jounced and fought the controls, and the gunship diving toward it suddenly bloomed with fire that pounded them like giant particle beam fists. Mace got a glimpse of Deppa, straightening her tumble into feet-first plummet with both lightsabers flaming at full extension above her head. Mace slammed the control yoke sideways, and the gunship shrieked into a rising corkscrew that lit up stress warning indicators all over his console. It got them out from under the rain of cannon fire, but their targeting computers couldn't process the constantly changing vectors, and their own fire went wild as well. Nick looked over the indicators, and his eyes went huge. "Hey, is this bucket designed to do this?" "I hope not," Mace said through his teeth as he fought the controls. "Put fire back on that ship." "Who, me? The computer's not fast enough." "The computer," said Mace, "can't use the Force." Yeah, okay, sure." Just before he overtook them, Mace saw the left-hand gunship spearing downward against the thrust of reversed engines, twisting into a spiral evasive action to avoid colliding with Deppa. And he felt the surge in the force that drove her directly into its path. Her blades took it just below the windscreen and drove into the hand grips, and the rushing airstream around the gunship's nose flipped her over and whipped her up across the cockpit, dragging her blades through the transparent steel to slice free a huge gaping arc. "Whoa!" Nick shouted from beside him. "Love them easy opening cans." "Car, chalk, time to go." The Corrin girl climbed into the cockpit between Mace and Nick. She looked pale and in pain, but still fierce. The Lor Pelek shouldered in behind her. They both wore emergency repulsor packs strapped across their backs. "You know how these work?" Chalk nodded silently in reply. Vastor slapped the graphic instruction card sewn onto his harness and snarled at him. "I can read." Are we bailing out?" Nick said. "Because, somebody forgot to get me one of those." Nick. "What?" "Shoot." Right. Sorry, here, watch this." Nick let the port turret go silent while the starboard quad clawed at the militia ship. The battered ship jinked aside to evade the pounding, directly into a stream of fresh fire from the port turret. "See? That's shooting." "With real shooting," Chalk told him, "wouldn't be shooting back him." "She, what does it take to please you people?" Mace nodded to Vastor and Chalk. "Ready?" Without waiting for an answer, he cut power to the turbojets and flicked the repulsor lifts into reverse. Overstressed metal squealed in the gunship's every joint as it blasted down toward stall speed. Mace wrenched the yoke and flipped the gunship upside down. Vastor wrapped one arm around Chalk's shoulders and with the other grabbed the empty rim of the windscreen gap, then pulled them both smoothly out onto the roof. With one explosive kick to clear the gunship's artificial gravity, he and Chalk fell away, tumbling toward the jungle thousands of meters below. "On second thought," Nick said, "I guess I don't mind staying with the ship." Hammers pounded the gunship into a bucking spin as the militia ship that had stayed back on high cover finally joined the dogfight, and the one they had left behind rose beneath them. Mace worked the controls savagely, whirling the gunship through evasive gyrations more suitable for a starfighter than for an antique blast boat. The port turbojet took a pair of cannon blasts, and Mace's next whirl proved too much for its damaged mounting. It tore free in a scream of tortured metal. The ship roared through an uncontrolled spin. "Take it easy," Nick shouted. Mace muttered, "I don't do easy." "What?" "I said shoot back." How? I can't even see them." "You don't have to," Mace said as he pulled the crippled gunship into another corkscrew climb, trailing smoke and shredded durasteel. "Forget about aiming. Just decide." "Decide what?" Mace reached into the Force and sent a wave of calm down his connection with Nick. "Don't aim," he said. "Decide what you want to hit. Fire where you know it is about to be." Nick frowned thoughtfully. He turned deliberately away from his screens and looked Mace in the eye. Bemusedly, absently, casually, he nodded, sighed, and triggered the gunship's cannons. He was still wearing that same thoughtful frown when his cannon blasts shattered the starboard turret of the gunship below, then penetrated the inner hatch and blew the ship in half. He said, "Wow." His calm vanished as quickly as it had come. "I mean, wow. Did you see that?" Mace kicked the limping gunship out of its climb and into a steep power dive away from the last one. Slowed by their missing turbojet, they swiftly lost their lead as it dived to pursue them, and cannon fire raked their stern. Mace worked the repulsor lifts madly, making the ship jerk, leap, and spring in random directions like a monkey lizard on raw thistle. Fire from above pounded them, but Mace's wild maneuvers were preventing it from laying in the multiple precision hits needed to blast through the turbostorm's heavy armor. The lock-on alert screamed, and Nick's voice almost matched it. "Missiles incoming!" Mace didn't even bother to look. "Take care of them." The perfect confidence in his tone steadied Nick instantly. He flashed his brilliant grin. "Don't mind if I do." As the turrets rotated to the rear and roared back to life, Mace scanned the jungle toward which his limping ship dived. It was hard to get a sense of scale. He might have been only hundreds of meters above it, or as many dozens of kilometers. Then the swarming gunmetal specks of the balance of the militia fleet that swarmed above the canopy snapped the scene into perspective. There, 1,000 meters below, maybe more, the distress strobes flashed on the repulsor packs that Carr and Chalk wore. A single gunship streaked to intercept them, then slowed, and stopped, hovering, and the minuscule figures of Chalk and Carr landed lightly on its roof. A moment later its nose came up, angling straight for him. Mace nodded to himself and let the Force guide his dive into an interception course. He checked his screens. "Missiles?" "Handled." Nick's tone was so like the Jedi Master's that it might have been deliberate mockery. Mace didn't mind. "There won't be more. He won't endanger that friend of his coming at us." Shouldn't we endanger that friend of his?" "No need. How come?" "That's not his friend." Turret quads on the rising gunship blazed to life, and Mace gave the repulsor lifts a kick that jerked the turbostorm a dozen meters above the line of dive so that the twin streams of particle beam packets passed harmlessly beneath him to take the pursuing gunship full in the cockpit. The explosion was impressive. The rear two-thirds of the gunship trailed smoke on its way down to the jungle. The front third was the smoke the rear two-thirds trailed. "That," said Mace Windu, "was shooting." Nick made a face. "Oh, sure. Chalk. I told you she can handle the heavy stuff. But you should see her in a gunfight. Pathetic. Just pathetic." "Get Deppa's transponder code off your widescreen, then get her on comm. We need to coordinate our next move." "I'm just glad to hear you have a next move. How many friendlies do you count?" "Scan count on the droid starfighters." "Whoa. Sure you really want to know?" "Nick, 228. Good." "Good? Good?" To the lower left of your wide scan, you'll find a joystick the size of your thumb. That's your designator control. Start designating droid starfighters as targets for our missiles. 1 missile per starfighter, and don't save any. Do not, repeat, do not light them up until I give the order. And do not designate anything other than a droid starfighter. Not even, say, one of those 67 gunships in our zone of engagement? Nick pointed to the swarm of friendlies in a different part of the screen. because they seem to be taking a little interest in us, if you know what I mean. They are coming at us in a hurry. 67. How many are on intercept vectors? Was I not clear on that? Maybe I should have said, by the way, have I mentioned that we're about to get our butts shot off? How many? Nick gave a weak, half-hysterical giggle. All of them. Mace Windu said, perfect. The regimental commander was designated CRC 09571. Haroon Kal was his third action in combat and his first as regimental commander. At Geonosis, he had taken part as a battalion commander in the airborne infantry. His group had led the frontal assault on the Trade Federation battle globes. He had served, again, as battalion commander at the disastrous skirmish on Tyr. On board the Halleck, as the days awaiting action stretched toward weeks, he had drilled his brother troopers relentlessly, sharpening their considerable skills to the highest perfection that could be achieved, absent blooding his regiment in actual combat. There had been blooding enough today as a hornet cloud of droid starfighters swirled around his tiny fleet. He had watched a third of his regiment die. Some of the landers had been disabled rather than instantly destroyed, and they had been able to eject survivors. Meteor swarms of space-armored troopers floating into low orbit, repulsor packs sparking as they slowed and angled their minutes-long fall toward Haroon Kal's atmosphere. The surviving landers had not been able to keep all the droid starfighters engaged. There were plenty of starfighters left over to slaughter the men as well. They had flashed among the falling troopers with cannons blasting, silent streaks of scarlet lancing the black void with robotic precision, each hit leaving a broken corpse floating in the middle of an expanding globe of twinkling crystals, white and pink and blue-green. Breath and blood and body fluids flash frozen in the vacuum, shimmering and lovely in Alhar's light. But the other troopers had not panicked. With polished fire discipline and plain raw courage, the falling troopers had turned upon the starfighters the weapons they carried upon their persons, coordinating their fire for greater effect. 3 light repeaters, when turned upon the same starfighter, could break down its shields so that a single shot from a blaster rifle might disable an engine. Groups of grenadiers scattered proximity-fused proton grenades in improvised mini-minefields. And when their weapons were exhausted, in desperation, men used their own bodies as weapons, manipulating their repulsor packs to shove themselves into the path of starfighters, whipping past at dogfight speeds. In such collisions, neither could hope to survive. The troopers had not been fighting to defend themselves. They knew their lives were over, but they had never stopped. They were fighting for the regiment. Every starfighter they took down was one less that might attack their brothers. CRC 09571 was not particularly emotional, even for a clone, but he had watched their sacrifice with a hot swell in his chest. Men such as those made him proud to be one of them. His only drive was to discharge his duty, but he also nursed a secret desire to do something, to achieve something, that would be worthy of his men's astonishing heroism. To hit back. Which is why he felt a sting in his guts, what an ordinary man might call anger and frustration, but which CRC 09571 only barely noticed and immediately dismissed, when his comm lit up with orders from General Windu. Orders that his ships were to immediately cease fire. Cease fire despite close pursuit by DSFs. Despite 3 additional droid starfighter wings, 192 units, closing on them from beyond the planetary horizon. Despite 69 Cinar Turbostorm gunships streaking up from the surface to intercept them. His anger and frustration showed only in a certain hopeful tone when he demanded General Windu's verification code. Perhaps this was an enemy impersonating the general, and in the slight reluctance he felt to confirm when the general's code came through correct. General Windu, as far as CRC 09571 could determine, was ordering the clones to die. but CRC 09571 could no more disobey a lawful order than he could walk through armor plate. As they hurtled down from the stratosphere above the coronal highland, the guns on all the Republic ships fell silent. Droid starfighters swarmed over them, weapons blazing. As his lander was pounded from all sides by multiple cannon hits, CRC 09571 noticed an odd thing on his command scan screen. Some of the gunships below seemed to be firing on other gunships. To be precise, 67 of the gunships below seemed to be firing on the two that were in the lead. These two did not return fire. They streaked at full power in a steep climb, scissoring side to side, heading straight for the massed dogfight, so that the cannon fire, which missed them, nearly all of it, blasted upward into the cloud of DSFs. Most of it passed harmlessly through, of course, not being aimed at the small, agile craft, but several DSFs took blasts squarely and exploded. CRC 09571 frowned. He had a good feeling about this. Not far below, in the open cockpit of one of the two gunships that were the targets of those behind, Mace Windu said, "All right, Nick, light them up." "Yes, sir." Nick Rostu flipped a single switch, and the droid brains of 26 different droid starfighters, one for each of the missiles remaining in the Turbostorm's launchers, felt the sudden internal alarm buzz of sensors detecting a missile lock, coming from a friendly ship. The droid brains found this puzzling, but not overly distressing. They were still focused on their primary mission, which was to destroy any and all Republic craft attempting to orbit or land on Haroon Kal. But they were programmed to monitor possible hazards, and each of them set some of their spare capacity to searching memory banks for any response programs that might be indicated in the event of missile locks from friendly craft. There weren't any. This the droid brains did find distressing. And there was the issue of those laser blasts. Only 1 second later, 32 additional droid brains among the swarm of starfighters had exactly the same experience. Because all 4 of the Krupp's MG-3 mini-missile launchers on Depa's gunship were fully loaded. As the two gunships penetrated the perimeter of the sprawling dogfight, Mace said, "Fire." A Krupp's MG-3 tube could fire 1 missile every standard second. Each MG-3 had 2 tubes, which carried magazines of 4 mini-missiles apiece. The Sinar Turbostorm close assault gunship had 4 Krupp's MG-3s, 2 forward and 2 aft. On Mace's command, both ships emptied their magazines. The gunships blossomed with fire and rocket exhaust. 16 missiles per second roared twisting through the sky. The dogfight became a tangled web of vapor trails. In the gunship's open cockpit, Nick watched his wide scan, whistling. "Wow, those starfighters are quick." Mace said, "Yes." "2/3 of our missiles are going to miss altogether." "No, 3/4. More. Damn, they're fast." "It doesn't matter." "What do you mean it doesn't matter? It's just our butts, that's all. Not to mention those poor Ruskaks in the landers." Mace Windu said, "Watch." Nick's estimate proved to be overly optimistic. Of the 59 missiles fired, only 6 found their targets. 3 more were accidentally intercepted by DSFs, which they were not locked onto. The rest were destroyed by the droids' inhumanly precise counterfire, or were simply evaded by the nimble craft. Dozens flashed away into the sky until their propellant was exhausted, and they began the long, slow tumble to the surface. However, as Mace had pointed out, down in the battered cavern base, droids were stupid. That was not to say they could not adapt to changing circumstances. They could and did, often with a speed and decisiveness that no organic brain could match. These droids had comprehended they were under attack by friendly vessels before the initial flight of 16 missiles had fully engaged their engines. An attack from a single friendly vessel might be a mistake, an accident, no more. But 2 vessels, Both of those transponder codes, identified as friendly, had opened fire on them in a coordinated attack, without warning. The droids would not wait for further attacks. They adapted with lightning speed and remorseless droid logic. And Nick Rostu, staring down into his wide-scan screen, didn't even notice his own jaw dropping farther and farther as first one, then a dozen, then 100 and more red scan hits changed to blue. "They're going hostile," Nick murmured in awe. "Yes." "All of them?" "Yes." 227 DSFs peeled off from the landers, whose silent guns had dropped them below the droid brain's threat horizon, and fell upon the 69 turbostorms in a tornado of destruction. Gunships began to burn and fall. "You planned this?" "There's more." "Yeah? What do we do now?" A dozen starfighters converged on them. "Now," said Mace Windu, "we bail out." He took hold of Nick's belt. Nick stared at him in open horror. "Don't tell me." "All right." A force-pushed leap yanked them both out of the cockpit a full second before the gunship began to crumble under hundreds of cannon hits. 2 seconds later it exploded, but by then Mace and Nick were already 58 meters below and gaining speed, hurtling without benefit of repulsor packs down through the dogfight's flame and smoke and airbursts. Nick's shriek sank unheard under the wind rush and explosions. Mace mouthed, "You told me not to tell you." Nick spent much of the ensuing fall complaining in a loud, though inaudible voice about having to end his young life as some fraggin' nickel-nut-brained Jedi Master's straight man. Free-falling, one hand keeping a tight grip on Nick's belt, Mace reached into the Force and felt for his lightsaber. He found its familiar resonance far below. Nick stayed locked in a fetal ball, hugging his thighs to his chest in a white-knuckled death grip and shouting obscenities between his knees. Though he had a tendency to tumble, his tight cannonball made him close enough to aerodynamically neutral that Mace could direct their fall by angling his own body. They soared toward a target he could barely see. 2 kilometers below and a quarter click to the west, a gunship whirled toward the jungle in a flat spin, spewing thick black smoke. The DSFs were ignoring it, concentrating instead on the gunships that still fired and twisted and dodged in frantic attempts to evade them. Depa was doing a fine job of appearing crippled and helpless. Now and again some chunks of smoking durasteel or a hunk of repulsor lift would overtake Mace and Nick on their long fall, seeming to drift down past them at variously leisurely paces, according to their individual quotients of wind resistance. No bodies passed them, though. Mace and Nick fell already at close to the terminal velocity of the human form. On Haroon Kal, that was slightly less than 300 kilometers per hour. The gunship's rate of fall was considerably slower. It only looked like it was going out of control, which was why, when Mace had towed Nick to within a few hundred meters above the gunship, a considerable exertion of his force strength was required to slow them enough to avoid a catastrophic splatter. Nick had lifted his eyes only once as they plummeted toward the roof armor of the gunship, just long enough to recall vividly what Mace had said about leaving a red smear on a windscreen. His head was tucked back securely between his knees when Mace brought them to a thumpingly unceremonious landing that sent them bruised and bouncing along the top of the spinning ship. Mace's free hand lashed out with effortless accuracy and latched around the wide-scan sensor dish mount. His other, still locked on Nick's belt, brought the young Corran to a stop face down over what was still nearly a kilometer drop to the jungle. "You remember, back when we met?" Nick gasped breathlessly into the swirling winds. "When you just about broke my arm, with that fraggin' docking claw you use for a hand?" "Yes." "I forgive you." "Thank you." Mace hauled him up onto the gunship's roof. Nick wrapped both arms around the sensor dish mount. "You go on ahead," Nick told him. "I think I'll just lie here and shudder." Using the force to steady himself on the spinning ship, Mace worked his way forward on hands and knees until he could peer into the cockpit over the rim of the wide lightsaber cut that opened it to the air. Chalk sat in nav. She looked up and swore. Vastor stood behind the cockpit chairs. His stare was cleanly fierce. Deppa reached up to him from the pilot's chair with a warm, welcoming hand on his. Her eyes were glazed with exhaustion and pain, but no surprise. "I thought you told me I'd only have to save your life once more." He said, "Excuse me." He rolled onto his back and reached behind his shoulders to grab the rim of the cut with both hands, then jackknifed and swung himself smoothly inside, feet first, without waiting to see if Vastor had gotten out of the way. He had. "Nick is on the roof," Mace said. "Open one of the bay doors for him." The troop bay doors of a turbostorm swing out and down so they could be used as landing ramps. Deppa keyed the starboard door to open halfway, making it into a kind of chute down which Nick could slide, then worked the controls to cancel the gunship's spin. Mace nodded to the Lord Pelek, who now filled the cockpit doorway. "Carr, help him in." "Why should I?" Mace was not interested in debate. He gave his head an irritated shake and waved Vastor aside. "I'll do it, my—" His voice trailed away because Vastor had stepped aside and Mace had moved to the doorway, and now he could see into the troop bay. It was crammed with dead bodies. Mace sagged sideways. Only his shoulder against the jam seal held him upright. Deppa had chosen a full ship. His numbed brain couldn't count them properly, but he guessed there must have been 20 corpses in the bay. An infantry platoon. The pilot must have been young, excited, confident, sure of a glorious kill, so eager to get into the fight that he had sailed into battle without discharging his passengers. He had paid the price for that confidence. His corpse lay crumpled on top of what must have been the navigators just inside the cockpit door. Mace's jaw hardened. He found his balance again and stepped over their tangled, lifeless legs to move deeper into the bay. All of the corpses in the troop bay wore the militia gray-light body armor. Most of the armor had been burned through in several places by close-range blaster bolts. Mace could too easily imagine inexperienced militiamen, boys, turning their weapons on Deppa as she moved from the cockpit into the bay. The effect of opening fire with energy weapons, point-blank upon a master of Vapad, was mutely testified to by every charred ring around a finger-sized hole in the armor, and by the burned and lifeless flesh beneath. Between surprise, panic, and cramped quarters, half of them had probably shot each other. Several of the bodies bore the characteristic blackened gapes of lightsaber wounds, instantly cauterized by the blade that had opened them. Deppa's handling of the ball turret gunners had been more elegant than Mace's. Brutally efficient, she had simply stabbed directly through the durasteel of the hatches, killing the men in their chairs. The corpses still sat there, dead hands locked around the dual grips of their quads. And, of course, the smell, seared flesh and ozone. There was no blood at all. Every single one of these men had been dead before she'd ever picked up Chalk and Carr Vastor. 24 men. In less than a minute. Mace turned around and found Carr Vastor staring at him, fiercely triumphant. He growled simply, "She belongs here." Mace silently turned away and climbed the half-open door to help Nick into the troop bay. Sliding down the door into that compartment full of dead men struck Nick speechless. He could only crouch with his back against the slant of the door, trembling. Mace left him there. He brushed past Vastor and re-entered the cockpit. "Chalk, give me your seat." The Corran girl frowned at Deppa. Deppa nodded. "It's okay, Chalk. Do it." As soon as he could settle into the seat, he leaned over the sensor screens, studying them intently. He felt Deppa's eyes upon him, but he did not lift his head. "You can say it if you like," she said after a moment. "I don't mind." Keeping half his attention on the wide scan to watch the droid starfighters shoot down gunship after gunship, Mace turned the other half of his attention to the gunship's data logs, calling up flight plans, control codes, recognition codes. "Really, Mace, it's all right," she said sadly. Half blind with migraine, her breath coming a little short, she blinked dizzily through the remainder of the windscreen. "I know what you're thinking." Mace said quietly, "I don't believe you do." "It's not that my way is the right way. I know it isn't." A soft, bitter laugh. "I do know it. But it's the only way." "The only way to what?" "To win, Mace." "Is that what you call what you have done? Winning?" She nodded exhaustedly out toward the dogfight that still raged above them. "This battle is a masterpiece. Even after everything I have seen you accomplish, I could never have believed something like this if I hadn't seen it myself. You have done a great thing today." "Today's not over yet." "And yet it's all for nothing. At this day's end, what will you have done? Destroyed most of the militia's air power? So what?" Her voice was going hoarse, and her words became labored, as though she could not bear the effort to push them out through her pain. "You have bought us days, perhaps weeks, no more. When you are gone, we'll still be here. We'll still be dying in the jungle. The Balawai will get more gunships, as many as they need, and we'll go back to killing them. We have to make them fear the jungle, because that fear is our only real weapon." "Not today." "What? What do you mean?" "I have decided," Mace said, still studying the sensor screens, "that you have been right all along." Deppa blinked in disbelief. "I have?" "Yes. We used these people for our purposes. To abandon them now, when their only choice is to suffer genocide, or to commit it." Mace shook his head grimly. "That would be as dark as any night in this jungle. Darker. That is no innocent savagery. It would be active evil, the way of the Sith. There is fighting to be done. The Jedi cannot walk away." You're serious? You really mean it?" Disbelief struggled with hope in her pain-racked eyes. "You're going to walk away from the Clone War? You're going to stay here and fight?" Mace shrugged, still watching the scan. "I will stay here and fight. That doesn't mean walking away from the Clone War." "Mace, the summertime war isn't something that can be resolved in weeks or months." "I know that," he murmured distractedly. "I don't have weeks or months to spare. The summertime war won't last that long." "What? How can you say that? How long do you think it will last?" "My best guess? About 12 hours, maybe less." She could only stare. And finally he saw on the wide-scan screen what he'd been waiting for. The droid starfighters peeling away from the dogfight and streaking back toward space, and the handful of surviving gunships turning to limp home. "See that?" he said, opening his hand toward the screen. "Do you know what that means?" Deppa nodded. "It means that someone figured out what we did." "Yes, and that this someone has the control codes for those starfighters." He turned toward her now, and in his eye was a spark that on another man would have been a wide, fierce grin. "I told you I don't have weeks or months to spare." "I don't understand. What are you going to do?" Mace said, "Win." He keyed the command frequency for the Republic landers. "General Windu for CRC 09571. Stand by for verification and orders. Initiate simultaneous data link. Tight beam." The comm crackled. 7-1 here. Go ahead, General." Deppa was so astonished by the orders she heard Mace issue that she nearly crashed the turbo storm into a mountain. When she had finally wrestled the craft back to stability, she flipped on the autopilot and faced her former master breathlessly. "Are you insane?" "Just the opposite," Mace said. "Haven't you heard? There's nothing more dangerous than a Jedi who has finally gone sane." She sputtered like a droid with a shorted-out motivator. "And if you don't mind, I'd like my lightsaber back," he added apologetically. "I think I'll need it." But... Finally the words burst out of her. "We're going to take Pelek Ba?" "No," said Mace Windu. "We're going to take the whole system. All of it. Right now." 20. Dejarik. The key to the Javarno loop was the Alhar system. The key to Alhar was control of the droid starfighter fleet. The fleet was controlled from a secure transmitter below the command bunker of the Pelek Ba spaceport. The spaceport did have a chance, but only one. 2 of the landers and their complements of troopers had been grounded at the Lorshan Pass to establish a defensive perimeter around the lone open Grasser tunnel and to provide light artillery support. The other 10 hopped over the mountains and kept going at their top atmospheric speed, which was not particularly impressive, but was still somewhat better than could be done by the few battered turbo storms that were limping back to their various bases, scattered among the larger towns close by on the highland. Only one of the gunships went as far as Pelek Ba. It crept over Grandfather's shoulder on 1/4 repulsor lift power, leaking smoke and radiation. The tower officers at the spaceport listened in horror to the pilot's gasping message. A reactor breach. Imminent catastrophic failure. The pilot had heroically kept his craft in the air, making for Pelek Ba because only the spaceport itself was fully equipped for containment and decontamination. To have landed anywhere else might have meant the sacrifice of his crew and of the infantry platoon on board. The news leaped like lightning from the tower to the ground staff, from the anti-rad techs to the board garrison crews working the spaceport's Confederacy-provided array of modern turbo lasers and ion cannons. This was the most exciting thing that had happened since the Separatist pullback. The battle at the Lorshan Pass had been astonishing, even tragic, but that was all the way on the other side of the highland, and so didn't really count. Every eye in the spaceport watched the turbo storm, either in person or on screen, rooting for it, praising the crew's selfless courage as it swung wide around the city so as not to endanger civilians below, some praying aloud that they would make it, many more secretly hoping to witness a spectacular crash. Instead of tending to their duties, such as monitoring their sensor screens. After all, why should they? The spaceport was linked in real time with the network of detector satellites in orbit around the planet. Nothing was in the air right now except the 20-odd surviving gunships. The last of the droid starfighters had returned to space hours ago, and the Republic landing craft, which had caused so much excitement, had vanished shortly thereafter. No one was worried about those landers. After the staggering 40% losses they had suffered, the Republic ships surely would seek no further battle. Without a doubt, they were hiding in the soup, the thick oceanic swirl of toxic gases that surrounds the Highland Plateau, until a cruiser could sneak in system to extract them. Without a doubt. This was a considerable display of confidence on their part, because those same detector satellites on which they depended were as out of date as the rest of the local government's planetary equipage. Their IR and visual light detectors were useless to penetrate the thick, hot swirl of the soup, and the satellite's more subtle sensors were defeated by the extremely high metals content of the gases. Once the landers went deep enough, they effectively vanished from the face of the planet. Which is why any sensor tech at the Pelek Ba spaceport, with the discipline to keep his eyes on his short-range screen, might have seen indications of something extraordinary. Pelek Ba spread along the western shore of the Great Downrush, the mightiest river on Harum Kal. The downrush was fed by tributaries from across the highland, from as far east as the Lorshan Pass, and as far north as the lands above the impassable cliffs called the Trundur Wall. By the time the great river reached the capital, it was a full kilometer wide. Its dramatic, roaring, spray-clouded plunge from the terminal cliffs that formed the southern boundary of the city was one of the great natural wonders of the sector. It foamed and misted and spread as it fell kilometer after kilometer, becoming a snowy fan that stirred the roiling soup below into wild fractal whirls and blooms of colorfully immiscible gases. What the sensor tech would have seen, had he been disciplined and duty-conscious enough to still be looking into his short-range screen, was 10 Jadthu-class Republic landers climbing straight up within the downrush falls, single file, battered by the thundering water, but perfectly cloaked from long-range detection. If the sensor tech had seen that, the outcome might have been different. That was the only chance they would have had. But the sensor tech's attention was caught up in the drama of waiting to see if the crippled gunship could possibly struggle in for a landing before it blew up. Not to mention the fact that a second or two before it would have touched down, it opened fire on the guardhouses surrounding the spaceport's control center, and an instant later, 7 immense half-naked Karunai with shaven heads leaped from it, landing on the permacrete like pouncing vine cats, and charged toward the control center with their hands full of blaster rifles spitting fire. And that these unexpected Karunai were followed by a man and woman bearing what was unquestionably the single most conspicuous and instantly recognizable type of personal weapon in the entire galaxy, and the type least welcome when it appeared on the opposing side, the Jedi lightsaber. So flustered were the spaceport's crew that not a being among them even bothered to look up until the very moment the light of Alhar upon their positions was eclipsed by the shadows of hovering Jadthu-class landers. Then they did look up, in time to see 10 Durasteel clouds burst in a rain of armored clone soldiers of the Grand Army of the Republic, whose arrival was so swift, efficient, and disciplined, and in such overwhelming force, that the anti-ship emplacements were taken without the loss of a single trooper. The same, however, could not be said of the militia crewmen. The clone troopers, being unsentimental about such things, did not even bother to wipe the blood off the walls and floors before replacing the crews with their own men. The fighting at the control center was hotter and lasted a few seconds longer, but the outcome was the same, because the attackers were ACK guards and Jedi, and the defenders were, after all, only ordinary beings. The capture of the Pelek Ba spaceport took less than 7 minutes from the instant the gunship opened fire, and resulted in the capture of 286 military personnel, of whom 35 were seriously wounded. 48 were killed. 61 civilian employees of the spaceport were detained unharmed. All of the spaceport's aerospace defense units were captured intact, as were all spacecraft then on site. Taken together with the Battle of Lorshan Pass, the capture of the Pelek Ba spaceport would have been considered one of the master strokes of General Windu's distinguished career, if only the rest of the operation had gone as planned. But it is a truism that no battle plan long survives contact with the enemy. This one was no exception. Mace didn't even have to leave the command bunker to watch everything start to go wrong. The command bunker was a large, heavily armored hexagon in the middle of the spaceport's control center, filled with angled banks of consoles, The only illumination in the room was spill from the console monitors and the huge rectangular holoprojector views that dominated each of the 6 walls. The general gloom thickened below console height so that everyone inside waded hip-deep in shadow. Dead space below the wall screens was currently serving as a holding area for prisoners, as well as a makeshift aid station where wounded men and women sat or lay while clone troopers dispassionately tended their injuries. Carvastor and his Ack guards paced the perimeter of the room, restless as the wild animals they so nearly were. The force swirled around them as they stalked among the terrified prisoners. Mace could feel them drawing on the prisoners' fear and pain and anguish, gathering it into themselves, storing it like living power cells. Mace hadn't asked what Carr was planning to do with that power. He had a more pressing problem. In the darkest corner of the room stood an armored console, separated from the rest. It wore a code-locked cowl of durasteel to prevent tampering. This console was a late addition to the command center, having been installed by specialists from the Techno Union at the same time they had modernized the spaceport defenses. It was called the Mutiny Box and contained individual triggers for each of the destruct charges built into every turbo laser and ion cannon, every strong point and anti-starfighter turret. It seemed the Confederacy did not trust that the justice of its cause was sufficient to ensure the loyalty of its troops. In the shadow of this console, on a makeshift pallet made of seat cushions ripped from nearby chairs, lay Depa Balaba, nearly blind with pain. She had been weakening ever since the seizure of the command center, and now she lay with one arm covering her eyes. Blood trickled from one side of her mouth, where she had gnawed her lip raw. Troopers controlled all the essential stations in the command center. Several of them had removed their helmets to accommodate earpieces or goggles. Mace avoided looking in their direction. Empty helmets sitting on the consoles too closely resembled the full one he had left on the arena sand at Geonosis. Mace stood at the satellite console. At one shoulder stood Nick, breathing out a continuous whisper of obscenities. At his other was the stolidly motionless presence of CRC-09571. CRC-09571 was still wearing his helmet. This made it easier for Mace to talk to him. He didn't particularly want to see the commander's face. He remembered too well the first time he had seen it. Just knowing that face was there, under the smoked mask of the helmet, was like a mocking finger tapping on the back of his head to remind him of Geonosis, of everything that had happened there, of everything his failure had begun. He did not want to be reminded of Geonosis, especially not now. He couldn't take his eyes from the monitor. On screen was the real-time display from the detector's satellites in geosynchronous orbit. 7-1. The clone commander's voice crackled through his helmet speaker. "Sir, get the lander's engines hot, all of them. We never shut them down, sir." "All right." Mace's habitual frown deepened. "If we go, we'll need to give them plenty of targets. Initiate startup on every ship in the port. Everyone that's armed gets a gunner. How many of your men are qualified pilots?" "All of them, sir." Mace nodded. "Detail your best." "No." He scowled at himself. Though many of the craft in the spaceport carried some armament, only the landers themselves were actual warships. This would be virtually a suicide mission. "Ask for volunteers." "It would be the same, sir." "I'm sorry." "We always volunteer, sir. All of us. It's who we are." "Your best, then." "Yes, sir." CRC-09571 turned aside to issue crisp orders on his helmet's command comm. Nick stopped cursing long enough to ask, "Are we leaving?" "No time," Mace said, still staring into the screen. It showed the airspace over Palik Ba. "It's that bad?" Nick spread his hands. "I mean, you've got a plan, right? You've got some trick to get us out of here?" "No more tricks," Mace said. the sky was full of droid starfighters. Incoming. How long do we have? Mace shook his head again. 7-1. We hold the ranking militia officer, yes? Yes, sir. Major Stemple. Get him. CRC 09571 saluted stiffly. Mace acknowledged his salute with a wave of dismissal, and the clone commander strode away toward the huddle of prisoners. What good is he gonna do us? Mace pointed to a console a few meters away. You see that? That is linked by landline to a secure transmitter beneath this bunker, which is the only one on this planet that can send orders to those starfighters. That's the reason this bunker is a bunker. Whoever called them in had to be here. Nick nodded, understanding. The control code. CRC 09571 returned, accompanied by 2 troopers who held between them an ashen-faced, trembling man in the sweat-stained uniform of a militia major. Major Stemple, I am Mace Windu. Mace began, but the shaking man cut him off. I know what you want, but I can't help you. I don't know it. I swear, I never knew it. The codes are on a data pad. It's just a big personal data pad in an armored shell. He carries it with him. I didn't even know what he was doing. He just ordered me to relay his signal through the control console. Mace closed his eyes and put his hand to his forehead. He felt a headache coming on. Of course, I should have expected this, he muttered to himself. I keep forgetting that he's smarter than I am. He? He who? Nick demanded. Who is this he you keep talking about? Priority signal incoming, the trooper at the comm board announced. His helmet rested on the console at his elbow. A cybernetic headset hung across his brow and down one side of his jaw, but even so, when he looked back, it was Jango Fett that Mace saw. He says his name is Colonel Gepton, said this stranger with the face of a dead man. He's asking for you, General. He's calling to accept your surrender. An immense, bluishly translucent Lors Gepton smiled his well-fed lizard smile down into the command bunker from the main holoprojector view. His khaki uniform shirt was again impeccably starched, and his aluminum-colored hair was swept back from his forehead. General Windu, he spoke with the same cheery lilt. When last we met, I had no idea I was entertaining such a distinguished Jedi Master. Not to mention famous. It's an honor, sir. How was your trip up country? Deppa was sitting up now, leaning on a desk, staring dazedly up at the screen. The light cast by Gepton's image threw black shadows that swallowed her eyes. Carr and his axe still paced. The clone stood motionless. I take it, said Mace Windu, that you did not get my message. Message? Oh, the message. Yes, quite. My Jedi problem and all. Very thoughtful, most appreciated. Then you didn't believe it. Should I have? You had the word of a Jedi Master. Ah, yes, honor, duty, justice. The flavor of the month. I can't imagine why I wouldn't simply take the word of a Jedi Master. Really, what could I have been thinking? By the way, how is Master Balaba? Hasn't found the mass murders of our citizens to be a strain on her health, has she? You, said Mace Windu, said something about surrender. Gepton's lips pressed together as though he tasted something sour. Really, Master Windu, it's not every day a man in my position achieves such a resounding victory. In any civilized society, I should be permitted a moment to savor it. Take all the time you want. Call back when you're finished. Ah, quite. After all, I didn't call to gloat. Well, not entirely. So, this is your situation. There are several hundred droid starfighters over your position. Anything that takes off from the spaceport will be shot down without warning. Anything airborne throughout the capital district, in fact. Meanwhile, oh, by the way, have I complimented you on your maneuver at the Lorshan Pass? Brilliant, Master Windu. Truly a work of art. You must be quite the Dejeric player. His pale eyes sparkled gleefully. "I have been known to indulge in the game myself. Perhaps, should our discussion today end profitably for us both, we might have a match sometime." "Isn't that what we've been doing?" Without a sideways glance or change of expression, Mace sent a pulse in the force down the connection he had forged with Nick Rastu. The young Koran's eyes widened, then narrowed. His face went blank, and he turned away to speak softly to a nearby trooper. "In a way, Master Windu, in a way. So, where was I? Yes, meanwhile, back at the pass. I have 15,000 regulars on the ground, and while your clever bit of droid baffling cost me almost 50 gunships, I have some left. Several, in fact, of which 20 or so are already at the Lorshan Pass and have already made a bloody mess of your landers and your defensive perimeter. I'm told your surviving troopers still hold the mouth of the tunnel, but of course they won't for long. I imagine their next move will be to mine the tunnel and collapse it like you did the others, which works for me. I have sappers clearing the other tunnels already. We'll be inside within the hour, which is exactly how long you have to save your people." "An hour." "Ah, no, you misunderstand. I am plagued by unreliable subordinates. Perhaps you can sympathize. My troops are not so disciplined as yours. They are young men, after all, and their blood is up. It may take them an hour to get inside. It may take them 10 minutes. Once they enter those caves, I should be very much surprised if any Koran leaves that place alive." "Gepton. Colonel Gepton. There are over 2,000 civilians in there, the old and the very young. Would you have your men slaughter children?" "There is only one way to stop them," Gepton said regretfully. "I must give them the order to stand down before they breach those caves." "And for that, you want our surrender?" "Yes." "There are," Mace said slowly, "civilians in here as well." "Of course there are." Gepton's smile broadened. "Civilians that you, Mace Windu, would give your life to protect. I cannot be bluffed, not by you." Mace lowered his head. "Don't take it too hard, General. In Dejarik, part of true mastery is recognizing when a game is lost." Gepton cleared his throat delicately. "You have, sad to say, only one move left: to resign." "Give us a little time." Defeat had leaked into Mace's voice. We'll have to talk it over." "Ah, time. Of course. Take as long as you like. It's not actually up to me, is it? My sappers are quite, shall we say, gifted. They could break through at any moment. It would be ironic if your surrender were to come too late to save all those innocent lives." "Yes." Mace's voice was subdued. "I'll call back on the same frequency." "I look forward to it. It's been a pleasure playing against you, Master Windu. Gepton out." The image on the huge wall screen faded. Silence shrouded the room. Deppa tottered to her feet. "Mace." Her voice trickled off into a whimper of pain. She lowered her head and clenched her jaw, pulling herself together by sheer willpower. "Mace, we can't let the militia kill those people. Your people." "My people," said Mace Windu, "are Jedi." He lifted his head, and he didn't look beaten at all. "Nick." Nick Rastu looked up from the console where he was huddled with a pair of troopers, and his eyes sparkled. "Got him. The Ministry of Justice. Pegged him with his own bloody satellites." Deppa looked stunned. Kar Vastor's face birthed a predatory grin. Mace nodded. "Deppa, time to fight. Are you strong enough?" She passed a hand before her face, and her gaze sharpened for a moment, but then she sagged, holding herself up with one hand while the other pressed against her temple. I think so, Mace. But it's there's so much." The ragged exhaustion in her voice twisted in his stomach like a knife. "All right, stay here." No, I can fight." "Perhaps you can, but I can't. While I know that you're about to collapse, you're staying. That's an order." He turned away. "Nick, you're with me. Get Chalk and meet me at the gunship." Nick jumped for the door, then jerked to a stop, whirled, and made a credible attempt at a salute that he ruined with a smirk and a one-armed shrug. "Sorry, forgot." Mace acknowledged his salute, and Nick vanished through the bunker's doorway. "Mace." Deppa struggled toward him and reached out as though to take his hand from across the room. Car Vastor strode up behind her, arms out to catch her if she fell. "You can't. You won't have a chance. They'll shoot you down before you clear the landing field." "They won't shoot me down. I'm not going up. That gunship is about to become Haroon Cowl's largest land speeder. Nick knows the streets. He can get us where we need to go." She half fell toward the nearest chair. Vastor caught her and lowered her gently into it. She winced a rueful thanks up to him and placed her hand on his before turning back to Mace. "You're going after the Colonel?" "I don't need him. I need that data pad." "What will you—" Her eyes drifted closed, and she had to force the words out. Carr squeezed her hand, and half a smile flowed across her lips before draining into the burn scar at the corner of her mouth. "What will you do with Gepton?" Mace stared at them, Deppa Balaba and Carr Vastor. He had to go. He had to leave her behind, let her stay, with him. He might never see her again. He couldn't make himself say goodbye. In the end, all he could do was answer her question. "Colonel Gepton is a dangerous man," he said. "Exceedingly dangerous. I'll probably have to kill him." He frowned and tipped his head in a Corin shrug. Or, possibly, offer him a job. 21. Inferno. Twilight. Turbo-laser batteries cast building-sized shadows across the darkening plain of permacrete. Silent clones sat behind the plated shields of anti-starfighter duels and quads. The only sound was a soft whine of servo-motors as computer-tracked cannons traced the motion of droid starfighters, still too high to be more than bright specks in the setting sun. A tiny noise, a half-swallowed whine of pain and frustration, brought Mace's attention up from the gunship's pre-flight checklist. Chalk was struggling with the nav chair's seat straps. Her tightly bandaged wounds wouldn't let her twist far enough to reach the length control. Her face had gone so pale that her freckles stood out like grease splatters, and a streak of blood reddened the sheath of bandages around her chest. "Here, let me." Mace adjusted the strap length and buckled her in. He frowned at the blood on her bandages. "When did this happen?" Chalk shrugged, avoiding his eyes. "On the jump, maybe. At the pass." "You should have said something." She pushed his hands away and busied herself with weapons checks. "I'm okay. Tough girl, me." "I know you are, Chalk. But your wounds." "Don't have time to be hurt, me." She nodded up through the oval lightsaber-cut gap in the windscreen. Far above the city, the setting sun struck sparks from the impossibly complex shimmer-fly dance of the droid starfighters. "Are in danger, people. People I love. Can hurt later, me." The fierce conviction in her voice gave Mace pause. An inventory of his own wounds flickered through his mind. His concussion that was giving him this headache, his cracked ribs, his sprained ankle that had him limping, the infected blaster burn on his thigh, the spray-bandaged bite wound that Vastor had given him, not to mention all his minor cuts and the bruises that covered so much of his body it was hard to tell one from the next. And yet he fought on, and would fight on. Wounds? Right now he could barely feel them, because someone he loved was in danger. "When this is over," he said, nodding his understanding, "you and I will check into a med center. Together." The smile she gave him showed only a trace of pain. Nick poked his head through the cockpit doorway. "Looks like we're a go." "Hey, look at this," he said with a sudden frown, staring out through the windscreen. Through the shadows, slashing the landing field, loped Carr Vastor. His shields flashed eye-stinging highlights from the glow-panel day floods that now, with sunset passing, shone upon the ships. He waved as he ran, clearly asking Mace to wait for him. "What, does he want to fight again or something?" Nick brightened. "You know, we could just shoot him. Accidentally, like. One of those senseless weapons check tragedies." Nick. Yeah. Without expression, Mace watched Vastor approach. Only moments ago, just before he left the command bunker to come out here, he had pulled aside CRC 09571 for a private conversation. "Your orders come only from me, do you understand?" he had told the clone commander. "I want you to be absolutely clear on that." CRC 09571's helmet had tilted to a quizzical angle. "But Master Balaba has been relieved of her duties, as has Kar Vastor." "And his men, sir?" "They have no military rank or authority." "Would the general like them disarmed and restrained?" Mace had grimly surveyed the cramped quarters of the command bunker, crowded with troopers and prisoners. In his mind, he saw 20 corpses in a gunship's troop bay. "No, I'm not sure you can. But watch them. They are not to be trusted. They may become violent without warning. They may try to harm the prisoners, or possibly even you." "Yes, sir." "And get the prisoners out of here, away from them. Not all at once. Make up some pretext, and start moving them out as efficiently as possible." "And if there is a confrontation, sir?" CRC 09571's dry voice had slowed, as though the commander were reluctant to even consider the possibility. "If they attack." "Defend yourself, your men, and the prisoners," Mace had told him. "Use all necessary force." "Lethal force, sir?" Mace had stared at his own reflection in the commander's smoked eye shield. He had to swallow once, hard, before he could reply. "Yes." He'd had to look away. He'd found that reflection too dark for what he knew he had to say. "You are authorized to use lethal force." Out on the landing field, Vastor didn't bother to come around toward the troop bay doors. Without breaking stride, he burst into a force leap that carried him up to the turbostorm's nose below the cockpit, with a clank that must have been his deactivated vibro-shields getting in the way of his grab for the nose armor. He climbed up into view, settling himself into a crouch on the nose armor outside the windscreen. He squatted there for a moment, forearms resting on his bent knees, staring gravely at Mace through the opening. "Mace, Jedi of the Windu." Even his growl was reluctant, almost contemplative. "Kar, we have not been friends, you and I. If we both survive this day, I suspect that again we will not be friends." Mace only nodded. "We may not meet again. I would have you know that I am glad I did not kill you this afternoon. No one else could have done what you have done today. No one else could have brought us so far." This also did not call for a reply. Mace waited. Vastor's mouth compressed, as though sharing this caused him pain, and his growl became almost a purr low in his throat. "I would have you know that I am proud to be your Doshalo. You are a credit to the Windu." Mace took a deep breath. "You," he said, slow, coldly deliberate, "aren't." It was Vastor's turn to silently stare. "I am not Mace, Jedi of the Windu. Windu is my name, not my Gosh. You and I are not Doshalai. The Windu are no more, and what you have done disgraces their memory. My Gosh," said Mace Windu, "is the Jedi." He went back to his pre-flight checklist. "It would be good," he said distantly, "if you were to be gone when I get back." Vastor had turned his face toward the spiral dance of the starfighters as Mace spoke. He did not seem to hear. He stared upward as though listening to the stars. He passed a second or two in silence and stillness, then he nodded gravely and looked back at Mace. Until we meet again, Doshallow. He spun like a startled branch leopard and sprang down from the turbostorm's nose to sprint away across the floodlit permacrete. Mace flicked the last 10 switches into flight sequence, and the turbostorm rocked gently as its repulsor lifts brought it up to an altitude of just under a meter. Let's go. By the time the turbostorm roared through the spaceport gates into the warehouse district of Palek Ba, it was already doing over 200 kilometers an hour. The lightsaber gap and the windscreen shrieked like a bad whale horn in a third-rate smazzo band. Immense night-blackened blocks of warehouses crowded the right-of-ways for a kilometer or more north of the spaceport, but the streets themselves were empty. Mace intended to take advantage while he could. Nick held on to the backs of Mace's and Chalk's chairs, squinting doubtfully up through the windscreen's gap. If you don't mind my asking, are you sure those droid starfighters won't come down for ground vehicles as well? I'm sure. But I mean, how do you know? I'll show you. Mace heeled the turbostorm over, using its thrusters to help negotiate a tight corner. It bounced jarringly off a warehouse, hard enough to dent its armor and knock a steam-crawler-sized hole in the building's wall. He fought the controls and steadied the ship, then nodded forward along the long, straight stretch of street. Half a click ahead, the gigantic slope-armored hulk of a ground assault vehicle clanked out from a side street. Mace said, "That's how." Its turret was already rotated the quarter turn to bear on the turbostorm, and Mace said, "Chalk," but she was ahead of him. The quad turrets on both sides of the gunship burst to life and filled the street with streaking packets of energy, which crashed into the GAV without even scratching it. Nick was shouting, "You'll never breach that armor," while Chalk was letting her gaze defocus and her hands relax on the split yoke. "Not shooting at his armor, me," she murmured, and she held down the triggers as the GAV's cannon bucked with the launch of an armor-piercing shell. That meant a laser blast nose first while still inside the barrel. The explosion was gratifying. It left the cannon's barrel peeled back on itself in a spray of blackened Durasteel twists, making the GAV look like a droid smoking an exploding cigar. "Okay," Nick said. "Now I'm impressed." The GAV's gunners opened up with its heavy slug repeater, making riding in the turbostorm resemble having one's head inside a Durasteel trash barrel that's being clubbed by a pack of drunken squibs. Slug impacts pounded prismatic dents across the transparasteel windscreen. Mace said, "Time to get off the street." "You can't," Nick shouted. "They'll shoot us down." "Off, not up. Open fire." Chalk held down the quad triggers. Mace yanked the control yoke to slew the turbostorm sideways and sent full power of both quads against the warehouse beside them. A huge mouth, teeth of duracrete dangling from reinforcing bars, suddenly gaped in the wall, and Mace rammed the gunship through the gap. Inside the building. "Yow! Know what you're doing, you?" "Keep firing." Cargo containers flashed by them to either side, lit red by the blaze of fire from their guns. Then another cannon-blasted mouth opened in the opposite wall, and they broke out into the next street over, which was also full of militia. At least a company of heavy infantry, with a couple of mobile artillery pieces and possibly more out there that Mace didn't have time to identify because he just kept the gunship roaring straight on through the middle of them and into the warehouse across the street before any of the astonished Bala Y could so much as charge their weapons. Blasting through buildings when they had to, zooming along open streets when they could, zigzagging and backtracking to find gaps in the tightening net of heavy armor that was rolling through the warehouse district, they fought their way out into the city, leaving a wake of astonished Bala Y and an immense connect-the-dots trail of burning warehouses. Sometimes, when things go wrong, they go wrong one at a time, a chain of misfortune that must be dealt with link by link. Those are the easy times. Sometimes troubles come in a starburst. When they had finally broken free from the warehouse district, Mace brought the gunship down to a walking pace. The evening thoroughfares of Pellic Ba were crowded as always, but beings of all species hastily stepped aside for the idling gunship cruising through the city at street level. At least whenever they stopped staring long enough to move. "Nick, do you know where we are?" The young Corin leaned around him to stare out the windscreen. Off to their port side, the sky was red with the light of the fires they'd left behind. So much for the element of surprise. Nick shook his head dejectedly. "Don't you get it? They know we're coming now. The Ministry of Justice is like a fortress. Hell, it is a fortress. Not even you can get in there. Not now. Now they'll be ready for us." Mace said, "They always were. That's all right. We're not going there." "Huh?" "Geptun is smart. Possibly too smart for his own good. He knows we'll come for him. It's the only move we have. That's why we tracked his signal so easily. He wants us to hit the Ministry of Justice. If he were really in the Ministry, he could have found a way to mask his signal. There won't be anything there except a very large number of troops, or possibly only a very large bomb." "Then what are we fraggin' doing out here? Where is he?" "A place with electronics sophisticated enough to fake the origination data of a comm signal," Mace said. "I may not be the degeric player our colonel is, but there's nothing wrong with my memory. The one time we met, it was on the occasion of the death of someone he described as an old friend." Nick's eyes narrowed. "Tank," he breathed. "You think he's at the Washateria?" "Can you get us there?" "Sure. Simple. All you gotta do is bear northeast." He was interrupted by Chalk's hand on his arm. She gave him a sickly smile, and her throat worked as though she were struggling not to retch. Maybe better." She coughed wetly. Blood spattered from her lips. "Chalk." Her fingers dug into his arm, a spasm. Her other hand was pressed to her side. Her face was gray, and her eyes looked foggy. "Maybe better take Nav, you," she said, and slumped. Her hand fell away from her ribs, revealing a ragged hole below her breast. She crumpled forward against the nav chair's safety straps. In her back was an exit wound Nick could have put his fist into. The chair back had an even bigger hole, and the cockpit wall behind bore a splash of blood and tissue and shreds of black synth leather. Nick threw his arms around her, holding her head up, pleading with her empty eyes. "Chalk, no, not you. Come on, not you too. Come on, Chalk, please." Mace looked at the windscreen, at the line of rainbow-ringed slug dents from that first GAV. A line punctuated by the lightsaber cut gap. She had taken that slug minutes ago, without a word, without a sound. She had held on, had fought on. Because people she loved were in danger. "The medical center," Nick's voice had gone thick. "The medical center's only a click or two from here." Mace's decision did not take even a full second. General or not, he was still a Jedi. "Just tell me which way to go." Okay. Nick tore himself away from Chalk and pointed toward an intersection ahead. "Okay, go left at the corner, then—" The street in front of them erupted like a chain of volcanoes. Explosions at the terminal points of scarlet particle beams that rained upon them from the night sky, aimed not at the street, but at a hurtling dark shape that twisted through a barrel roll over the buildings before it took a direct hit and tumbled into a ball of debris-spewing fire that slammed an apartment block only a few dozen meters short of the turbostorm. The blast picked up the gunship and spun it down the street. Of the unarmored ground cars and the pedestrians, the taxi carts and street vendors, the elderly on their stoops and the children who had darted playfully around the tall light poles, nothing was left but smoking rubble and twisted metal. "What in the—" Nick reeled off an impressive string of obscenities. "Was that?" Mace wrestled the turbostorm out of its spin and cut the engines. The ship skidded down the street, trailing a fountaining tail of sparks. He leaned forward, his knuckles pale on the control yoke, and stared up through the windscreen. "May the Force give me strength," he whispered, as close to a curse as he had ever come. That hurtling dark shape had been one of the Incom skyhoppers from the spaceport. The cannon fire that had rained on the street and brought down the skyhopper had come from droid starfighters. The night sky was full of ships. Above the city. Oh, Tepa, Mace breathed. More than 400,000 people lived in Palik Ba. Drawing fire from the starfighters down upon it could put the entire capital to the torch. No, not could. Had. The Skyhopper wasn't the first ship to crash into the crowded streets of the capital tonight, and there were over 100 more, from tiny racing yachts to immense freighters. He felt the city in the force, a holocaust of flame and darkness, panic, rage, grief, horror. There was nothing else left. But the spaceport had a different feel entirely. "Deppa, what have you done?" The comm panel chimed to announce an incoming voice and visual. Numbly, Mace reached past Nick and Chalk to hit the receive key. Scanning lasers in the comm unit traced a blue-lined image shadow on the windscreen. An electronic pre-echo of the larger-than-life hollow image projected into the burning night outside. An image of a huge Koran with a shaven head and a smile like a mouthful of bone needles. He growled, and Mace wondered how Vastor could expect to be understood. His force-powered semi-telepathy wouldn't modulate a comm signal, but this little mystery instantly solved itself. When the Lor Pellic growled, the dark storm that had swallowed Pelic Ba growled with him. "Thank you for giving us the city, Doshalo." His smile spread like flames on oil. "We have decided to redecorate." Mace opened his mouth to ask for CRC 09571 and closed it again. The commander had been warned not to take orders from them. They must have killed him. "Carr, where's Deppa?" Mace held his desperate horror locked deep inside his chest. "Let me talk to her." "She doesn't want to talk to you. She doesn't want to see you, ever. I have arranged matters so she won't have to." "Carr, stop this. You have to stop this." "And I will." Vastor's lips pulled back from those needle teeth, and there was no longer even the pretense of a smile. "When everyone is dead." "You don't understand what you're doing." "Yes, I do. And so do you." End of Side 9. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 10, Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel, Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Continuing on page 366. Mace's stare burned like the city around him. He did understand, finally. Too late. He had no words for what he felt. Perhaps there were no words. "I called to say goodbye, Doshalo. Deppa will remember you fondly. As will we all. It is a hero's death you go to, Mace of the Windu." Mace showed his own teeth. "I'm not dead yet." Vastor's blue-imaged head tilted a centimeter to the right. "What time is it?" Mace froze. A metallic clank echoed in his memory. A clank that might have been deactivated vibro-shields hitting the nose armor of a Cinar turbostorm. Or not. "Nick!" Mace's sudden shout shocked the young Koran like a shot from a stun baton. "Hang on!" "Hang on to what?" The arming levers of the seat ejectors flipped up. Nick swore and threw his arms around Chalk half a second before the triggers pressed themselves, and explosive bolts blew the windscreen up and out, and her chair shot toward the rooftops, out of balance and tumbling into the night sky as the time fuse on the proton grenade Vastor had mag-clamped to the turbostorm's nose, precisely where its shaped charge would blow a dozen kilos of shredded armor plate through the cockpit sideways. Detonated. Mace found them by following his force link with Nick. Double-loaded and out of balance, Chalk's ejector chair had carried them only as far as a black rooftop, flat and sticky with tar, before crashing to spill them across it. Flames from other buildings around lit its walls and cast its square shadow toward the stars. Nick's silent silhouette knelt with bowed head beside her. His hand gently stroked bloody tangles of hair away from her face. Tears from his eyes fell to her cheeks, as though death had finally allowed this tough girl to weep. Mace stood at the roof's rim and looked out across the city. His chair had carried him a dozen blocks away. He had come here on foot. The streets were a nightmare. Cannon fire rained at random. Missiles that had lost their targets blasted ground cars and streets' vendor stalls. People ran and screamed. Many were armed. Many carried bundles of valuables saved, more often looted, from burning buildings. Bodies lay sprawled on the pavement, ignored except for the curse they would get when someone tripped over them in blind panic. He'd seen a little girl clutching the bloody tatters of a corpse's dress while she tried to scream life back into its body. He'd seen a Wookiee and a Yuzum locked together, clawing and biting and shredding each other, howls of terrified rage muffled by mouthfuls of each other's flesh and fur. He'd seen a man not 2 meters in front of him chopped in half by a blasted free hull plate that had fallen from the sky like a tabletop-sized cleaver. From the rooftop, the capital of Haroon Kal looked like a night-shrouded volcanic plain. A vast dark field pocked with calderae that opened on hell. Clone-piloted ships streaked and spun and rolled, desperately dodging starfighters that swooped and dived and spat flame. In those contests, it didn't matter who won. The city lost. Pelik Ba had always been a jungle, but only in a metaphoric sense. Vastor had brought the real one. He was the real one, and he was eating this city alive. "I always used to." Nick's voice was soft, almost expressionless. Just, slow, and faintly puzzled. He still knelt over her. "I used to, kind of think, maybe someday, when I leave this fragging planet." He shook his head helplessly. "I always kind of thought she'd be coming with me." "Nick." "Not that I asked her, you understand. No. Not that I ever had the guts to say anything to her about that. About—" He lifted his face to the cold, distant stars. "About us. It was just, just never the right time. And I kind of thought she knew. I hope she knew." "Nick, I'm sorry. I cannot tell you how sorry I am." "Yeah." Nick nodded slowly, pensively, as though each motion of his head welded another layer of armor around his grief. Then he sucked air through his teeth and shoved himself to his feet. "Lots of people are sorry tonight." He had her gun belt in his hands. He moved to the roof rim to stand beside Mace and look out across the burning city. "They're all against us now," he said softly. "Not just the militia and the droids." "Yes." He buckled Chalk's gun belt around his waist and tied her holster down to his left thigh to match his own on the right. "They've turned on us. All of them. Carr and his axe. Deppa. Even the clones." "The clones," Mace said distantly, "are only following orders." "Orders from our enemies." Now it was Mace's turn to lower his head, Mace's turn to nod layers of armor around his own grief. "Yes." "And on our side, it's us. You and me. Nobody else." He drew her gun, smooth and fast, checking its heft and balance. He popped the clip and snapped it back in. Carr saved her life." He spun the pistol forward, then reversed it so that its own spin slipped it snugly into the holster. "Temporarily." Mace murmured, "It's always temporary." He stared down into the pandemonium on the street. An armored ground car filled with militia swung around a corner. The gunner on the roof-mounted EWH-B-10 fired short bursts into the air to clear the road. Some of the armed looters returned fire. Nick said softly, "You got any idea what we're going to do?" Before Mace could speak, Nick smiled tiredly and raised a hand. "Don't bother. I know what you're about to say." "I don't think you do." Mace gave the militia vehicle below a speculative frown. "We're going to surrender." 22. Surrender. The Highland Green Washateria was an imposing verdigris-domed edifice of gleaming white tile set off by obsidian grout. When the ground car pulled up to it, its sign was dark, and its elaborate array of arched windows were sealed by Durasteel blast shutters. A block away, the streets were choked with burning wreckage. Here, all was dark and still. The squad's non-com peered dimly through the ground car's windscreen. "Dunno why the colonel'd be here," he said doubtfully. "Maybe he wants a bath," Nick said dryly from the rear compartment, where he sat among the other 4 sweaty, tired-looking regulars. "Which wouldn't do any of you guys any harm either. I mean, she." "He's here," Mace said from the front seat next to the non-com. "Let's get out." "I guess he could be here," the non-com admitted reluctantly. "Okay, everybody out." As the squad piled out onto the walkway, the non-com muttered, "I still think we should have tried the ministry. And I probably ought to put binders on you, too." "There's no reason to go to the ministry," Mace said, "and you don't need the binders." Frag the binders anyway. Okay, let's go." The non-com tried the blast-shuttered door. Locked. Purple energy flared. Durasteel sizzled. White-hot edges dulled to red, then darkened entirely. Mace said, "No, it isn't." The non-com used the barrel of his blaster rifle as a pry bar to swing open the door. "Hey, what are you guys doing here?" The broad sculpted lobby of the Washateria had been turned into a heavy weapons nest. A platoon of militia crouched, squatted, or lay behind temporary barriers of expanded permacrete. Tripod-mounted repeaters were leveled at the open door. The men's faces were drawn, their eyes round and haunted. Here and there a rifle muzzle trembled. An oddly familiar voice replied, "A guy might want to ask you the same question." "Well, I captured that Jedi everybody's looking for, didn't I?" the non-com said. "Here, come on in." Mace stepped around the open door. "You." It was the big man from the spaceport Proby showers, and he didn't look frightened at all. Mace said, "How's your nose?" The big man went for his sidearm with an impressively swift draw. Mace's was faster. By the time the big man's blaster cleared his holster, Mace was staring at him past the sizzling purple fountain of his blade. "Don't." Nick said, "You guys know each other?" The big man held the blaster steady, aimed at Mace's upper lip. He said sourly, "Captured him, did you?" Sure, Lieutenant." The non-com blinked uncertainly. "Well, okay, they surrendered, but it's the same thing, right? I mean, he's here, ain't he?" "Stand away from them, all of you, right now." The squad scattered. Mace said, "I need to see Colonel Gepton." "You know, that's a funny thing." The big lieutenant squinted past his blaster's sights. "Because he don't want to see you. He told me specifically about you. He said you might show up here. He said you're supposed to be shot on sight." "Shooting at Jedi," Mace said, "is a losing proposition." "Yeah, I've heard that." "Lieutenant, do you have a family?" The officer scowled. "None of your business." "Have you looked outside recently?" The big man's jaw tightened. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. Mace said, "I can stop it. Those ships your droids are chasing are piloted by men under my command. But if something were to happen to me—" The big man's chin drew down stubbornly. His men frowned at each other. Some bit their lips or shifted their weight. One of them said doubtfully, "Hey, Lou, you know, I got 2 kids, and Jemmy's up with another." "Shut it." "Your choice is straightforward," Mace said. "You can follow orders and open fire. Most of you will die, and your families will be left out there without you, and without any hope other than that their deaths might be quick. Or you can bring me to Colonel Gepton, save hundreds of thousands of lives, including your own. Do your duty, or do what's right. It's up to you." The big man ground out his words between clenched teeth. "You know the last time I could breathe, okay?" he growled, pointing at his nose. "Guess. Go on. Guess." "Yours is not the only nose I've broken on this planet," Mace said evenly, "and you deserved it more than he did." The big man's knuckles whitened on the blaster. Mace lowered his lightsaber, but kept its blade humming. "Why don't you call the colonel and ask? It is possible," he said, with half a nod back toward the bloody chaos outside, "that he has changed his mind." The lieutenant's scowl thickened until it broke under its own weight. He shook his head disgustedly and let his gun arm fall to his side. "They don't pay me enough for this." He came out from behind the permacrete barrier and went to the house comm at the hostess desk. A brief conversation went on in undertones. When it was over, he looked even more disgusted. He returned his blaster to its holster and waved his empty hand at his men. "All right, stand down, everybody. Put him away." While his men complied, he walked over to Mace. "I'll need your weapons." From behind Mace's shoulder, Nick said, "You don't have to take our weapons." "Don't quit your day job, kid." The lieutenant held out his hand. "Come on. I can't bring you down there armed." Mace silently handed over his lightsaber. Nick flushed while he dangled his pistols from one finger through each trigger guard. The lieutenant took both pistols in one hand and weighed Mace's lightsaber in the palm of the other. He gave a thoughtful frown. "The colonel said you're Mace Windu." "Did he?" The officer looked the Jedi Master in the eye. "Is it true? You're really him? Mace Windu?" Mace admitted it. "Then maybe I don't mind the nose so much." The big man shook his head ruefully. "I guess I'm lucky to be alive at all, huh?" "You," Mace said, "should consider a new line of work." The entrance to the Republic Intelligence Station was a waterproof hatch. It was disguised as part of the checkered tile pattern on the bottom of a steaming mineral bath fed by the natural hot springs below the washateria. The lieutenant led Mace and Nick to a waiting stair from the deck down into the shallow end. Two sweating regulars brought up the rear, rifles slanted across their chests. Nick made a face. "Stinks in here. People really want to go in that?" "Not many, I bet," the big man said. "If they did, it wouldn't make a real good secret entrance, would it?" A concealed latch opened a code panel that swung down from the stair rail. The lieutenant tucked Mace's lightsaber under his arm so he could punch some keys, and the field generator built into the stairs and the pool floor hummed to life. An electric crackle heralded the opening of a channel. Walls of sizzling energy held back the sulphurously steaming water. Toward the deep end, the channel became a tunnel. Another code panel opened the waterproof hatch, and open work stairs with drains beneath them led down into a dry, brightly lit room filled with the very latest electronic surveillance, code-breaking, and communications equipment. A handful of people in civilian clothes monitored the various stations like they knew what they were doing. There was an undertone of insistent muttering, and many of the console monitors showed only snow. The lieutenant showed them to a small, gloomy chamber with hollow viewer walls and a heavy Lammas table in the center. The only light in the chamber came from the hollow viewers. They showed real-time images of the city. The ceiling sparkled with swooping droid starfighters and the hurtling ships they pursued. Burning buildings cast a dull, flickering, rose-colored glow that silhouetted a small, plump man seated at the far end of the table. "Master Windu, please come in." Gepton's voice was thin, and the self-deprecating chuckle he offered had a fragile edge. "It appears that I miscalculated." Mace said, "We both did." "I never suspected that Jedi could be capable of such savagery." "Neither did I." "People are dying out there, Windu. Civilians. Children." "If your concern for children had included Kurunai, we wouldn't be here right now." "Is that what this is? Revenge?" The colonel sprang jerkily to his feet. "Do Jedi take revenge? How can you do this? How can you do this?" "You are not the only one," Mace said evenly, "with unreliable subordinates." "Ah." Gepton sank slowly back into his chair and lowered his head into his hands. A weak, sickly laugh shook his shoulders. I understand. I didn't misjudge you. You misjudged your people. This is all your mistake, not mine. There will be plenty of guilt to go around. All that is important right now is the power to make it stop. And you have this power? No, Mace said. You do. You think I haven't tried? You think I don't have every person in this station working to deactivate those starfighters? Look at this. You see all this? Gepton's voice was going shrill. A shadow wave of a trembling hand swept the images on the walls and ceiling. These are landline sensors, hardwired. Want to see our remotes? He stabbed a control on the tabletop. All four walls and the ceiling fuzzed to eye-stinging white snow. See, don't you see? All our signal-jamming controls are at the spaceport, too. Even if you wanted to order your pilots to stand down, you can't. We can't get through. It's out of our hands. We are helpless. Helpless. In the white light from the screens, Gepton looked pale and disheveled. His eyes were red and puffy. His lips were swollen as if he'd been chewing them. Black sweat stained his blouse from his armpits to his belt. Mace said, There is one more thing you can try. Enlighten me. Surrender. Gepton's laugh was bitter. Oh, certainly. Why didn't I think of that? He shook his head. Surrender to whom? To the Republic, Mace said. To me. To you? You're my prisoner, and you're wasting my time. His hand shook when he waved at the lieutenant. Take them away. The big man shrugged. You heard him, the lieutenant began, but he finished the statement with a sudden yelp of surprise and pain when the lightsaber he held ignited in his hand, the blade stabbing downward to drive a smoking hole through his thigh. His hands opened, the pistols clattered to the floor, and the lightsaber flipped into Mace's palm. You hold it like this, Mace said, sizzling blade poised a centimeter from the end of the big man's nose. The two regulars behind them cursed and fumbled with their rifles. Nick spun to face them and brought up his arms as both his pistols yanked themselves through the air to smack into his hands. Let's just not, okay? The two militiamen, blinking and cross-eyed as they tried to focus on one muzzle apiece, settled on the better part of valor. Pale and grimacing, the lieutenant sagged against the hollow-viewer at his back, clutching his thigh. These are my terms, Mace said evenly. The planetary militia will immediately cease all operations in the Lorshan Pass. You will turn over to me the starfighter control codes, and as the ranking military official and the ranking officer of the Confederacy, you will sign a formal surrender, ceding Haroon Kal and the Alhar system itself to the Republic. Colonel, the lieutenant's growl was thin with pain. Maybe you ought to think about it, you know? Think about it. I mean, all the guys. We got families here. Gepton clutched the edge of the table, livid. If I don't. Mace shrugged. Then I won't save your city. How am I supposed to trust that you will? That you even can? You know who I am. Gepton trembled, and not from fear. This is extortion. No, Mace said. It's war. The formal surrender had been drafted, witnessed, and signed right there in the intel station. You know this has no legal standing, Gepton said as he affixed his signature and retinal print. I signed the surrender only under duress. Surrender is always made under duress, Mace observed dryly. That's why they call it surrender. Mace set the comm gear to automatically make a number of transmissions the instant signal jamming abated enough that communications could resume. Many of the transmissions would be simple orders to the various battalions of militia to lay down their arms. More significant would be a HoloNet report to Coruscant with a copy of the surrender agreement, along with an emergency summons for a Republic task force. If the Republic could get here in force before the Confederacy did, their landing would be unopposed. By the time signal jamming would end, he'd have control of the starfighters. Even if the Separatists got here first, Mace would be in a position to make the Ulhar system uncomfortably hot for them. And if they tried to land, the spaceport controlled the planetary defenses as well. Now all he had to do was control the spaceport. They had the whole platoon plus the armored ground car squad for escort through the chaos of Pelek Ba. Gepton got them through the militia perimeter that stretched in a thick arc among the burning warehouses. Then Mace stepped out of the ground car. "Nick, you drive." He shooed away the rest of the militiamen. Gepton started to follow them. "Not you, Colonel. Get in the car." "Me?" The ride to the spaceport had given Gepton time to recover his composure. He looked almost his old self again. "You can't be serious. What do you expect me to do?" "You'll transmit the deactivation codes to make sure nothing goes wrong." "Why should I have to do anything? What will you two be doing?" Nick stared through the windshield at the spaceport gates. "Killing people." Gepton looked at him, blinking as though he were expecting a punchline. Mace said, "Get in the car." "Really? I mean, please. I don't know what kind of man you think I am." "I think," Mace said, "that you are a very brilliant man. I think that you have more courage than you have ever guessed. I think that you truly care about this city and the people in it. I think your cynicism is a fraud." What? Really, this is astonishing." "I think that if you were truly as corrupt and venal as you pretend," said Mace Windu, "you would be in the Senate." Gepton's blank gape hung on for one silent second, then gave way to an abrupt guffaw. Shaking his head, still chuckling, he walked around to the other side of the ground car. "Here, young man, shove over. I'll drive." "You will?" "You might have to shoot people, yes?" Nick looked at Mace. Mace shrugged, and Nick slid over to the passenger side. Gepton adjusted the pilot's seat to make himself comfortable behind the control yoke. "I suppose," he said with a vast theatrical sigh, "I am as ready as I will ever be." Mace ignited his lightsaber. He lifted its blade and stood for a moment staring into its blaze as though he could read his future there. Perhaps he could. That killing flame might be the only future he had. He let it drop to his side but held it alight and walked toward the spaceport gates. "Follow me." Gepton engaged the ground car's drive system and let the armored vehicle roll along behind the Jedi Master's deliberate stride. Turbo-laser towers loomed to either side. From the city at his back came the shriek of fighting ships cutting the air, the hammer of weapons, and the rolling booms of exploding buildings. But beyond the durasteel bars of the gate, all was silence and stillness. He reached the gate and looked across the bare landing field toward the control center. Empty, silent, vast. The day floods threw stark white glare. His blade flashed. Durasteel clanged on permacrete. Mace walked into the spaceport. The ground car rolled in after him. He had no idea what to expect here. He thought he was ready for anything. He was almost right. One thing he didn't expect was the crackle of a helmet speaker from the ground-level hatch of the turbo-laser tower to his left. "General Windu! General Windu, is that you?" 3 troopers crouched in the doorway. Mace called, "Yes." "Permission to approach, sir." He waved them over, and they came at a run. They snapped to attention in perfect file. "With the General's permission, the sergeant sent us out here to see if it was you, sir." "And it is," Mace said. "Me." "They said your ship blew up." "Did they?" "Yes, sir. They told us you were dead." Mace Windu said, "Not yet." Mace stared at the bleak durasteel of the blast door while the trooper captain filled him in. The blast door was a full meter thick and locked with internal bolts of neutronium. Its surface was smooth, dull matte gray. From the outside, it was controlled by a code panel. The inside had a manual wheel. When the wheel was engaged, the code panel was useless. The command bunker was more secure than most treasure vaults. Only the swiftness of their assault had allowed Mace, Depa, and the ACK guards to capture it in the first place. The defenders had not had time to swing it shut. The brightly lit corridor seemed unreal. A full platoon of heavy assault troopers crouched in a tight arc on the white tile around the blast door, bolting tripods into the floor and charging weapons. 4 more platoons waited in reserve, 2 down either direction of the corridor. Mace stood in front of the door. Gepton sat on a heavy repeater's fusion pack, white-knuckled hands clutching his armored data pad. Nick sat on the floor with his back against the wall beside the door, eyes closed. He might have been asleep. The trooper captain was designated CC-8-349. He told Mace that the regiment had had no communication from the bunker since the news that the general had been killed. That was shortly after Master Balaba had ordered them to use the spaceport's ships to draw the droid starfighters down upon the city. The rest of the clone troopers had been ordered to stand ready to repel a militia infantry assault. Since then, there had been no communication from the bunker. No one had entered, no one had left. Mace had a good idea how the inside of the bunker looked right now. Too good an idea. A surge of dark power spread across the city like the shock front of a fusion bomb. Behind that door was Ground Zero. "Makes you wonder," Nick said slowly, eyes still closed, "just what they're doing in there." Mace said, "They're waiting." "For what?" He looked down at the lightsaber in his hand. "To see if I come back." Nick seemed to chew this over. He opened his eyes and pulled himself to his feet. He shook his arms loose and hooked his thumbs over his gun belts. "Then I guess we shouldn't disappoint them." Mace frowned at the slug pistols holstered on Nick's thighs. "You should borrow a blaster." "Fine with these." "Blasters are more accurate, more stopping power." Mace's voice was grim. "More shots." Nick drew his right-hand gun, turning it over as though admiring it for the first time. "Thing about slugs is they only go one way," he said lazily. "Blasters are all well and good, but I don't particularly care to eat my own shot. Slugs don't bounce." "Off a vibro shield they will." Nick shrugged. "Not off a lightsaber." Mace lowered his head. He had no answer. The sick weight that had gathered in his chest for so long now threatened to crush him altogether. "Captain 49, he said slowly, "no one comes out of there but us. Do you understand? No one." "General, we should go in first." "No." "With the General's pardon. That's what we are for." "Your purpose is to fight, not to die uselessly. Master Yoda knew better than to send troopers against a single enemy force user on Geonosis. In that bunker may be as many as 7. 8. Mace glared at Nick. Nick shrugged. "You know it's true." The Jedi Master set his jaw. 8. He turned again to CC-8-349. "I will go in first. Your men will enter on my command. 2 platoons. Come in shooting, blast anything that moves. This is not search and destroy. You're there solely to cover Colonel Gepton. You will take all available measures to protect him and to ensure that he completes his mission. His mission is the objective of this operation, understood? If he fails, nothing else matters." "Yes, sir. Understood, sir." "The rest of you will remain out here to hold the doorway, if you have to, and if you can." If I might interrupt." Gepton coughed delicately. "Has anyone considered just how we are going to get in?" "Just like we do everything else," Nick said. "The hard way." "Pardon?" "Shaped charges," Mace told him. He turned to the trooper captain. "Proton grenades. Blow the door." "General." CC-8-349 stiffened to attention. "With the General's pardon, sir, Commander 7-1's still in there, with more than 20 men. And there are prisoners to consider, sir, including civilians. If we use proton grenades, the casualties—" "There is no one in that room except the dead," Mace said heavily. and the people who killed them. He nodded to Nick. Cover my back from the doorway. The young Corin drew Chalk's pistol from his left holster. He held both guns low and loose and nodded back. Colonel Gepton. The plump little Balawai pushed himself to his feet. He clamped the armored datapad under one arm, but still held it with both white-knuckled hands. One of his kneecaps jumped and shuddered, but his voice was light and steady as ever. Ready when you are, Master Jedi. I can't protect you in there. Lovely. You won't be using the console. The transceiver unit itself is in a chamber below the bunker. I will provide access. Stay out here until I call for the troopers. Certainly. I am in no, hurry, if you take my meaning. I have never been anything remotely resembling a hero. People, Mace said with tragic conviction, change. He ignited his blade. He held it with both hands. May the Force be with us. He looked at CC 8349. All right, Captain. Blow the door. 23. The Hard Way. Greasy smoke curled from the shattered blast door. It reeked of blood and flesh and human waste, the smell of death. Mace stood next to the door, waiting for the smoke to thin. The command bunker was dark as a cave. The only light was the white shaft that spilled in through the opening that used to be the door. The interior materialized as though it slowly drew substance from the haze itself. Bodies were everywhere, piled along the walls, draped over the banks of monitor consoles, face down on the floor in black pools. Some wore combat armor, some wore militia khakis. Some wore no uniform at all. Some were missing pieces. Mace's blade hissed in the smoke as he went inside. As a weapon, a lightsaber was uniquely tidy, even, in a sense, merciful. Its powerful cascade of energy instantly seared and cauterized any wound it inflicted. The wounds rarely bled at all. It was a clean weapon. A vibro shield was not. The floor in the command bunker was treacherously slippery. Mace trod with care. Behind him, Nick slipped through the doorway and put his back to the wall. All was silence and death, a whole different world from the madness outside. Inside was a darker madness. So dark he might as well be blind. "Depa," he said softly. "Car, come out. I know you're watching me." His answer was a low, silky predator's growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "We don't have to be enemies." Mace brought up his blade. He moved cautiously around the ruins of the monitor bank closest to the doorway. "Aren't we on the same side? We've won the planet for you, haven't we?" Mace reached into the Force, feeling for the emptiness below that would contain the transceiver. With each step, he worked his feet down, seeking solid footing on the floor before taking the next. "Do you really want to fight us? We are kin, you and I. We are your own people." "You were never my people." Mace spoke without emotion. "A man like you will always be my enemy, no matter whose side you're on. And I will always fight you." "Why do they name you a master? You have mastered only futility. You cannot possibly win." "I don't have to win," Mace said. "All I have to do is fight." A low snarl was the only warning he got. Nick's guns roared flame at a hurtling dark shape that leaped from nowhere. Sparks clanged in the gloom as Mace whirled instinctively and slashed at the shape, and it vanished in a dive that carried it over the console bank, before he'd even seen what it was. He'd never felt it coming. Dark power swirled around him. He let his blade shrink away and crouched between two console banks, his heart hammering. "Nick," he called, "did you get him?" "Don't think so." Nick's voice came out thin and tight. "Sounded like he took both on the shields. You?" Mace smelled smoke, charred flesh. "Perhaps. A piece of him, anyway." "See where he came from?" "No, I think—" Mace's breath hissed through his teeth. I think they're hiding among the bodies. Stay ready. You better believe it." The low, snarling growl became mocking. "Your force can't help you here. Here there is only Pelicotin, and we are only Pelicotin's dream." Mace crept his way silently along the console bank. "You didn't feel me coming at you. You can't." "That wasn't you," Mace said, low. "But it was. 1/7 of me. Your pardon, 1/8. He could feel the transceiver chamber now, 2 meters away on the far side of this console bank. Its ceiling began 1.5 meters below the floor. "You have lost her. Lost her to Pelicotin. Lost her to Pelicotin's dream. A world free from Balawai." Mace muttered, "We are all Balawai here." He triggered his blade just long enough to stab into the leg well of the console under which he crouched, and carve an arch out of its back just large enough to crawl through. He pulled the cutaway piece free and laid it flat. On the far side lay a knot of dead clones. 4. He had to crawl over them. Someone had taken off their helmets. Their eyes were open. Jango Fett's dead face stared at him 4 times over. Dead eyes looked into him and saw nothing but his guilt. He kept moving. The spot he needed was just ahead. Mace finally tore his attention away from the dead clones and froze. Someone had been carving the floor there already. Blackened hunks of the command bunker's armor plating lay strewn around a human-sized pit already nearly 1 meter deep. Beside them, a slim form in tattered brown robes lay crumpled on the floor. Her lightsaber was still in her hand. For one giddy instant his heart sang. She had anticipated him. She hadn't fallen to the dark. It had been an act, all an act. She had been cutting through the floor to help him. But it was only one instant. He knew better. Of course she had anticipated him. She knew all there was to know about his style. She'd known exactly what his target had to be, and she hadn't been cutting into the chamber below in order to help activate the transceiver. She'd been going there to destroy it. Looked like the proton grenade blast had caught her just in time. She didn't seem to be breathing. In the blinding swirl of dark power that filled the bunker, he could not feel if she still lived. "You have gone very quiet, Doshalo. Do you think silence can save you? Do you think that because you cannot feel me, the reverse is also true?" Too much fatigue, too much pain. He had no room left in his heart for more. He would grieve later. Now, looking at her corpse, he felt only a vague, melancholy relief that he hadn't had to kill her himself. "Do you think there is anything about you I don't know?" "I think," Mace said, "that if you were all you claim, I'd already be dead." He pushed himself into a forward roll that brought him up to a crouch and looked down into the hole. She'd done most of his work for him already. He could cut through with a single stroke. "You are not yet my kill." "No. Whose kill am I, then?" The answer to his question was a lightsaber's emitter jammed against his belly. Mace had time to think blankly. Oh, not dead. Faking. "Deppa!" She screamed as she triggered her blade, and kept screaming as its green fire chewed a tunnel through Mace's guts and speared out his back. His hand seized hers instinctively, locking her blade against his body so that she could not kill him by slashing it free. His own blade ignited, but he could not strike her even now. Not here, so close he could kiss her instead. Not while her scream spiraled up into a shriek. Not while he had to look into her wide-staring eyes and see no hate or rage, but only stark agony. He was going to have to do this the hard way. He struck downward into the pit beside them, his blade slicing out a lopsided ellipse of armor plate that dropped into darkness below and clanged to an unseen floor. "Gepton!" he roared. "Now!" Flashes of battle. Shadows fleeing the bunker as swarms of screaming electric blue blaster bolts, rebounding off walls, shoot them to rags. A flood of troopers spreading into a wave through the doorway, weapons gouting lightning-colored energy, Gepton in the middle of them, head down and running, datapad cradled like a baby in his arms. a buzzing shield of silver flame that sliced through a blaster rifle so that it exploded and took with it the trooper's hands. These images burned in Mace's brain as he fought for his life against the woman who should have been his daughter. He brought his blade back up from the pit and turned his wrist on the forehand so that his recovery stroke took her in the temple with his lightsaber's butt. Her fingers slipped off the blade's activation plate, and it shrank back down through his body. She howled and punched his eye socket with her free hand, but Mace got his foot wedged between them, and he shoved her away with a powerful thrust. At the same instant, both of them backflipped into the air, landing on their feet poised in perfect mirror images, their blades whipping in identically curving slashes almost too fast to see. Blaster bolts howled around them. The air crackled with streaks and splatters of energy. Their blades flickered and whipped, and no bolt touched their flesh. Their eyes never left each other's. Something had torn in his guts when he did the backflip. Smoke trickled upward from the hole in his belly. He could smell it, but he felt no pain. Not yet. His blade whirred through the air. Hers whirred faster. She advanced. The slashes never stopped. They would never stop. They flowed one into the next with liquid precision. The constant, near-invisible weave of lethal energy is the ready stance of Vapad. "Deppa," Mace said desperately, "I don't want to fight you. Deppa, please." She sprang at him, screaming without words. He couldn't know if she'd heard him. He couldn't know if language still had meaning for her. Then she was on him. His whole world turned to green fire. 24 troopers entered the bunker in a wedge around Colonel Gepton. Nick Rostu kept his back against the wall while he watched them die. Ack guards leaped over and past them, and with every leap another clone fell. The clones never stopped, never faltered, firing blaster carbines from the hip, forcing their way forward over the bodies of their comrades. And it wasn't only clones who died. The Force nudged Nick, and he swung a pistol and fired without thinking. A leaping Ack guard whirled, and the slug banged sparks off his shield. But in the instant his attention was diverted, he fell against the muzzle of a trooper's DC-15, and blue energy exploded out his back. This Ack guard had been a man Nick knew, as he knew them all. This one's name had been Prouk. He'd liked to gamble, and he once lost 60 credits to Nick on a bet, and he'd paid it. Another nudge from the Force, and another shot took out the knee of an Ack guard. He crumpled on top of a dying trooper who still had enough life left in him to hold down the trigger of his carbine and blow the Ack to rags. This was the guard whose nose Mace had broken. His name was Thoffel. Nick was waiting for his next shot when a massive shadow rose up right in front of him. Intent on the Force, Nick hadn't seen him coming. He said, "Whoops." This one's name was Iolu. He had saved Nick's life during a firefight once, a long time ago. "Hello, Nick," Iolu said, and drove his shield's sizzling edge toward Nick's neck. Deppa's blade was everywhere. Mace backpedaled, parrying frantically, absorbing the shock of her attacks with bent arms and a two-handed grip. He was taller than she, with more reach and weight, and vastly more muscle in his upper body, but she drove him backward as though he were a child. Green flame struck through his guard, and only a frantic jerk of his head turned what would have been a brain-burning thrust into a line of char along his cheekbone. Still, he did not strike back. "I will not kill you," he said. "Death is not the answer to your pain." Her reply was a scream louder and more savage, and an onslaught to match. She broke through his guard again and scorched his wrist. Another stroke burned a slice through his pants leg just above the knee. Power roared around her, a rising storm of darkness. Mace got it now. As each Ack guard died, his share of Pelicotin backflowed through the bonds Vastor had forged among them. She was getting stronger. And with each stroke of her blade, he could feel himself slipping into the shadows. He had to. She was too strong, too fast, too everything. The only way he could survive was to give more of himself to Vapad. To give all of himself. To sink into Pelicotin's dream. He felt it. He had reached his own Shatterpoint, and he was breaking. The vibro-shield flashed toward his neck. Nick's knees buckled, and he bent backward like a drawn bow. Iolu's fist grazed Nick's nose as the horizontal vibroshield passed over the young Koran's upturned face and bit into the wall so smoothly that the Act Guard's knuckles hit as well. The unexpected shock loosened his grip on the vibroshield's activator, and its hum died, leaving it stuck fast in the wall. Before Iolu could pull it back out, Nick flipped his pistol's muzzle up against the Act Guard's extended elbow. The slug didn't quite blow his arm off. Iolu swayed, stunned. Chalk's gun in Nick's other hand came up under Iolu's chin. "Never liked you anyway," Nick said, and pulled the trigger. The corpse fell against him. Its shattered arms slipped free of the shield's retaining straps. Nick pushed himself sideways out from under, looking for another target, and the dead guard slid down the wall. Gepton was nowhere to be seen. He was either dead or down with the transceiver. Either way, there was nothing left to do but fight. A knot of clone troopers stood back to back, firing desperately at one lone Act Guard who leaped and spun and slaughtered with demonic precision. No, not an Act Guard. It was Carvastor. Nick leveled Chalk's gun. "This is for her, scumpacker," he muttered. "Never liked you either." But her pistol was too heavy for him to hold steady. His own seemed to have gained a dozen kilos as well. What the frag? His knees turned to cloth. He looked over at Iolu's corpse. The other shield, one that still hung silent along his dead arm, was stained bright red, dripping. Nick said, "Oh." He looked down. A huge diagonal gash opened his tunic across his abdomen, and his legs were soaked with blood. He sagged back against the wall. "Oh," he said again. "Oh, nuts." And in the end, he was just too tired, too old, too wounded. Through the trace of force connection he had with Nick, Mace felt the young Koran collapse. Something broke inside his head, and all his own wounds crashed upon him. Every cut and bruise, every cracked bone and sprained joint, the man bite on his shoulder, and the hole through his guts, all of them blossomed into silent screams. His lightsaber went heavy and his arms went slow. She burned a stripe across his chest, and he staggered. His fighting spirit wasn't destroyed. It wasn't even far away. He could feel where it had gone. He could reach out and touch it. It was waiting for him in the dark. Lors Gepton quivered uncontrollably, crouched in the cramped chamber that was filled with the refresher-sized transceiver. He tried not to listen to the steady diminuendo of the blaster fire above. Each gun that fell silent was one less man up there to protect his life. His hands trembled so badly he could barely punch the keys on the code lock that sealed his datapad's armored shell. When he finally got it open, he had to fumble in the inky shadows for the link port on the transceiver. His shaking hands made inserting his pad's data link resemble threading a needle with his feet, but he got it done. With a gasp of triumph, he keyed the droid starfighter recall sequence. Nothing happened. A moment later, his datapad screen announced, "ECM fault. Unable to execute. ECM fault." ECM. Electronic countermeasure. The signal jamming was still on. In the Force, Mace felt Gepton's despair. It felt like a gift. Another man might even have smiled. He took one last look at the darkness that called to him, darkness within mirroring darkness without, and turned away. He let his blade vanish. His arms dropped to his sides. Deppa moved in for the kill. Mace backed away. She leaped for him, slashing, and he slipped aside. She pressed her attack, and he retreated, over bodies and through blaster-riddled wreckage of console banks, until he came hard up against a console that still had power. Indicator lights flashed like droid eyes in the gloom. The blade of green fire whirled up, poised, and struck. He let himself collapse. He fell to the floor at her feet, and instead of cleaving his skull, her blade slashed the console behind him in half. Cables spat blue sparks across the burned gap. This was the console that controlled the spaceport's signal jamming equipment. Down in the transceiver chamber, Gepton stared at his datapad screen with astonished reverence, conscious of having been unexpectedly granted undeserved grace. It read, Command executed. In the skies over Pellic Baugh, as the snow cap on Grandfather's shoulder kindled with the first red rays of dawn, droid starfighters disengaged from clone-piloted ships and streaked back into the depths of space. In the command bunker, the swirl of dark power crested, paused, and began to recede. Mace lay on the floor. He didn't think he could get up. Deppa stared down at him, her face lit jungle green by the glow of her blade, and a single needle of light seemed to pierce the dark madness in her eyes. "Oh, Mace." Her voice was a moan of astonished pain. Her blade vanished, and her arms fell limp and helpless to her sides. "Mace, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He managed to lift a hand to reach up to her. "Deppa." "Mace, I'm sorry," she repeated, and brought her lightsaber up to put its emitter to her own temple. "We shouldn't have come." "Deppa, no." Mace found he did not have the strength to rise, to stand, even to leap for her, but he was exhausted and wounded and far, far too slow. She squeezed the activator plate. A single sharp report, like a hand clap, rang out behind him, and a spark flew from the metal of her blade as it was smacked spinning from her hand. It twisted lazily through the air and clattered among the wreckage. She blinked dizzily as though she couldn't quite understand why she was still alive, then crumpled to the floor. Mace turned toward where the sound had come from. Sitting next to the corpse of a dead Ak guard, his back propped against the wall, one hand pressed to his chest to hold closed a horrible wound, Nick Rostu grinned past the smoking barrel of the pistol in his other hand. "Told you, Nick. Told you I can shoot," he said. His fingers opened, and the gun fell to the floor. His hand dropped on top of it, and his eyes drifted shut. "Nick, The young Corran was beyond hearing. Mace said softly, "Thank you." He swayed. He had to put out a hand to the wrecked comm console to steady himself. The bunker had once again gone quiet and dark and full of death. Quiet, except for a low growl. The growl came from a black shape that rose like corpse fungus from among the bodies. "So, Darshalo, here we are, for the last time." Perhaps. The shape smoked with power, more power than Mace had ever felt. And he was so tired, so hurt. The lightsaber wound in his belly radiated pain that scraped away his strength. The shadow beckoned. "Come on, then. Jungle rules." "On the contrary," Mace said slowly, "Jedi rules." "What are Jedi rules?" "You don't need to know," Mace told him. "You're not a Jedi." Vibroshields whined to life. "I am waiting for you, Jedi of the Windu." Mace extended a hand, and his lightsaber found it. He stood, waiting. "You fear to attack me." "Jedi do not fear," Mace said, "and we do not attack. As long as you stand in peace, so do I. You have just learned 2 of the Jedi rules. For what little good they will do you. You haven't been paying very close attention, Carr. And it's too late to start now. It's over." "Nothing is over. Nothing. Not while we both live." "This is another Jedi rule." Mace took a couple of steps to one side to find a space of floor where he didn't have to fear tripping over a body. "If you fight a Jedi, you've already lost." The dark shape came closer. "Fine words from a man I've beaten before." "The starfighters have been ordered off. The city will stand. They've surrendered to the Republic. We have no reason to fight. Men like us are our own reason." Mace shook his head. "This isn't a big dog thing. If I must, I will hurt you, badly." "You can't bluff me." "No, but I can kill you, though I would rather not." "More Jedi rules?" Mace sagged. "Do you have a move to make? I'm too tired for this." "Sleep when you're dead," Vastor snarled and leaped. Ultrachrome flashed. Mace could have met him, blade to shields, but instead he slipped aside. He had no intention of fighting this man, not here and now, not anywhere, not ever. Vastor was younger, stronger, faster, and immensely more powerful, and he wielded weapons that could not be harmed by the Jedi blade. Mace couldn't win such a battle on his best day, and this day was far from his best. He was exhausted, badly wounded, and heartsick. But the fact that his lightsaber couldn't hurt those shields didn't make them invulnerable. As Vastor gathered himself to spring again, Mace reached into the Force. The vibro shield stuck into the wall above Nick's head, squealed against the bunker's armor as it came to life, and pulled itself free and streaked like a missile toward Vastor's back. Vastor's incredible reflexes whirled him, and those same reflexes snapped his shields in front of his chest in plenty of time to block. But they didn't actually block anything. There was a reason why, when Vastor's shields met to make that metallic howl, he always brought them together back to back instead of edge to edge. The flying shield's vibrating edge sheared through both Vastor's shields, through both his wrists, and buried itself in the bone of his chest, stopping less than a centimeter short of his heart. Vastor blinked astonishment at Mace, as though the Jedi Master had betrayed him. Mace said, "You were warned." Vastor's head shook weakly, suddenly palsied. He dropped to his knees. "You've killed me." He sounded like he couldn't make himself believe it. "No," Mace said. "That's another of the Jedi rules. Killing you is not the answer for your crimes. You're going back to Coruscant. You're going to stand trial." Vastor swayed. His gaze went blank and blind. "Car Vastor," said Mace Windu, "you are under arrest." Vastor pitched forward. Mace caught him and turned him face up before lowering the unconscious Lor Pelek to the floor. Then he pulled himself back to his feet, leaning on the console. His vision grayed and lost focus. For a moment he wasn't sure where he was. This might have been Palpatine's office, or the interrogation room at the Ministry of Justice, the intel station, or the dead room at the Lorshan Pass. Perhaps even the Jedi Temple. But the Jedi Temple wouldn't ever smell like this. Would it? "Master Windu." He remembered the voice, and it brought him back to the command bunker. "Is it over?" Gepton called tentatively from the transceiver chamber. He sounded very old and more than a little lost. "Can I come out now?" Mace looked down at Car Vastor and the spreading pool of blood in which he lay. He looked at the scattered corpses of clone troopers and militia techs. He looked at Nick Rostu, crumpled against the wall. "Master Windu?" Gepton's head appeared slowly over the rim of the hole in the floor. "Did we win?" Mace looked at the sad, shrunken form of Depa Billaba and thought about his victory conditions. "I seem to be," Mace Windu said slowly, "the last one standing." It was the only answer he had. Afterward. The Jedi's War. From the private journals of Mace Windu. I still dream of Geonosis, but my dreams are different now. A Republic task force arrived to take possession of Harun Kal and the Alhar system within 48 standard hours of my arrest of Car Vastor. It seems they had already been dispatched to answer a distress call from the acting commander of the Halleck. Their landing was unopposed. The Republic will not occupy Harun Kal. Acting under my authority as General of the Grand Army of the Republic, I redesignated the Karunal Highland. It is no longer enemy territory, and Harun Kal is no longer officially a war zone. On my recommendation, the Senate has declared the combat operations on Harun Kal to be a police action. Because I have decided to treat the summertime war as a law enforcement problem, which it would have always been had the financial interests behind the Theiselbark trade not been able to buy off certain senators and judicial sector coordinators. We are in the process of disarming the jungle prospectors and the remaining bands of Karunai guerrillas. It's going surprisingly well. The Jups are terrified of Republic soldiers, and the Karunai bands are mostly exhausted and sick. As they come to understand that they will not be mistreated, many simply surrender altogether. All charges of atrocities are being investigated. If those responsible can be identified, they will be tried and they will be punished. The planetary militia remains, though at greatly reduced strength. The militia regulars will now become what they should always have been, keepers of the peace, not soldiers. Many of them have volunteered to be inducted into the Republic Army, including, unexpectedly, Colonel Gepton. He has not been charged with any crime. The vast bulk of the atrocities committed against the Karunai were done by jungle prospectors, not the militia. Even his threat of a massacre at the Lorshan Pass turns out to have been a bluff. He never ordered any such thing. In fact, the militia's written rules of engagement specifically prohibit the targeting of civilians. Not only have I recommended he be accepted into the Grand Army of the Republic, I have already written out his transfer to Republic intelligence. We will need him. Nick, I should say Major Rastu, continues to convalesce in a medical center here on Coruscant. I do not know if I can keep my promise of a job teaching unconventional warfare, but I have no doubt we can find something for him. I have submitted a recommendation to the Senate that his brevet rank be confirmed, and that he be awarded the Medal of Valor for conspicuous gallantry under fire and actions above and beyond the call of duty. I have also assigned to Chalk a posthumous commission. Her real name, I have learned only now, was Leanne Travell, and that name will appear in the Senate record. I gave her the commission to render her eligible for the same medal. I have no other way to express my respect for who she was. Her great Ak, Galthra, has vanished. If an Ak's force-bonded partner dies, it is customary to put the beast down, for it is not uncommon for Aks who have lost their person to go insane and vicious. Galthra went into the jungle. I can only hope she stays there. Pelik Ba will be rebuilt. There is too much money in the Thistle trade for its epicenter to lie in ruins for long. The casualties are recorded elsewhere. It is a staggering number. No one on Harun Kal will ever forget that night. Kar Vastor also continues to recover from his wounds. His hands were saved, and he is under detention here in the Jedi Temple, where his power cannot sway his jailers. He will not be immediately tried for the murder of Terrell Nake. That will only be filed against him in the event of his acquittal on his initial charge. For the trial of Kar Vastor, we have revived a category of crime under which no one has been prosecuted in 4,000 years, since the days of the Sith Wars. Kar Vastor has been charged with crimes against civilization. And Depa. Depa will face the same charge, someday, if she's ever declared competent to stand trial. After reading my report on Harun Kal, Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, in his characteristically warm and compassionate way, took time from his more pressing duties to come to the temple and look in on Depa personally. He was accompanied by Yoda and myself. The three of us stood alone in a darkened observation room, watching through a hollow-viewer as 3 Jedi healers attended to poor Depa. She hung suspended in a Bacta tank. Her eyes were open, submerged in Bacta one has no need to blink, and they stared fixedly through the transparasteel at something only she could see. Depa has not spoken, has not moved since her collapse. The greatest Jedi healers of the temple can find nothing organically wrong with her. Bacta has cured her physical wounds. It cannot touch the rest. When the healers touch her through the Force, all they find is darkness, vast and featureless. She is lost in infinite night. The Supreme Chancellor watched only for a moment or two before he sighed and shook his head sadly. Still no progress, I take it? Yoda watched me gravely while I struggled to find words to answer. Finally, he sighed and took pity on me. "To end her life she tried," he said. "Most tragic this is, to have sunk so deeply into despair that she can no longer see light. Yet we must not follow her there. Hold on to hope we must. Recover she may, some day." Though perhaps I should not have admitted it, the truth pushed its way out of me. I would almost have preferred to lose the planet if I could have saved Deppa. And do you know what caused her breakdown? Palpatine pressed his hand against the hollow-viewer as though he could reach through it and stroke her hair. "I recall that learning this was one of the stated purposes of your mission to Harun Kal, and yet your report offers no definite conclusion." Slowly, I admitted, "Yes, I do know. And it's difficult to explain, especially to a non-Jedi. Does it have anything to do with that scar on her forehead, where what did you call it? The greater mark of illumination. Yes, where her mark of illumination once was. I recognize that this is painful for you, Master Windu, but please. The Jedi are vital to the survival of the Republic, and Master Balaba is not the only Jedi we have lost to the darkness. Anything we can learn about what might cause one to fall is incredibly important." I nodded, but I cannot offer a specific answer. "Well, the scar then. Was she tortured?" "I do not know. Possibly. It is also possible that the wound was self-inflicted. We may never know." "It is a pity," Palpatine murmured, "that we cannot ask her." Some few seconds passed before I was able to respond. "I can only speculate in general terms, based upon what she told me and upon my own experiences." Palpatine's eyebrows twitched upward. "Your own?" I could not meet his gaze. When I lowered my head, I found Yoda staring up at me. His wise, wrinkled face was filled with ancient compassion. "Fall you did not," he said softly. "From this, strength you can take." I nodded and found myself once again able to face the Supreme Chancellor. "It's war," I said. "Not just that war, but war itself. When every choice you make means death. When saving these innocents means that those innocents must die. I'm not sure that any Jedi can survive such choices for long." Palpatine looked from Yoda to me, his face a mask of compassionate concern. "Who would have thought that fighting a war could have such a terrible effect on a Jedi? Even when we win," he murmured. "Who would ever have thought such a thing?" Yes, I could only agree. Who would have thought it, indeed? "Wonder, one must," Yoda said slowly, "if that might be the most important question of all." There followed a long, uncomfortable silence, which Palpatine finally broke. Sadly, questions of philosophy must wait for peacetime. We must focus on winning this war." "That's what Deppa did," I said, "and look what it did to her." But such a thing could never happen to, say, for example, you," Palpatine said warmly. His lips wore an enigmatic smile. "Could it?" I didn't tell him that it could, that it nearly had. I think about that a lot these days. I think about Deppa, about everything she said to me, and did to me. I think about the jungle. She was right about so many things. She was right about her Jedi of the future. To win this war against the Separatists, we must abandon the very thing that makes us Jedi. Yes, we won on Harun Kal, because our enemy broke under the club of Kar Vastor's monstrous ruthlessness. Jedi are keepers of the peace. We are not soldiers. If we become soldiers, we will be Jedi no more. Yet I do not despair. She was wrong about some things, too. You see, she got lost fighting someone else's war. She was fighting the wrong enemy. The Separatists are not the true enemies of the Jedi. They are enemies of the Republic. It is the Republic which will stand or fall in the battles of the Clone War. Even the reborn Sith are not our enemy, not really. Our enemy is power mistaken for justice. Our enemy is the desperation that justifies atrocity. The Jedi's true enemy is the jungle. Our enemy is the darkness itself, the strangling cloud of fear and despair and anguish that this war brings with it. That is poisoning our galaxy. This is why my dreams of Geonosis are different now. In my dreams, I still do everything right. But I do in my dreams exactly what I did in that arena. If the prophecies are true, if Anakin Skywalker is truly the chosen one, who will bring balance to the Force, then he is the most important being alive today. And he is alive today because my Jedi instincts were working just fine. Because my mistake on Geonosis wasn't a mistake at all. If I had done as Depa said I should have, if I had won the Clone War with the beradium bomb on Geonosis, I would have lost the real war. The Jedi's War. Anakin Skywalker may be the Shatterpoint of our war against the jungle. If he is, if Anakin is the being born to win that war, it does not matter if every other Jedi in the galaxy dies. As long as Anakin lives, we have hope, no matter how dark it gets, or how lost our cause may seem. He is our new hope for a Jedi future. May the Force be with us all. End of Star Wars, a Clone Wars novel, Shatterpoint, by Matthew Stover. Matthew